Maurice Merleau, Ponty, Sense and Nonsense. Preface. Since the beginning of the century, many great books have expressed the revolt of immediate life against reason. They said, each in their own way, that the rational arrangements of morality, politics, or even art will never be valid against the fervor of the moment, the shattering of an individual life, the premeditation of the unknown. It must be believed that the tête-à-tête between man and his singular will is not tolerable for long. Among these rebels, some accepted unconditionally the discipline of the communist, others that of a revealed religion. Those most faithful to their youth have had two parts in their lives: as citizens, husbands, lovers, or fathers. They behave according to the rules of a fairly conservative reason. Their revolt was localized in literature or poetry, which suddenly became religion. It is very true that naked revolt is insincere. As soon as we want something or call others to witness, that is to say, as soon as we live, we imply that the world, in principle, agrees with itself, and others with us. We are born in reason as in language. But the reason we arrive at would have to not be the one we left with such brilliance. The experience of unreason should not simply be forgotten. We would have to form a new idea of reason. In the presence of a valid novel, poem, painting, film, we know that there has been contact with something, something is acquired for men and the work begins to send an uninterrupted message. But neither for the artist nor for the public the meaning of the work can be formulated other than through the work itself. Neither the thought which created it nor the one which receives it is completely in control of itself. We will see through the example of Cézanne in what risk expression and communication are accomplished. It's like a step in the mist, which no one can tell if it leads somewhere. Even our mathematics has ceased to be long chains of reason. Mathematical beings can only be reached by oblique processes, improvised methods, as opaque as an unknown mineral. There are, rather than an intelligible world, radiant cores separated by sections of night. The world of culture is discontinuous like the other, it too is experiencing silent mutations. There is a time of culture, when works of art and science wear out, although it is slower than the time of history and the physical world. In the work of art or in theory as in the sensitive thing, the meaning is inseparable from the sign. The expression, therefore, is never completed. The highest reason borders on unreason. Likewise, if we are to find morality, it must be in contact with the conflicts that immoralism has experienced. As Simone de Beauvoir's L'Invité shows, it is a question of knowing whether there is for each man a formula of conduct which justifies him in the eyes of others, or if, on the contrary, they are not, by position, unforgivable for each other, and if, in this situation, moral principles are not a way of reassuring oneself and getting rid of questions rather than saving oneself and resolving them. In morality as in art, there would be no solution for those who first want to ensure their progress, to remain fair and absolute master of themselves at all times. We would have no other recourse than the spontaneous movement which binds us to others for misfortune and for happiness, in selfishness and in generosity. In politics, finally, the experience of these 30 years also obliges us to evoke the background of nonsense against which any universal enterprise takes shape, and which threatens it with failure. For generations of intellectuals, Marxist politics was the hope, because in it the proletarians and through them the men of all countries had to find the way to recognize and come together. Prehistory was about to end. A word was said which awaited a response from this immense virtual humanity which had always been silent. We were going to witness this absolute novelty of a world where all men count. But, having only succeeded in one country, Marxist politics lost confidence in its own audacity, it abandoned its own proletarian means and took up those of classical history, hierarchy, obedience, myths, inequality, diplomacy, police. In the aftermath of this war, we could hope that the spirit of Marxism would reappear, that the movement of the American masses would relay the Russian Revolution. This expectation is expressed here in several studies. We know that she was disappointed and that we now see face to face an America almost unanimous in the hunt for the Reds, With the hypocrisies that Marxist criticism has revealed in liberal consciousness, and a Soviet Union which holds accomplished fact the division of the world into two camps, for inevitable the military solution, does not count on any awakening of proletarian freedom, even and especially when it ventures the national proletariats into missions of sacrifice. Just as Cézanne wonders if what came out of his hands offers meaning and will be understood, just as a man of good will, considering the conflicts of his life, comes to doubt whether lives are compatible with each other, the citizen of today it is not certain that the human world is possible. But failure is not fatal. Cézanne won against chance. Men can win too, as long as they measure the risk and the task. I works. Cézanne's doubt. He needed 100 working sessions for a still life, 150 posing sessions for a portrait. What we call his work was for him only the attempt and approach to his painting. He wrote in September 1906, aged 67, and a month before dying, I find myself in such a state of cerebral disturbances, in such a great disorder that I feared, at one moment, that my weak reason would fail. It passed. Now it seems to me that I am doing better and that I am thinking more correctly in the direction of my studies. Will I achieve the goal I so sought and pursued for so long? I am still studying nature and I seem to be making slow progress. Painting was his world and his way of existing. He works alone, without students, without admiration from his family, without encouragement from the juries. He paints the afternoon of the day his mother died. In 1870, he painted in Estaquí while the gendarmes were looking for him as a fugitive. And yet he sometimes questions this vocation. As he grew older, he wondered if the novelty of his painting did not come from a disorder in his eyes, if his whole life was not based on an accident in his body. This effort and this doubt respond to the uncertainties or stupidities of contemporaries. Painting of a drunk drainman, said a critic in 1905. Today, G. Mauclair still draws argument against Cézanne from his confessions of impotence. Meanwhile, his paintings are spread around the world. Why so much uncertainty, so much work, so much failure, and suddenly the greatest success? Zola, who was Cézanne's friend since childhood, was the first to find genius in him, and the first to speak of him as an aborted genius. A spectator of Cézanne's life, like Zola, more attentive to his character than to the meaning of his painting, could well treat it as a sick manifestation. Because from 1852, in Aix, at the Bourbon College where he had just entered, Cézanne worried his friends with his anger and his depressions. 7 years later, decided to become a painter, he doubts his talent and does not dare ask his father, a hatter then a banker, to send him to Paris. Zola's letters accuse him of instability, weakness, indecision. He comes to Paris, but writes, I only changed places and boredom followed me. He does not tolerate discussion, because it tires him and he never knows how to give his reasons. The basis of his character is anxious. At 42, he thought he would die young and made his will. At the age of 46, for 6 months, he was overcome by a fiery, tormented, overwhelming passion, the outcome of which was unknown and of which he would never speak. At the age of 51, he retired to Aix, to find the nature that best suited his genius, but it was also a retreat into the environment of his childhood, his mother and his sister. When his mother dies, he will lean on his son. Life is scary, he often said. The religion, which he then begins to practice, begins for him with the fear of life and the fear of death. It's fear, he explains to a friend, I still feel like I'm on earth for 4 days, then after? I believe I will survive and I don't want to risk roasting in eternum. Although it later deepened, the initial motive for his religion was the need to settle his life and relinquish it. He becomes ever more shy, suspicious, and touchy. He sometimes comes to Paris, but when he meets friends, he signals them from afar not to approach him. In 1903, when his paintings began to sell in Paris for twice as much as those of Monet, when young people like Joachim Gasquet and Émile Bernard came to see him and question him, He relaxed a little. But the anger persists. A child from Aix had once hit him while passing by him, since then he could no longer bear any contact. One day in his old age, as he stumbled, Émile Bernard supported him with his hand. Cézanne became very angry. We could hear him pacing around his workshop shouting that he wouldn't let himself be grabbed on it. It was also because of the grappling hook that he removed from his workshop the women who could have served as his models, from his life the priests whom he called sticky, from his mind the theories of Émile Bernard when they were too pressing. This loss of flexible contacts with men, this inability to master new situations, this escape into habits, in an environment which does not pose problems, this rigid opposition of theory and practice, of the grappling hook and a solitary freedom, all these symptoms allow us to speak of a morbid constitution, and for example, as was done for Greco, of schizoidism. The idea of a painting on nature would come to Cézanne from the same weakness. His extreme attention to nature, to color, the inhuman character of his painting, his devotion to the visible world would only be an escape from the human world, alienation of his humanity. These conjectures do not give the positive meaning of the work. We cannot conclude without more that his painting is a phenomenon of decadence, and, as Nietzsche says, of impoverished life, or even that it has nothing to teach the accomplished man. It was probably for having given too much space to psychology, to their personal knowledge of Cézanne, that Zola and Émile Bernard believed it to be a failure. It remains possible that, due to his nervous weaknesses, Cézanne conceived a form of art valid for all. Left to his own devices, he was able to look at nature as only a man can. The meaning of his work cannot be determined by his life. We would not know it better through the history of art, that is to say by referring to the influences, to the processes of Cézanne, or even to his own testimony about his painting. His first paintings, until around 1870, were painted dreams, a kidnapping, a murder. They come from feelings and want to provoke the feelings first. They are therefore almost always painted in broad strokes and give the moral physiognomy of the gestures rather than their visible appearance. It is to the Impressionists, and in particular to Pissarro, that Cézanne owes the subsequent conception of painting, not as the incarnation of imagined scenes, the projection of dreams outside, but as the precise study of appearances, less as a workshop work as a work on nature, and to have left the Baroque style, which first seeks to render the movement, for the small juxtaposed touches and the patient hatchings. But he quickly separated from the Impressionists. Impressionism wanted to convey in painting the very way in which objects strike our sight and attack our senses. He represented them in the atmosphere where instantaneous perception gives them to us, without absolute contours, linked together by light and air. To make this envelope luminous, it was necessary to exclude earths, ochres, blacks, and only use the 7 colors of the prism. To represent the color of objects, it was not enough to transfer their local tone to the canvas, that is to say the color they take when we isolate them from what surrounds them. It was necessary to take into account the phenomena of contrast which in nature modifies local colors. Furthermore, each color that we see in nature causes, by a sort of backlash, the vision of the complementary color, and these complements are exalted. To obtain on the table, which will be seen in the weak light of the apartments, the very appearance of the colors under the sun, it is therefore necessary to include not only a green, if it is grass, but also the complementary red that will make it vibrate. Finally, the local tone itself is broken down among the Impressionists. Each color can generally be obtained by juxtaposing, instead of mixing, the component colors, which gives a more vibrant tone. The result of these processes was that the canvas, which was no longer comparable to nature point by point, restored, through the action of the parts on each other, a general truth of the impression. But the painting of the atmosphere and the division of tones at the same time drowned the object and made its own gravity disappear. The composition of Cézanne's palette suggests that he has another goal. There are, not the 7 colors of the prism, but 18 colors, 6 reds, 5 yellows, 3 blues, 3 greens, 1 black. The use of warm colors and black shows that Cézanne wants to represent the object, to find it behind the atmosphere. Likewise, he renounces the division of tone and replaces it with graduated mixtures, by an unfolding of chromatic nuances on the object, by a colored modulation which follows the form and the light received. The elimination of precise contours in certain cases, the priority of color over the drawing will obviously not have the same meaning in Cézanne and in Impressionism. The object is no longer covered in reflections, lost in its relationships with the air and other objects, it is as if dully lit from within, the light emanates from it, and the result is an impression of solidity and materiality. Cézanne does not give up making warm colors vibrant, he obtains this coloring sensation through the use of blue. It would therefore be necessary to say that he wanted to return to the object without leaving the Impressionist aesthetic, which takes nature as a model. Émile Bernard reminded him that a painting, for the classics, requires circumscription by contours, composition, and distribution of light. Cézanne responds, "They were doing the painting and we are trying a piece of nature." He said of the masters that they replaced reality with imagination and the abstraction that accompanies it, and of nature that one must submit to this perfect work. From him everything comes to us, through him we exist, let us forget everything else. He declared that he wanted to make Impressionism something solid like museum art. His painting would be a paradox, seeking reality without leaving sensation, without taking any other guide than nature in the immediate impression, without identifying the contours, without framing the color through drawing, without composing the perspective or the painting. This is what Bernard calls Cézanne's suicide, he aims for reality and denies himself the means to achieve it. This would be the reason for his difficulties and also for the distortions that we find in him, especially between 1870 and 1890. The plates or cups placed in profile on a table should be ellipses, but the two vertices of the ellipse are enlarged and dilated. The work table, in Gustave Geffroy's portrait, spreads out at the bottom of the painting against the laws of perspective. By leaving drawing, Cézanne would have given himself over to the chaos of sensations. Now sensations would cause objects to capsize and would constantly suggest illusions, as they sometimes do, for example the illusion of a movement of objects when we move our heads, if judgment did not constantly straighten out appearances. Cézanne would have, says Bernard, engulfed painting in ignorance and his mind in darkness. In reality, one can only judge his painting in this way by dropping half of what he said and turning a blind eye to what he painted. In his dialogues with Émile Bernard, it is obvious that Cézanne always seeks to escape the ready-made alternatives that are proposed to him, that of the senses or of intelligence, of the painter who sees and the painter who thinks, of nature and composition, primitivism and tradition. You have to have an outlook, he says, but by optics I mean a logical vision, that is to say without anything absurd. Is this our nature? Asks Bernard. Cézanne replies, it's both. Aren't nature and art different? I would like to unite them. Art is a personal perception. I place this apperception in sensation and I ask intelligence to organize it into action. But even these formulas make too much room for ordinary notions of sensitivity or sensation and intelligence, which is why Cézanne could not persuade and this is why he preferred to paint. Instead of applying dichotomies to his work, which moreover belong more to school traditions than to the founders, philosophers or painters, of these traditions, it would be better to be docile to the literal sense of his painting which is to question them. Cézanne did not believe he had to choose between sensation and thought, as between chaos and order. He does not want to separate the fixed things that appear before our gaze and their fleeting way of appearing, he wants to paint matter in the process of giving itself shape, order emerging through a spontaneous organization. He does not put the divide between the senses and intelligence, but between the spontaneous order of things perceived and the human order of ideas and sciences. We perceive things, we agree on them, we are anchored in them and it is on this foundation of nature that we build sciences. It is this primordial world that Cézanne wanted to paint, and this is why his paintings give the impression of nature at its origin, while photographs of the same landscapes suggest the work of men, their amenities, their imminent presence. Cézanne never wanted to paint like a brute, but to put intelligence, ideas, sciences, perspective, tradition, in contact with the natural world that they are intended to understand, to confront with nature, as he says, the sciences which came out of her. Cézanne's research into perspective discovers through its fidelity to phenomena what recent psychology had to formulate. The lived perspective, that of our perception, is not the geometric or photographic perspective. In perception, close objects appear smaller, distant objects larger, than they do in a photograph, as we see in the cinema when a train approaches and grows much faster than a real train under the same conditions. To say that a circle seen obliquely is seen as an ellipse is to substitute for the actual perception the diagram of what we should see if we were photographic cameras. We actually see a shape which oscillates around the ellipse without being an ellipse. In a portrait of Madame Cézanne, the frieze of the tapestry, on either side of the body, does not make a straight line, but we know that if a line passes under a wide strip of paper, the two visible sections appear dislocated. Gustave Geffroy's table is spread out at the bottom of the painting, but when our eye travels over a large surface, the images it obtains in turn are taken from different points of view and the total surface is warped. It is true that by transferring these deformations onto the canvas, I freeze them, I stop the spontaneous movement by which they pack on top of each other in perception and tend towards geometric perspective. This is also what happens with colors. A rose on gray paper colors the background green. School painting paints the background gray, expecting that the painting, like the real object, will produce the effect of contrast. Impressionist painting puts green on the background, to obtain a contrast as vivid as that of outdoor objects. Doesn't it thus distort the relationship of tones? She would distort it if she stopped there. But the characteristic of the painter is to ensure that all the other colors of the painting, suitably modified, take away from the green placed on the background its character as a real color. Likewise, the genius of Cézanne is to make the perspective distortions, through the overall arrangement of the painting, cease to be visible for themselves when we look at it globally, and only contribute, as they do in the vision natural, to give the impression of an emerging order, of an object in the process of appearing, in the process of agglomeration before our eyes. In the same way the outline of objects, conceived as a line which surrounds them, does not belong to the visible world, but to geometry. If we mark the outline of an apple with a line, we make it one thing, whereas it is the ideal limit towards which the sides of the apple flow in depth. Not marking any outline would mean stripping the objects of their identity. To mark only one would be to sacrifice depth, that is to say the dimension which gives us the thing, not as spread out before us, but as full of reserves and as an inexhaustible reality. That is why Cézanne will follow the bulge of the object in a colorful modulation and mark several contours in blue lines. The gaze returned from one to the other captures an emerging contour between them all as it does in perception. There is nothing less arbitrary than these famous distortions, which, moreover, Cézanne abandoned in his last period, from 1890, when he no longer filled his canvas with colors and left the tight construction of still lives. The drawing must therefore result from color, if we want the world to be rendered in its depth, because it is a mass without gaps, an organism of colors, through which the flight of perspective, the contours, the straight lines, the curves are established like lines of force, the space framework is constituted by vibrating. The design and the color are no longer distinct. As we paint, we draw, the more the color harmonizes, the more precise the drawing becomes. When the color is at its richness, the form is at its fullness. Cézanne does not seek to suggest through color the tactile sensations which would give form and depth. In primordial perception these distinctions of touch and sight are unknown. It is the science of the human body which then teaches us to distinguish our senses. The thing experienced is not found or constructed from the data of the senses, but is immediately offered as the center from which they radiate. We see the depth, the velvety, the softness, the hardness of objects, Cézanne even said, their smell. If the painter wants to express the world, the arrangement of colors must carry within it this indivisible whole, otherwise his painting will be an allusion to things and will not present them in the compelling unity, in the presence, in the unsurpassable fullness which is for us all the definition of reality. This is why each given touch must satisfy an infinity of conditions. This is why Cézanne sometimes meditated for an hour before applying it. It must, as Bernard says, contain the air, the light, the object, the plan, the character, the design, the style. The expression of what exists is an infinite task. Nor did Cézanne neglect the physiognomy of objects and faces, he only wanted to capture it when it emerges from color. Painting a face like an object does not mean stripping it of its thought. I hear that the painter interprets it, said Cézanne, the painter is not an imbecile. But this interpretation must not be a thought separate from the vision. If I paint all the little blues and all the little browns, I make him look the way he looks. To hell with them if they suspect how, by combining a nuanced green with a red, you sadden a mouth or make a cheek smile. The spirit is seen and read in the looks, which are however only colored sets. Other spirits only appear to us incarnate, adhering to a face and gestures. There is no point here in opposing the distinctions of soul and body, of thought and vision, since Cézanne returns precisely to the primordial experience from which these notions are drawn and which gives them to us inseparable. The painter who thinks and seeks expression first misses the mystery, renewed every time we look at someone, of their appearance in nature. Balzac describes in La Peau de Chagrin a white tablecloth like a layer of freshly fallen snow and on which rose symmetrically the place settings crowned with little blonde breads. All my youth, said Cézanne, I wanted to paint this sheet of fresh snow. I know now that you should only want to paint, the symmetrical cutlery, and, little blonde breads. If I paint crowned, I'm screwed, do you understand? And if I really balance and nuance my cutlery and my breads as if in nature, be sure that the crowns, the snow and all the trembling will be there. We live in an environment of objects constructed by men, among utensils, in houses, streets, towns, and most of the time we only see them through human actions of which they can be the points of application. We get used to thinking that all this necessarily exists and is unshakable. Cézanne's painting suspends these habits and reveals the background of inhuman nature on which man settles. This is why his characters are strange and as if seen by a being of another species. Nature itself is stripped of the attributes that prepare it for animist communions, the landscape is without wind, the water of lake on sea without movement, the frozen objects hesitant as at the origin of the earth. It is a world without familiarity, where we are not comfortable, which prohibits any human outpouring. If we go to see other painters after leaving Cézanne's paintings, a relaxation occurs, as after a bereavement renewed conversations mask this absolute novelty and restore their solidity to the living. But only a man is capable of this vision which goes to the roots, below constituted humanity. Everything shows that animals do not know how to look, to delve into things without expecting anything other than the truth. By saying that the painter of realities is a monkey, Émile Bernard is saying exactly the opposite of what is true, and we understand how Cézanne could use the classic definition of art, man added to nature. His painting does not deny science and does not deny tradition. In Paris, Cézanne went to the Louvre every day. He thought that one learns to paint, that the geometric study of plans and shapes is necessary. He learned about the geological structure of the landscapes. These abstract relationships had to operate in the act of the painter, but regulated on the visible world. The anatomy and drawing are present, when he places a touch, like the rules of the game in a game of tennis. What motivates a painter's gesture can never be perspective alone or geometry alone or the laws of color decomposition or any knowledge whatsoever. For all the gestures that little by little make a painting, there is only one motif, it is the landscape in its totality and in its absolute fullness, which Cézanne rightly called a motif. He began by discovering the geological foundations. Then he stopped moving and looked with dilated eyes, said Madame Cézanne. It germinated with the landscape. It was a question, all science forgotten, of recapturing, by means of these sciences, the constitution of the landscape as a nascent organism. It was necessary to weld together all the partial views that the gaze took, to bring together what is dispersed by the versatility of the eyes, to join the wandering hands of nature, says Gasquet. There is a minute of the world that passes, it must be painted in its reality. The meditation ended suddenly. I have my motif, said Cézanne, and he explained that the landscape must be surrounded neither too high nor too low, or even brought back alive in a net that lets nothing pass. Then he attacked his painting from all sides at once, surrounding the first charcoal line, the geological skeleton, with colored spots. The image became saturated, linked, took shape, balanced itself, all at once came to maturity. The landscape, he said, is thought in me and I am its consciousness. Nothing is further from naturalism than this intuitive science. Art is neither an imitation nor, moreover, a fabrication following the wishes of instinct or good taste. It is an operation of expression. As speech names, that is to say, seizes in its nature and places before us as a recognizable object what appeared confusedly, the painter, says Gasquet, objectives, projects, fixes. As the word does not resemble what it designates, the painting is not a trompe-l'œil. Cézanne, in his own words, writes as a painter what is not yet painted and makes it absolutely painting. We forget the viscous, equivocal appearances and through them we go straight to the things they present. The painter takes up and converts into a visible object precisely what without him remains locked in the separate life of each consciousness, the vibration of appearances which is the cradle of things. For this painter, only one emotion is possible, the feeling of strangeness, a single lyricism, that of existence always starting anew. Leonardo da Vinci took stubborn rigor as his motto. All the classical poetic arts say that the work is difficult. Cézanne's difficulties, like those of Balzac or Mallarmé, are not of the same nature. Balzac imagines, no doubt on the instructions of Delacroix, a painter who wants to express life itself through colors alone and keeps his masterpiece hidden. When Frunhofer dies, his friends find only a chaos of colors, of elusive lines, a wall of paint. Cézanne was moved to tears while reading the unknown masterpiece and declared that he himself was Frunhofer. The effort of Balzac, also obsessed with achievement, makes us understand that of Cézanne. He speaks, in La Peau de Chagrin, of a thought to be expressed, of a system to be built, of a science to be explained. He made Louis Lambert, one of the failed geniuses of the human comedy, say, I am making certain discoveries, but what name should I give to the power that binds my hands, closes my mouth and leads me in a direction contrary to my vocation? It is not enough to say that Balzac set out to understand the society of his time. Describing the type of traveling salesman, creating an anatomy of teaching professions or even founding a sociology was not a superhuman task. Once the visible forces, such as money and passions, have been named, and once the manifest functioning has been described, Balzac wonders what all this is for, what is its reason for being, what does this Europe mean, for example? Of which all efforts tend towards I don't know what mystery of civilization, which maintains the world internally, and makes visible forms swarm. For Frunhofer, the meaning of painting is the same. A hand does not only hold on to the body, it expresses and continues a thought that must be grasped and rendered. The real struggle is there. Many painters triumph instinctively without knowing this theme of art. You draw a woman, but you don't see her. The artist is the one who fixes and makes accessible to the most human of men the spectacle of which they are a part without seeing it. There is therefore no art of pleasure. We can make objects that give pleasure by linking already ready ideas in a different way and presenting shapes that have already been seen. This painting or this second word is what we generally mean by culture. The artist according to Balzac or according to Cézanne is not content with being a cultivated animal, he assumes culture from its beginning and founds it anew, he speaks as the first man spoke and paints as if we had not never painted. The expression cannot then be the translation of an already clear thought, since clear thoughts are those which have already been said within ourselves or by others. Design cannot precede execution. Before the expression, there is nothing but a vague fever, and only the work done and understood will prove that we should find something there rather than nothing. Because he has returned to become aware of it, to the fund of mute and solitary experience on which culture and the exchange of ideas are built, the artist launches his work as a man launches the first word, without knowing if it will be something other than a cry, if it can detach itself from the flow of individual life in which it is born and present, either to this same life in its future, or to the monads which coexist with it, or to the open community of future monads, the independent existence of an identifiable meaning. The meaning of what the artist is going to say is nowhere, neither in things, which are not yet meaning, nor in himself, in his unformulated life. He calls from the reason already constituted, and in which cultured men lock themselves, to a reason which would embrace its own origins. As Bernard wanted to bring him back to human intelligence, Cézanne responds, I turn to the intelligence of the Pater Omnipotens. He turns in any case towards the idea or project of an infinite logos. Cézanne's uncertainty and solitude cannot be explained, for the most part, by his nervous constitution, but by the intention of his work. Heredity could have given him rich sensations, captivating emotions, a vague feeling of anguish or mystery which disorganized his voluntary life and cut him off from men, but these gifts only make a work through the act of expression and have nothing to do with the difficulties or the virtues of this act. Cézanne's difficulties are those of the first word. He believed himself powerless because he was not omnipotent, because he was not God, and yet he wanted to paint the world, convert it entirely into a spectacle, show how it affects us. A new physical theory can be proven because the idea or meaning is linked by calculation to measurements which are in a domain already common to all men. A painter like Cézanne, an artist, a philosopher, must not only create and express an idea, but also awaken the experiences which will root it in other consciousnesses. If the work is successful, it has the strange power of teaching itself. By following the indications of the painting or the book, by establishing cross-references, by clashing from side to side, guided by the confused clarity of a style, the reader or spectator ends up finding what we wanted to communicate to them. The painter could only construct an image. You have to wait for this image to come alive for others. Then the work of art will have joined these separate lives, it will no longer exist only in one of them like a tenacious dream or a persistent delirium, or in space like a colored canvas. It will live undivided in several minds, presumptively in every possible mind, as an acquisition forever. Thus the heredities, the influences, Cézanne's accidents, are the text that nature and history have given him for his part to decipher. They only provide the literal meaning of his work. The creations of the artist, like the free decisions of man, impose on this given a figurative meaning which did not exist before them. If it seems to us that Cézanne's life bore the seeds of his work, it is because we know the work first and we see through it the circumstances of life, charging them with a meaning that we let's borrow from the work. The data of Cézanne which we enumerate and which we speak of as pressing conditions, if they were to appear in the fabric of projects that he was, could only do so by proposing themselves to him as what he had to live and leaving the way of experiencing it undetermined. An obligatory theme at the start, they are, placed back in the existence which embraces them, only the monogram and the emblem of a life which interprets itself freely. But let us understand this freedom. Let us be careful not to imagine some abstract force which would superimpose its effects on the data of life or which would introduce cuts in development. It is certain that life does not explain the work, but it is also certain that they communicate. The truth is that this work to be done required this life. From its beginning, Cézanne's life found balance only by relying on the still future work, it was its project, and the work announced itself by premonitory signs that we would be wrong to take for causes, but which make the work and the life a single adventure. There are no longer any causes or effects here, they come together in the simultaneity of an eternal Cézanne who is the formula of both what he wanted to be and what he wanted to do. there is a connection between the schizoid constitution and the work of Cézanne because the work reveals a metaphysical sense of illness, schizoidism as a reduction of the world to the totality of fixed appearances and suspension of expressive values. That illness then ceases to be an absurd fact and a destiny to become a general possibility of human existence when it confronts with consequence one of its paradoxes, the phenomenon of expression, and that finally it is the same thing in this sense of being Cézanne and being schizoid. We cannot therefore separate creative freedom from the less deliberate behaviors which were already indicated in the first gestures of Cézanne as a child and in the way in which things affected him. The meaning that Cézanne in his paintings will give to things and faces was proposed to him in the very world which appeared to him. Cézanne only delivered it, it was the very things and the very faces as he saw them which asked to be painted like this, and Cézanne only said what they meant. But then where is the freedom? It is true, conditions of existence can only determine a consciousness through the detour of the reasons for being and the justifications it gives itself. We can only see before us and under the aspect of ends what is us ourselves, so that our life always has the form of a project or a choice and thus appears to us as spontaneous. But to say that we are from the outset the aim of a future is also to say that our project is already decided with our first ways of being, that the choice is already made with our first breath. If nothing constrains us from the outside, it is because we are our entire exterior. This eternal Cézanne that we see emerge first, who attracted onto the man Cézanne the events and influences that we believe to be external to him, and who outlined everything that happened to him, this attitude towards men and towards the world which had not been deliberate, free with regard to external causes, is it free with regard to itself? Isn't the choice pushed to the side of life, and is there a choice where there is not yet a clearly articulated field of possibilities, but only one probable and, as it were, only one temptation? If I am from my birth a project, it is impossible to distinguish in me the given and the created, impossible therefore to designate a single gesture which is only hereditary or innate and which is not spontaneous, but also a single gesture which is absolutely new with regard to this way of being in the world which has been me from the beginning. It is the same thing to say that our life is entirely constructed or that it is entirely given. If there is true freedom, it can only be during life, by overcoming our initial situation, and yet without ceasing to be the same. That is the problem. Two things are certain about freedom, that we are never determined and that we never change, that, in retrospect, we can always find in our past the foreshadowing of what we have become. It is up to us to understand both things at the same time and how freedom arises within us without breaking our links with the world. There are always connections, even and especially when we refuse to admit them. Based on Da Vinci's paintings, Valery described a monster of pure freedom, without mistresses, without creditors, without anecdotes, without adventures. No dream hides the things themselves from him, no implication conveys his certainties, and he does not read his destiny in some favorite image like Pascal's abyss. He did not fight against the monsters, he understood their mechanisms, he disarmed them through attention and reduced them to the condition of known things. Nothing more free, that is to say, nothing less human than his judgments on love, on death. He gives them to us to guess through a few fragments in his notebooks. Love in its fury is a thing so ugly that the human race would become extinct, la natura si perderebbe, if those who do it saw themselves. This contempt is demonstrated by various sketches, because the height of contempt for certain things is finally to examine them at leisure. He therefore draws here and there anatomical unions, frightful cuts in the very heart of love. He is master of his means, he does what he wants, he passes at his will from knowledge to life with a superior elegance. He did nothing without knowing what he was doing, and the operation of art, like the act of breathing or living, does not exceed his knowledge. He found the central attitude from which it is also possible to know, act and create, because action and life, having become exercises, are not contrary to detachment from knowledge. He is an intellectual power, he is the man of the spirit. Let's take a better look. No revelation for Leonardo. No abyss open to his right, said Valery. Without a doubt. but there is in Saint Anne, the Virgin, and the Child this cloak of the Virgin which draws a vulture and ends against the face of the Child. There is this fragment on the flight of birds where Vinci suddenly interrupts to follow a childhood memory. I seem to have been destined to take special care of the vulture, because one of my first childhood memories is that, while I was still in the cradle, a vulture came to me, opened my mouth with its tail and several times hit me with this tail between the lips. So even this transparent consciousness has its enigma, a true memory of childhood or a fantasy of middle age. It didn't start from nothing, it didn't feed on itself. Here we are involved in a secret history and in a forest of symbols. If Freud wants to decipher the enigma based on what we know about the meaning of bird flight, about fellatio fantasies and their relationship to breastfeeding, we will no doubt protest. But it is at least a fact that the Egyptians made the vulture the symbol of motherhood, because, they believed, all vultures are female and are impregnated by the wind. It is also a fact that the fathers of the state used this legend to refute through natural history those who did not want to believe in the maternity of a virgin, and it is a probability that, in his readings infinite, Leonardo encountered this legend. He found there the symbol of his own fate. He was the natural son of a rich notary who married, the same year of his birth, the noble Donna Albiere, with whom he had no children, and took Leonardo, then 5 years old, into his home. Leonardo spent his first 4 years with his mother, the abandoned peasant girl. He was a child without a father and he learned about the world in the sole company of this unhappy grandmother who seemed to have miraculously created him. If we now remember that he has no known mistress and even no passion, that he was accused of sodomy, but acquitted, that his diary, silent on many other more costly expenses, notes in meticulous detail the costs for the burial of his mother, but also the costs of linen and clothing that he made for 2 of his students, we will not go far in saying that Leonardo only loved one woman, his mother, and that this love only left room for platonic tenderness for the young boys who surrounded him. In the 4 decisive years of his childhood, he had formed a fundamental attachment which he had to renounce when he was called back to his father's home and where he placed all his resources of love and all his power of abandonment. All he had left to do with his thirst for life was to use it in the investigation and knowledge of the world, and, since he had been detached, he had to become this intellectual power, this man of the spirit. This stranger among men, this indifferent person, incapable of immediate indignation, love, or hatred, who left his paintings unfinished to give his time to bizarre experiences, and in whom his contemporaries sensed a mystery. Everything happens as if Leonardo had never quite matured, as if all the places in his heart had been occupied in advance, as if the spirit of investigation had been for him a means of escaping life, like if he had invested all his power of ascent in his early years, and as if he had remained faithful to his childhood until the end. He played like a child. Vasari relates that he made a paste of wax, and, as he walked around, he formed from it very delicate animals, hollow and filled with air. He blew into it, they flew, if the air came out, they fell to the ground. The Belvedere winemaker having found a very curious lizard, Leonardo made wings for it with the skin taken from other lizards and he filled them with quicksilver, so that they moved and quivered as soon as the lizard moved. He also made him, in the same way, eyes, a beard, and horns. He tamed him, put him in a box and frightened, with this lizard, all his friends. He left his works unfinished, as his father had abandoned him. He ignored authority, and in matters of knowledge, trusted only to nature and his own judgment, as those who have not been raised in the intimidation and protective power of the father often do. So even this pure power of examination, this solitude, this curiosity which define the mind was only established in Vinci in relation to his history. At the height of freedom, he is, in this very sense, the child he was. He is only detached from one side because he is attached elsewhere. Becoming a pure conscience is yet another way of taking a position with regard to the world and others, and this way, Vinci learned by assuming the situation which was given to him by his birth and his childhood. There is no consciousness that is not carried by its primordial commitment in life and by the mode of this commitment. Whatever arbitrariness there may be in Freud's explanations cannot here discredit psychoanalytic intuition. More than once, the reader is stopped by the insufficiency of the evidence. Why this and not something else? The question seems all the more necessary since Freud often gives several interpretations, each symptom, according to him, being overdetermined. Finally, it is very clear that a doctrine which involves sexuality everywhere cannot, according to the rules of inductive logic, establish its effectiveness anywhere, since it deprives itself of any counter-test by excluding in advance all differential case. This is how we triumph over psychoanalysis, but only on paper. Because the psychoanalyst's suggestions, if they can never be proven, cannot be eliminated, how can we attribute to chance the complex connections that the psychoanalyst discovers between the child and the adult? How can we deny that psychoanalysis has taught us to perceive, from one moment to the next in a life, echoes, allusions, repetitions, a sequence that we would not dream of doubting if Freud had done it correctly? The theory. Psychoanalysis is not made to give us, like the natural sciences, necessary relationships of cause and effect, but to indicate to us relationships of motivation which, in principle, are simply possible. Let us not imagine the phantasm of the vulture in Leonardo, with the infantile past that it covers, as a force which determined his future. It is rather, like the word of the augury, an ambiguous symbol which applies in advance to several lines of possible events. More precisely, birth and the past define for each life categories or fundamental dimensions which do not impose any particular act, but which are read or found in everyone. Whether Leonardo gives in to his childhood, or whether he wants to escape it, he will never fail to be what he was. The very decisions that transform us are always taken with regard to a factual situation, and a factual situation may well be accepted or refused, but cannot in any case fail to provide us with our impetus and to be itself. Even for us, as a situation to accept or to refuse, the incarnation of the value that we give to it. If the object of psychoanalysis is to describe this exchange between the future and the past and to show how each life dreams about enigmas whose final meaning is not written in advance anywhere, we do not have to demand from it the inductive rigor. The hermeneutic reverie of the psychoanalyst, which multiplies communications from us to ourselves, takes sexuality as a symbol of existence and existence as a symbol of sexuality, seeks the meaning of the future in the past and the meaning of past into the future is, better than a rigorous induction, adapted to the circular movement of our life, which supports its future to its past to its future, and where everything symbolizes everything. Psychoanalysis does not make freedom impossible, it teaches us to conceive it concretely, as a creative recovery of ourselves, always faithful to ourselves after the fact. It is therefore true both that the life of an author teaches us nothing and that, if we knew how to read it, we would find everything there, since it is open to the work. As we observe the movements of some unknown animal without understanding the law which inhabits and governs them, so Cézanne's witnesses do not guess the transmutations he makes to events and experiences, they are blind to its meaning, to this light coming from nowhere which envelopes him at times. But he himself is never at the center of himself. 9 days out of 10 he only sees around him the misery of his empirical life and his failed attempts, the remains of an unknown celebration. It is still in the world, on a canvas, with colors, that he must realize his freedom. It is from others, from their assent, that he must await proof of his value. This is why he questions this painting which is born under his hand, he watches for the gazes of others placed on his canvas. This is why he never finished working. We never leave our life. We never see the idea or freedom face to face. The novel and metaphysics. What surprises me is that you are touched in such a concrete way by a metaphysical situation. But it's concrete, said Françoise, the whole meaning of my life is at stake. I'm not saying, said Pierre. It's still exceptional this power you have to live an idea body and soul. S. de Beauvoir. The guest. The work of a great novelist is always carried by 2 or 3 philosophical ideas. Take for example the self and freedom in Stendhal, in Balzac the mystery of history as the appearance of meaning in the chance of events, in Proust the envelopment of the past in the present and the presence of lost time. The function of the novelist is not to thematize these ideas, it is to make them exist before us in the way things do. It is not Stendhal's role to talk about subjectivity, he just needs to make it present. But it is still surprising that, when they are deliberately interested in philosophies, writers recognize their kinship so poorly. Stendhal praises the ideologues, Balzac compromises his views on the expressive relationships of the soul and the body, economy and civilization, by formulating them in the language of spiritualism. Proust translates his intuition of time sometimes into a relativist and skeptical philosophy, sometimes into hopes of immortality which also distort it. Valery disavows the philosophers who wanted to annex at least the introduction to the method of Leonardo da Vinci. For a long time everything happened as if there existed between philosophy and literature not only technical differences affecting the mode of expression, but also a difference in object. However, since the end of the 19th century, they have established increasingly close relationships. The first sign of this rapprochement is the appearance of hybrid modes of expression which resemble a diary, a philosophical treatise and dialogue, and of which Peguy's work is a good example. Why does a writer now need philosophical, political, and literary references to express himself at the same time? This means that a new dimension of research has opened up. Everyone has a metaphysics, patent or latent, or we don't exist. It has always been a question of works of the mind, but now it is expressly a question of fixing a certain position with regard to the world of which literature and philosophy as well as politics are only different expressions. We did not wait for the introduction in France of existential philosophy to define all life as a latent metaphysics and all metaphysics as an explanation of human life. This itself attests to the historical necessity and importance of this philosophy. It is the awareness of a movement older than itself, the meaning of which it reveals and the pace of which it accelerates. Classical metaphysics was able to pass as a specialty where literature had no use, because it operated on a basis of uncontested rationalism and because it was convinced of being able to understand the world and human life through an arrangement of concepts. It was less an explanation than an explanation of life or a reflection on it. What Plato says of the same and the other undoubtedly applies to the relations of the self and the other. What Descartes says of God as the identity of essence and existence concerns, in a certain way, man, concerns in any case this depth of subjectivity where the recognition of God and that of thought by itself are not distinguished. What Kant says about consciousness reaches us even more directly. But ultimately, it is of the same and the other that Plato speaks, it is of God that Descartes ends up speaking, it is of consciousness that Kant speaks, and not of this other which exists in front of me nor of this me that I am. Despite the most daring beginnings, philosophers always ended up representing their own existence either on a transcendent theater, or as a moment of a dialectic, or in concepts, as the primitives represent it, and project it into myths. The metaphysics in man was superimposed on a robust human nature which was governed according to proven recipes and which was never called into question in the entirely abstract dramas of reflection. Everything changes when a phenomenological or existential philosophy sets itself the task, not of explaining the world or of discovering its conditions of possibility, but of formulating an experience of the world, a contact with the world which precedes all thought. On the world. From now on, what is metaphysical in man can no longer be related to something beyond his empirical being, to God, to consciousness. It is in his very being, in his loves, in his hatreds, in his individual or collective history that man is metaphysical, and metaphysics is no longer, as Descartes said, the affair of a few hours per month. It is present, as Pascal thought, in the slightest movement of the heart. From then on, the task of literature and that of philosophy can no longer be separated. When it comes to making the experience of the world speak and showing how consciousness escapes into the world, we can no longer pride ourselves on achieving perfect transparency of expression. Philosophical expression assumes the same ambiguities as literary expression, if the world is made in such a way that it can only be expressed in stories and as if pointed out. We will no longer only see hybrid modes of expression appear, but the novel or the theater will be metaphysical through and through, even if they do not use a single word of philosophical vocabulary. On the other hand, a metaphysical literature will necessarily be, in a certain sense, an amoral literature. Because there is no longer any human nature on which we can rely. In each of man's behaviors, the invasion of the metaphysical explodes what was only an old custom. The development of a metaphysical literature, the end of a moral literature, this is what Simone de Beauvoir's L'Invité means, for example. On this example, let us examine the phenomenon more closely, and since the characters in the book have raised, from literary critics, reproaches of immorality, let us see if there is not a true morality beyond morality that they make fun of. 2. In the condition of being conscious there is a perpetual uneasiness. The moment I perceive something, I feel that it was already there before me, beyond my field of vision. An infinite horizon of things to take surrounds the small number of those that I can take for good. A locomotive cry in the night, the empty theater room I enter make appear, for a flash, these things on all sides ready for perception, spectacles given to no one, darkness full of beings. Even the things that surround me exceed me on the condition that I interrupt my usual commerce with them and find them, below the human or even living world, in their aspect of natural things. An old jacket placed on a chair in the silence of a country house, once the door is closed against the smells of the bush and the cries of the birds, if I take it as it presents itself, it will already be an enigma. He is there, blind and limited, he does not know that he is there, he is content to occupy this piece of space, but he occupies it in a way that I could never occupy any place. It does not act like a consciousness on all sides, it remains heavily what it is in itself. Everything only asserts its being by dispossessing me of mine, and I always know secretly that there is something in the world other than me and my shows. But usually I only retain from this knowledge what is necessary to reassure me. I notice that the thing, after all, needs me to exist. When I discover a landscape hitherto hidden by a hill, it is only then that it becomes fully landscape, and one cannot conceive of what a thing would be without the imminence or possibility of my gaze on it. This world which seemed to be without me, to envelop me and surpass me, it is I who make it be. I am therefore a consciousness, an immediate presence in the world, and there is nothing that can claim to be without being caught in some way in the fabric of my experience. I am not this person, this face, this finite being, but a pure witness, without place and without age, who can equal in power the infinity of the world. This is how we overcome, or rather sublimate, the experience of the other. As long as it is only about things, we easily escape from transcendence. That of others is more resistant. Because if the other exists, if he too is a consciousness, I must consent to being for him only a finite, determined object, visible in a certain place in the world. If it is consciousness, I must cease to be. Now, how could I forget this intimate attestation of my existence, this contact of me with myself, surer than any external testimony and precondition for all? We therefore try to put to sleep the worrying existence of others. Their thoughts, says Françoise in L'Invité, make me just like their words and their faces, objects that are in my own world. I remain the center of the world. I am this agile being who circulates throughout the world and animates it from side to side. I seriously cannot confuse myself with this appearance that I offer to others. I don't have a body. Françoise smiled. She was not beautiful, but she liked her face, it always gave her a pleasant surprise when she saw her in a mirror. Usually she didn't think she had one. Everything that happens is just a spectacle for this indestructible, impartial, and generous spectator, everything is only for her, not because she makes others and things serve her private satisfaction, but because, on the contrary, she has no private life and in her all the others and the whole world coexist. In the center of the dance hall, impersonal and free, I am there. I contemplate all these lives, all these faces at once. If I turned away from them they would immediately disappear like a neglected landscape. What strengthens Françoise's certainty is that, by extraordinary luck, love itself has not made her reach her limits. Without doubt, Pierre is no longer for her an object in her own world, a setting of her life, as other men are. But he is no longer an other. Françoise and Pierre have established such sincerity between them and constructed such a machine of language that they can remain together even in what they experience separately, remaining free in their union. There was only one life and in center a being of which one could say neither him nor me, but only us. With each thought, each episode of the day being communicated and shared, each feeling immediately interpreted and put into dialogue, being together is nourished by everything that happens to each person. Pierre is not for Françoise an opaque being who masks everything else, he is only a behavior as clear for her as for himself, in relation to a world which is not his private world, but as well as that of Françoise. To tell the truth, there are cracks in this construction from the start. Simone de Beauvoir indicates some of them. The book begins with a sacrifice by Françoise. Françoise looked at the beautiful green eyes under the curled eyelashes, her mouth attentive. If I had wanted. Perhaps it was not too late. But what could she want? Consolation is convenient. I lose nothing, Françoise said to herself, since I am my love for Pierre. However, she is not to the point of not seeing Gerbert, of not thinking of love with him, and of immediately declaring these first private thoughts to Pierre. The elsewhere and the other are not suppressed, they are only repressed. Is Françoise entirely in the being together that they have built? Is this common world that their tireless conversations recreate and enlarge every day the world itself, or is it not an artificial environment, and have they not exchanged the complacency of the interior life for those of life together? Everyone questions themselves in front of the other, but before whom will they be questioned together? Françoise ingenuously declares that the center of Paris is still where she is. This brings to mind children who, too, have no interior life and always believe they are in the middle of the world since they even project their dreams into it, but who nonetheless remain in full subjectivity, since they do not distinguish them from true things. Like children, Françoise always shrinks away from new things because they risk disrupting the environment she has built for herself. The true world, with all its asperities, does not admit of so much precaution. If Françoise and Pierre arouse so much envy and even hatred around them, don't the others feel excluded by this two-headed prodigy, never welcomed by them, but always betrayed by Françoise with Pierre, by Pierre with Françoise? Elizabeth and soon Xavier feel emptied of their substance and receive in exchange only strictly measured benefits. This eternal love of Pierre and Françoise holds its place well in time. If he is not threatened by Pierre's other loves, it is on the condition that Pierre tells Françoise about them, that they become objects that we talk about, simple provinces in their world together, and that Pierre does not never commits to it for good. It turns out that Pierre himself subscribes to these conditions. You know very well, he said, that I never feel compromised by what happens within me. For him, to love is to want to exist and count for the other. To make me love her is to impose myself on her, it is to introduce myself into her world and to triumph there according to her own values. You know well that this is the kind of triumph which I have a manic need. But do the women he loves ever exist absolutely for him? His stories are not his true story, which is only experienced with Françoise. His need for other loves is a concern for the other, the concern to have his mastery recognized and a brief way of verifying the universality of his life. Since Françoise does not feel free to love Gerbert, how could she leave Pierre free to love other women? Whatever she says, she does not like Pierre's actual freedom, she does not like Pierre loving another woman for good, she only loves him in his freedom if it is a freedom of indifference that commits nowhere. Françoise, like Pierre, remains free to be loved, but not to love, they are confiscated by each other, and this is why Françoise recoils from a love with Gerbert, which would put her at stake, and seeks the tenderness of Xavier, which, she believes at least, will confirm it in herself. What enchanted her above all was to have annexed this sad little existence to her life. Nothing ever gave Françoise such strong joys as this kind of possession, Xavier's gestures, her face, her very life. Needed Françoise to exist. As the peoples of Europe felt, under the universalist policy of the Convention, French imperialism, the others cannot fail to feel frustrated if they are only annexes in the world of Pierre and Françoise, and to guess beneath their generosity a very calculated enterprise. The other is never admitted between them except with circumspection and as a guest. Will he be content with this role? The presence of Xavier suddenly reveals the metaphysical drama that Pierre and Françoise had managed to forget through their generosity. They obtained, each in their own way, the appearance of happiness and plenitude through a general renunciation. Me, said Xavier, I was not born resigned. They believed they could overcome jealousy through the omnipotence of language. When Xavier is asked in turn to put her life into words, I don't have a public soul, she replies, and there should be no mistake, the silence she demands is perhaps be that of equivocations and suspicious feelings, but perhaps also that where, beyond all arguments and motives, true adhesion is achieved. That night, she said to Pierre, she gave an almost painful grin, you seem to be experiencing things for once, and not just talking about them. Xavier calls into question all the conventions by which Françoise and Pierre had believed to make their love invulnerable. We could explain the drama of the guest in psychological terms. Xavier is flirtatious, Pierre desires her and Françoise is jealous. It wouldn't be wrong. It would only be superficial. What is coquetry, if not the need to be valuable to others with the fear of commitment? What is desire? We do not just desire a body, we desire a being to occupy it and reign over it. Pierre's desire merges with his awareness of Xavier as a precious being, and its value comes from the fact that she is completely what she experiences, as shown by her gestures and her face at every moment. Finally, saying that Françoise is jealous is only a way of saying that Pierre has turned to Xavier, that for once he is experiencing love, and that no verbal communication, no fidelity to the conventions established between Françoise and he cannot reintegrate this love into Françoise's world. The drama is therefore not psychological, it is metaphysical. Françoise believed she could bind herself to Pierre by leaving him free, not distinguish between herself and him, wanting herself by wanting him as everyone wants others in the kingdom of ends. Kantian. The appearance of Xavier not only reveals to them a being from which their values are excluded, but also that they are excluded from each other and each from themselves. Between Kantian consciousnesses, agreement is always self-evident, they discover individual inherence, the Hegelian self which pursues the death of the other. The pages where Françoise witnesses the ruin of her artificial world are perhaps the most beautiful in the book. She is no longer as if by a natural privilege at the heart of things, there is a center of the world from which she is excluded, it is the place where Pierre and Xavier must find themselves. With others, things slip out of her grasp and become the strange debris of a world to which she no longer has the key. The future ceases to be the natural extension of the present, time fragments. Françoise is nothing more than an anonymous being, without history, a mass of chilled flesh. She now knows that there are incommunicable situations and that we can only understand by dealing with them. There is a unique pulsation which projected before her a living present, a future, a world, which animated language for her, and this pulsation has ceased. Should we even say that Pierre loves Xavier? A feeling is a name that we give by convention to a series of moments, and life, lucidly considered, is reduced to this teeming of moments which only have a common meaning by chance. In any case, the love of Pierre and Françoise only seemed to defy time to the extent that it had lost its reality. We only escape the fragmentation of time by an act of faith which now appears to Françoise as a voluntary illusion. All love is a verbal construction, or at most a scholastic form from which life has withdrawn. They liked to believe that they had no interior life, that they really lived a common life. But finally, if it is true that Pierre does not accept complicity against Françoise with anyone, is he not at least in complicity with himself, and at each moment is it not from his solitude where he judges her that he rushes back into the interworld that they have built? From then on, Françoise can no longer know herself through interior testimony alone, she can no longer doubt that she is, under the gaze of this couple, a true object, and, for the first time, in their eyes she sees herself clearly. Outside. So what is she? A woman of 30, a grown woman, for whom many things are already irrevocably impossible, who, for example, will never know how to dance well. For the first time she has the feeling of being her body, even though she thought she was a consciousness. She sacrificed everything to this myth, she became incapable of drawing from herself an act that was her own, of living in the intimacy of her desires, and that is why she ceased to be precious to Pierre, as Xavier knows so well to be. This purity, this disinterestedness, this morality that we admired, she comes to hate, because they were part of the same fiction. She and Pierre believed they had overcome individuality, she believed they had overcome jealousy and selfishness. How to know? When she has truly recognized the existence of others and accepted the objective aspect of her life that she sees in the eyes of others, how could Françoise consider the feeling she has of herself to be indubitable? How can we recognize an inner reality? Has Pierre stopped loving her? Or is Françoise jealous? Does she really despise jealousy? Isn't the very doubt that she casts on this contempt not a construction? An alienated consciousness can no longer believe itself. At the moment when every project is thus undone and even the grip of the self on itself, death, which the projects passed through until now without even suspecting it, becomes the only truth, since it is in it that the pulverization of time and life. Françoise is rejected from life. The illness that occurs is a kind of temporary solution. In the clinic where she was taken, she no longer asks questions, she no longer feels abandoned because she has broken with her life. The center of the world is for the moment in this room, the big business of the day is the temperature, the X-ray examination, the first meal that we are going to give him. All objects have mysteriously regained their value, this carafe of orangeade on the table, this rippling wall are interesting in themselves, each passing moment is full and sufficient, and when his friends emerge from Paris, they emerge from nothing with each appearance, they are intermittent like theater characters. Their small discussions that they bring near his bed are without reality compared to his solitude which is no longer an isolation. She has withdrawn from her human world where she suffered into the natural world where she finds frozen peace. As they say so well, she really had an illness. Or perhaps the crisis that is unfolding was only so violent because of the fatigue and the illness that was beginning. Françoise herself will never know. Clearly, all life is ambiguous and there is no way of knowing the true meaning of what we do, perhaps there is not even a true meaning of our actions. In the same way, when Françoise takes her place between Pierre and Xavier with new strength, we cannot know if the decisions she makes contain more truth in themselves, or if they only express well-being. And the optimism of recovery. During his retirement, Xavier and Pierre became closer, they ended up agreeing that they loved each other. This time, we must not give in to shady suffering. Perhaps after all, Françoise only felt abandoned because she kept herself apart. Perhaps she will be able to join this couple which has already formed without her, perhaps they will all three be able to live the same life, if only Françoise also takes on the trio's business. She now knows that there is solitude, that everyone decides for themselves, that everyone is condemned to their own actions, she has lost the illusion of communication without obstacles, that of given happiness and that of purity. But if precisely the obstacles had only come from his refusal, if happiness could be achieved, if freedom consisted, not in removing oneself from all earthly inherences, but in surpassing them by accepting them, if Xavier had delivered them of scholasticism where their love was dying, if she finally decided to throw herself forward with all her strength, instead of remaining where she was, her arms dangling and empty. It was so simple, This love which suddenly filled his heart with sweetness had always been within reach of his hand, he only had to reach out, this timid and miserly hand. So she will extend her hand. She will manage to stay with Pierre in his jealous passion for Xavier and until the very moment when he spies on her through a keyhole. And yet the trio will fail. Because it's a trio? It is true that the company is strange. It is essential for love to be total, since the one who loves someone, and not qualities, and the loved one wants to feel justified in their very existence. The presence of a third party, even if he or she is also loved, introduces an ulterior motive into the love of each person for each other. The trio would only really exist if we could no longer distinguish between two couples of lovers and a couple of friends, if each loved the other two with the same heart and in return expected them as their own good, not only the love they have for him, but also the love they have for each other, if finally they lived as three instead of living two by two in alternating complicity, with, from time to time at another, a plenary meeting. This is impossible, not much more than a couple after all, because in the couple everyone remains in complicity with themselves, the love we receive is not the same love we give. Even as a couple, the unity of immediate lives is not possible, it is the tasks, the common projects that make the couple. No more than the trio, the human couple is a natural reality, the failure of the trio cannot be attributed to some natural predisposition. Should we therefore attribute it to Xavier's faults? She is jealous of Pierre, jealous of Françoise, jealous of the consideration they have for their friends. She is perverse and disrupts all this diplomacy to see what will happen. She is selfish, that is to say, she never leaves herself and never lives in others. Xavier did not seek the pleasure of others, she selfishly delighted in the pleasure of giving pleasure. She never lends herself or gives herself to any project, she does not agree to work to become an actress, to cross Paris to see a film, she never sacrifices the immediate, she never leaves the moment, she always adheres to what she feels. So there is a kind of intimacy that she will always shy away from, we live next to her, we don't live with her. She remains fixed on herself, locked in states of mind of which one is never sure of the truth, of which there is perhaps even no truth. But what do we know? Do we know what Xavier would be like in another situation? Here, as everywhere, moral judgment does not go far. Françoise's love for Pierre succeeds in accepting Pierre's love for Xavier because it is deeper and older. But, for precisely the same reason, Xavier cannot accept the love of Pierre and Françoise. She feels they agree over her head, they experienced, before meeting her, a whole love together, more essential than the taste they have of her. Isn't it precisely the torture of the trio that makes her incapable of loving Pierre or loving Françoise for good? It's not Xavier's fault, nor Françoise's, nor Pierre's, and it's everyone's fault. Everyone is totally responsible, since, if he had acted differently, the others, in turn, would have treated him differently, and everyone can feel innocent since the freedom of others was invisible to him and they presented a face to him. Frozen like destiny. It is impossible to take into account what is due to each person in the tragedy, to assess responsibilities, to give a true version of the story, to put the events into perspective. There is no last judgment. Not only do we not know the truth of the drama, but there is none, no other side of things where the true and the false, the just and the unjust are decided. We are mixed up with the world and with others in an inextricable confusion. Xavier sees Françoise as an abandoned, jealous woman, armed with bitter patience. Of this judgment which so greatly outrages Françoise, there is not a word that she herself has not said in a low voice. It is very true that she felt isolated, that she wanted to be loved as Xavier was, and that she not wanted, but supported Pierre's love for Xavier. This does not mean that Xavier is right. If Françoise had been abandoned, Xavier would not have felt so well how much she mattered to Pierre. If she had been jealous, she would not have suffered with him when he himself was jealous of Xavier. She loved Pierre in his freedom. One could answer, it is true, that François ceases to be jealous to the exact extent that Pierre's love for Xavier ceases to be happy. And so on endlessly. The truth is that our actions do not admit of a single motive and explanation, and that they are, as Freud profoundly put it, overdetermined. You were jealous of me, said Xavier to Françoise, because Labrousse loved me. You made him disgusted with me and, to better take revenge, you took Gerbert from me. Is it true, is it false? Where is Françoise? Is it what she thinks of herself or what Xavier thinks of her? Françoise did not intend to make Xavier suffer. She finally gave in to her tenderness for Gerbert because she understood that everyone has their own life and that after so many years of renunciation she wanted to verify her own existence. But is the meaning of our actions in our intentions or in the effects they produce externally? Further, are these effects ever completely unknown to us and are they also not wanted? This secret love for Gerbert must have appeared to Xavier as revenge. Françoise could guess this, and by loving Gerbert, she implicitly accepted this consequence. Should we even say implicitly? Rigid as an instruction. Austere and pure as an ice cube. Devoted, disdained, stuck in hollow moralities. And she said, no. Françoise wanted to break the image of herself that she had seen in Xavier's eyes. Isn't this, in her own language, the way of expressing that she wanted revenge on Xavier? It is not about an unconscious that we must speak here. Xavier and the story of the trio are very expressly at the origin of the adventure with Gerbert. Simply all our actions have several meanings, in particular that which they offer to external witnesses, and we assume them all by acting, since the others are the permanent coordinates of our life. From the moment we sense their existence, we commit ourselves to being, among other things, what they think of us, since we recognize their exorbitant power to see us. Françoise will be what Xavier thinks of her, without recourse, as long as Xavier exists. Hence the crime which ends the book, and which is not a solution, since Xavier's death will eternalize the image of Françoise that she carried within her at the moment of death. Was there a solution? We can imagine Xavier, repentant or ill, calling Françoise to confess her deceit. Françoise would have been very frivolous to go away in peace. The exaltation of repentance or that of the last moments possess no privilege. One may well have the feeling of concluding one's life, of dominating it, and solemnly distributing pardons and curses. There is no evidence that the converted or the dying person understands others and himself better than he did before. At each moment we have no other resource than to act according to the judgments that we have formed with all the honesty and intelligence of which we are capable, as if they were incontestable. But it would be dishonest and stupid to ever feel acquitted by the judgment of others. One moment of time cannot erase the other. Xavier's confession could not erase Xavier's hatred, just as Pierre's return to Françoise does not cancel the moments when he loved Xavier more than anything. 3. There is no absolute innocence and, for the same reason, no absolute guilt. Every action responds to a factual situation that we have not entirely chosen and for which, in this sense, we are not absolutely responsible. Is it Pierre and Françoise's fault if they are both 30 years old and Xavier 20? Is it still their fault if, by their mere presence, they condemn Elizabeth to feeling frustrated and alienated? Is it their fault they were born? How could we ever feel absolutely united with any of our actions, even those we deliberately chose, since at least the necessity of a choice was imposed on us from without and we were thrown into the world without consult us? The general and original guilt with which fate charges us by making us born in a certain time, in a certain environment, with a certain face, conditions, and overflows all particular guilt, and if, whatever we do, we can never feel justified, does not our conduct become indifferent? The world is made in such a way that our actions change meaning by going outside of us and unfolding outside. Françoise can search through her memories. The moments she spent with Gerbert in this country contain nothing but radiant and pure. The same love shows Xavier a ignoble face. As it is always like this, as it is an inevitable destiny for us to be seen differently than we see ourselves, we rightly have the feeling that the accusations that come from outside do not entirely concern us. The contingency fundamental of our life makes us feel foreign to the trial that others make of us. All conduct will always be absurd in an absurd world, and we will always be able to decline responsibility for it since, through the center of ourselves, we are not in the world. It is true that we remain free to accept and refuse life. By accepting it we assume the actual situations, our body, our face, our ways of being, we take our responsibilities, we sign a contract with the world and with men. But this freedom, which is the condition of all morality, at the same time establishes an absolute immoralism, since it remains entire, in me as in others, after each fault, and it makes us new beings at each moment. What conduct, what relationships could therefore be preferable for freedoms that nothing can endanger? Whether we insist on the conditioning of our existence or on the contrary on our absolute freedom, there is no intrinsic and objective value of our actions, in the first case because there are no degrees in the absurd and that no behavior can save us from waste, in the second case, because there are no degrees of freedom and no behavior can ruin anyone. The fact is that the characters in the Guest are devoid of moral sense. They do not find good and evil in things, they do not believe that human life has, in itself, defined requirements and carries within itself its own rules like that of trees or bees. They take the world as an unfinished work, according to the profound words of Malebranche, they question it curiously, they treat it in various ways. What they are reproached for is that it's not so much their actions, because after all adultery, perversions, crime fill all the books, and literary critics have seen others. The smallest sub-prefecture has more than one ménage à trois. But a threesome is still a household. The way to admit on the contrary that Pierre, Françoise, and Xavier so completely ignore the wholly natural law of the couple and honestly try to form a trio? Even in the strictest societies, the sinner is always admitted because he is part of the system and, as a sinner, he does not question the principles. What we cannot tolerate in Pierre and Françoise is such an ingenuous disavowal of morality, it is this air of frankness and youth, this absolute lack of importance, of vertigo and remorse, it is, in a word, that they think as they act and act as they think. Are these qualities only acquired through skepticism, and do we want to say that absolute immoralism is the last word of an existential philosophy? No way. There is a skeptical nuance of existentialism which is certainly not that of Ellen White. Under the pretext that any rational or linguistic operation condenses a certain depth of existence and is obscure in itself, we conclude that nothing can be said with certainty. Under the pretext that the actions of men lose all meaning if we detach them from their context and if we break them down into their material elements, like the gestures of a man whom I see without hearing through the window of a cabin telephone, we conclude that all conduct is insane. It is easy to remove all meaning from language and actions and make them appear absurd if we look at them from a far enough distance. This was Voltaire's process in Micromegas. It remains to understand this other marvel that, in an absurd world, language and behavior have meaning for those who speak and act. Existentialism in the hands of French writers is always threatened with falling back to this isolating analysis which fragments time into discontinuous moments, reducing life to a collection of states of consciousness. As far as Simone de Beauvoir is concerned, she is not exposed to this reproach. His book shows the existence between two limits, on the one hand the immediate closed on itself, below all words and all commitment, this is Xavier, on the other an absolute confidence in the language and in rational decisions, an existence that empties itself by transcending itself, that is Françoise at the beginning of the book. Between this fragmented time and this eternity which falsely believes it transcends time, lies effective existence, which unfolds in cycles of conduct, is organized like a melody and through its projects crosses time without leaving it. Without doubt there is no solution to human problems, no way to eliminate the transcendence of time, the separation of consciousnesses, which can always reappear and threaten our commitments, no way to verify the authenticity of these commitments, which can always, in a moment of fatigue, appear to us as artificial conventions. But between these two limits where it perishes, total existence is the decision by which we enter time to create our life there. Every human project is contradictory, since it both calls for and rejects its realization. We would never seek anything if not to obtain it, and yet, if what I seek today must one day be achieved, that is to say surpassed, why seek it? You have to look for it because today is today and tomorrow is tomorrow. I can no more look at my present from the point of view of the future than the earth from the point of view of Sirius. I would not love someone if it were not with the hope of being recognized by them, and yet this recognition only counts if it is always free, that is to say never acquired. But in fact, there is love. Between the moments of my time, as between my time and that of others, and despite the competition between them, there is communication, if I want, if I do not evade it through bad faith, if I am of good will, if I sink into the time which separates us and connects us as the Christian sinks into God. True morality does not consist of following external rules or respecting objective values, there is no way to be just and to be saved. But rather than the unusual situation of the three characters of the guest, we would do well to note the good faith, fidelity to promises, respect for others, generosity, seriousness of the two principles. Because the value is there. It consists of actively being what we are by chance, of establishing this communication with others and with ourselves of which our temporal structure offers us the chance and of which our freedom is only the beginning. A scandalous author. For those who know Sartre, his literary destiny offers at first glance a mystery. There is no less provocative man and yet, as an author, he causes a scandal. I met him 20 years ago, one day when the École Normale was unleashed against one of my classmates and me because we had whistled traditional songs, which were too crude for our liking. He slipped between our persecutors and us, and, in the heroic and ridiculous situation in which we had found ourselves, provided us with an escape without concessions and without damage. In the prison camp where he stayed for a year, this Antichrist had established cordial relations with a large number of priests and Jesuits who consulted him as a man of sense on certain points of Marian theology. Literature colleagues who do not like his ideas sometimes approach him with the intention of making him angry, and propose theses, they believe, that are most contrary to his own. He thinks, nods, agrees, and gives his interlocutors 100 good reasons to persevere in their direction. This corrupter of youth teaches those who consult him on some personal problem that their situation is unique, that no one can decide for them and that they must judge for themselves. This advertising genius lends still unpublished manuscripts to friends who lose them or to obscure people who take them abroad. He rejects flattering young people, because they have time to learn about life. He listens to boring old men, because they are old men. We have never seen this demonic novelist lack tact towards the worst solicitors, provided they are simple like him. Hell is other people does not mean, heaven is me. If others are the instrument of our torture, it is because they are first and foremost essential to our salvation. We are mixed up with them in such a way that we must, as best we can, establish order in this chaos. Sartre put Garçon in hell, not because he was perhaps a coward, but because he made his wife suffer. This author without respect scrupulously observes towards others the Stendhalian rule which condemns lack of consideration. This kind of goodness comes across in the characters of his novels. Matthew, in The Age of Reason, accepts being a husband and father. Marcel has only one word to say. If he does not seduce Ivich, it is because he despises the ceremony of seduction, words that contradict actions, obstinacy, oblique means, lying behavior. It is ultimately because he does not recognize his rights on her, that he respects her and wants her to be free. We will not find in Sartre's novels, except on the hell side, these stabbing words which delight Bernstein's critics. We will not find there, except as satire and in the sacrificed characters, chiaroscuro, self-indulgence, sensuality. Sartre's favorite characters have unusual goodwill and cleanliness. Why then did the almost unanimous newspaper criticism speak of mud, of immorality, of spinelessness. The very virtues of his heroes must have something that makes them either invisible or even odious to common sense. Let's try to decipher the riddle. The complaints most often made against him are revealing. His books, it is said, are full of ugliness. Emile Henriot, who seems to be a man of taste, cited the episode of the Age of Reason where Ivich drinks foolishly, makes himself ill, and which ends with two sacrilegious lines: about to become famous, a sour little smell of vomit escaped from his pure mouth. Matthew inhaled this smell passionately. The same author or another denounced as intolerable the chapter of reprieve where the beginnings of a love between two Burke patients are recounted, with all the humiliations that result for them from their sick state. The critics think they have said it all when they have demonstrated in Sartre a certain predilection for the horrible. The real question is to know what is the function and meaning of the horrible in Sartre's works. It is a habit, but perhaps it is nothing more, to define art by the beauty of its objects. Hegel found there only the formula of a classical art that had disappeared since the dawn of Christianity. The romantic art that appeared then did not represent the harmony of the spirit and appearances, which was the beauty of the Greek god, but on the contrary their disagreement. Romantic art no longer aspires to reproduce life in its state of infinite serenity, on the contrary, it turns its back on the summit of beauty, it involves the interiority of all the accidental of external formations and grants an unlimited place for the marked traits of what is the antithesis of beauty. The ugly or the horrible is the fundamental discordance of the inside and the outside. The spirit appearing in things is a scandal among them, and conversely things in their bare existence are scandalous to the spirit. Romantic art imprints an accidental character both outside and inside, establishes between these two aspects a separation which signifies the very negation of art, and highlights the necessity for consciousness to discover, for apprehension of truth, of higher forms than those provided by art. If the interior meets the exterior, it will not be in harmony or beauty, but through the violence of the sublime. Now, without raising our tone and without looking for paradox, we can find in the sentence of the Age of Reason which shocks Emile Henriot so much as a little sublime, without eloquence and without illusions, which is, I believe, an invention of our time. For a long time we have been talking about man as an angel and a beast at the same time, but most of the critics are less bold than Pascal. They are loath to mix the angelic and the animal in man. They need something beyond human disorder, and if they do not find it in religion, they seek it in a religion of beauty. The complaint of ugliness here joins another, more general one. When Sartre wrote that every work of art expressed a position with regard to the problems of human life, and when he recently sought to rediscover the vital decision by which Baudelaire gave himself the themes of his suffering and his poetry, we have noted the same unease or the same anger, this time among considerable writers. "You are bringing us back to barbarism," Gide roughly said. And those who do not allow Flaubert or Baudelaire to be questioned about the use they have made of their lives will repeat to console themselves that Sartre is not an artist. If the religion of art does not allow itself to be mixed with the generality of life, it risks becoming a technique of beauty. In art, there are no problems, says Gide in a sentence that is itself too pretty, for which the work of art is not a sufficient solution. Sartre, less than anyone, disputes that the work of art belongs to the imagination, that in this sense it transforms the prose of life and that expression poses problems. He only believes that the imaginary life of the writer and his actual life form a whole or come from a single source, the way he has chosen to treat the world, others, death, and time. No writer is less biographical than Sartre, he only ever delivered his ideas in works, and we have so far no diary of his. No one is therefore less inclined than him to explain ideas or works by the circumstances of life. It is about something completely different, going back to the undivided choice which is the choice simultaneously of a life and of a certain kind of art. He questions the artist like any other man about his fundamental decision, not that the operation of art is reduced to the proportions of everyday language, but vice versa, because he believes he finds in every man the moment of self-expression or creation. Everything happens at the level of life because life is metaphysical. The misunderstanding of Sartre and the artists is that they do not sufficiently question art and culture as separate domains, that they retain the nostalgia for order and perfection as attributes of man. After the defeat of 1940, Gide read and reread, he tackled Alexander, he resumed Hermann and Dorothea, he discusses assonance and the use of conjunctions, he enjoys discovering in Hugo a hemistich of Mallarmé. He lives in the world of culture and the exquisite. One would believe that all men, and Gide himself, are only in the world to make works of art and beauty possible, like the plant to grow its flowers. But it is here Gide who must be invoked against Gide. Whether an encounter or an incident occurs, the occasion always finds him sensitive and attentive, and concrete humanity bursts into the newspaper. So Gide regrets not having seen the war more closely, not having had more adventure. Then contact is resumed with raw life, then reappears this admirable intelligence of others which, as a fundamental passion, alternates in Gide's mind with the religion of art. Then man is no longer the simple bearer of works of art, his bare and fortuitous existence is absolutely valid in itself, and, when he arrives at the problem of the ultimate foundation, Gide gives the question an answer which is to almost that of Sartre. The more we think about it, the more we are penetrated by this obvious truth: it makes no sense. But what the hell did you want it to mean? Man is a miracle without interest. But what in the world would it take for this miracle to take on importance in your eyes, for you to judge it worthy of interest? Beyond the serenity of the work of art, what is interesting is the unjustified existence of man. Perhaps Sartre is scandalous as Gide was, because he places the value of man in his imperfection. I don't love man, said Gide, I love what devours him. Sartre's freedom devours the constituted man. Matter, the sky, the harvests, the animals are beautiful. The man's attitudes and even clothing attest that he does not belong to this order. It is literally a flaw in the diamond of the world. With regard to this being which is not a being, which has neither fixed instincts, nor point of balance and rest, things lose their sufficiency and their obviousness, and, through a sudden reversal, appear arbitrary and of too much, while he himself in the world of things is also too much. Ugliness is the collision of man as nothing or as free, and of nature as plenitude and destiny. If humanism is the religion of man as a natural species or the religion of the completed man, Sartre is as far from it today as ever. Nothing is pure or absolutely venerable about what men do, not even and especially not the perfect moments that they carve out for themselves in life or in art. At the end of Nausea a tune of music finally offered something incontestable. But it was not by chance that Sartre had chosen some of these days for this final elevation. He thus declined in advance the religion of art and its consolations. Man can go beyond his contingency in what he creates, but every expression, just like great art, is an act of man's birth. The miracle happens everywhere and at ground level, not in the privileged sky of the fine arts. The principle of order and that of disorder are a single principle, the contingency of things and our freedom which dominates it are made of the same cloth. When Sartre, today, calls himself a humanist, it is not that he has changed his mind, because what he respects in man is this fundamental imperfection by which he is and is alone capable to do. The savagery of Nausea is still there. Simply, Sartre realized that, at the very moment when he judged them harshly, men were close to his heart. No matter what I do, he said one day in front of the crowded Luxembourg station, these fellows interest me. He realized that any attempt to live apart was hypocritical, because we are mysteriously related, that others see us, that they thus become an inalienable dimension of our life, that they become ourselves. The ties of blood or species would be nothing, each of us is generic in what is most unique to us, since our freedom awaits the recognition of others and needs them to become what it is. The threat of war and the experience of occupation revealed the positive value hidden beneath the sarcasm of nausea. Sartre said, 15 years ago, that politics is unthinkable. He has since discovered that we have to think about it well since we live it, and that there must be something valid in it since we have experienced absolute evil. It is a question of conveying in human relations and transmuting into history this radical freedom which is the negation of humanity as a given species and the call for a humanity which is being created. We can predict to Sartre that this new language will not win anyone over. On the Christian side as well as on the Marxist side, it seems that we are in a hurry to forget what was harsh and savage at the origin of both traditions. Matthew, in the age of reason, may well be of good will and ready to sacrifice his own tastes. This will not be counted on him, that is not what we are asking of him. We would like him to do it in the name of a natural law. He is surprised to be a man, to be a father, ready to accept the consequences of this situation. We would like him to revere it and take glory from it. In the decadence into which religious thought threatens to fall, any slightly violent description of the paradox of humanity shocks and is considered diabolical. As if Christianity had anything to do with nature fetishism, as if it had not destroyed the bonds of blood and family to create the bonds of the spirit. 50 years ago, Christians found before them a summary rationalism in the light of which religion was nothing but pure absurdity. But the rationalists of the old school did not question the customs of constituted humanity. They limited themselves to basing them on reason. Their freedom was a freedom of good company. This is why, after having polemicized against them for a long time, Catholics today seem to regret them and reserve their severity for Sartre. On the Marxist side, an analogous phenomenon occurs. We generally seem more curious about the 18th century than about Hegel or Marx. We talk much less about dialectics than about science. We compete in distrust of the subject, even to the point of exposing Descartes without saying a word about it. Cogito. Whereas Marxism is entirely built on the idea that there is no destiny, that the laws of sociology are only valid within the framework of a certain historical state of society, that it is up to man to take back the social apparatus in his hands and to transform the history suffered into a desired history, while it supposes, consequently, a view of history as open history, of man as creator of its fate and should be in sympathy with all forms of radical criticism, we see on the contrary, among most Marxists, an astonishing timidity. Their criticism is no longer a criticism that surpasses and conquers, it is a criticism that warns, restrains, and scolds. The master virtue is no longer audacity, it is prudence. We wisely wonder if the freedom of the artist is compatible with morality and with the functioning of society. It is doubtful that Sartre's morality, when he publishes it, will disarm criticism. Even if he founds in his own way an objectivity of values, even if he admits that they are offered by our situation at the same time as invented by us, we will always reproach him for submitting them to our unconditional recognition and assent. This what, however, did a philosopher like Lano do in less timid times. However, he will not give in on this. When people talk to me about freedom, he once said, it's as if they were talking to me about myself. It merges with this transparency or this agility which is not of the world and which makes, as he wrote, freedom mortal. There is an intuition there that we can overcome, but from which we cannot return and which will always displease those who want to sleep. It is said that a French journalist, having sent a recently published lecture by Sartre to a Soviet critic, apologizing in advance for the delay, was surprised to receive in response a praise from the work. There is there, said the critic, a spark that we need. This Soviet was right. But will it be heard? The same Cartesian virtue of generosity which makes Sartre's conduct human and reassuring will always make his books disturbing, because they reveal its pre-human root. The same reasons make the man conciliatory and the author scandalous. He will therefore go his way, between the complete esteem of some and the anger of others. There is no need to worry that the spark will go out. As the journalists attached the label of existentialism to his back, Sartre initially protested. Then he said to himself one day that after all he had no right to refuse the label, which is what others see of him. He therefore bravely took the side of existentialism. But those who assume dogmatism do not know him well. Even when he applies himself to the work that fate offers him, it is never without a smile. We can hope that this freedom is realized in heavier literary images, but we cannot say too much about it. It is truly the salt of the earth. There is no doubt that the sleepers and servants will be missing. It is good that, from time to time, there is a free man. Cinema and the New Psychology. Classical psychology considers our visual field as a sum or mosaic of sensations, each of which strictly depends on the local retinal excitation that corresponds to it. The New Psychology shows first of all that, even when considering our simplest and most immediate sensations, we cannot admit this parallelism between them and the nervous phenomenon which conditions them. Our retina is far from being homogeneous. In some of its parts it is blind, for example for blue or red, and yet, when I look at a blue or red surface, I do not see any discolored area. This is because, from the level of simple color vision, my perception is not limited to recording what is prescribed to it by retinal excitations, but reorganizes them in such a way as to re-establish the homogeneity of the field. Generally speaking, we must conceive of it, not as a mosaic, but as a system of configurations. What is first and comes first in our perception are not juxtaposed elements, but wholes. We group the stars into constellations as the ancients already did, and yet many other layouts of the celestial map are, a priori, possible. If we are presented with the series A B C D E F G H I J, we always couple the points according to the formula A B, C D, E F, etc., while the grouping B C, D E F G, etc., is in principle equally probable. The patient who contemplates the tapestry in his room suddenly sees it transform if the drawing and the figure become background, while what is usually seen as background becomes figure. The aspect of the world for us would be turned upside down if we succeeded in seeing as things the intervals between things, for example the space between the trees on the boulevard, and reciprocally as a background the things themselves, the trees of the boulevard. This is what happens in riddles. The rabbit or the hunter were not visible, because the elements of these figures were dislocated and integrated into other shapes. For example, what will be the rabbit's ear is not visible. Was still only the empty space between two trees in the forest. The rabbit and the hunter appear through a new segregation of the field, through a new organization of the whole. Camouflage is the art of hiding a shape by introducing the main lines that define it into other, more compelling shapes. We can apply the same kind of analysis to the perceptions of hearing. Simply, it will no longer be a question of shapes in space, but of temporal shapes. For example, a melody is a sound figure. It does not mix with the background noises that may accompany it, like the sound of a horn that we hear in the distance during a concert. The melody is not a sum of notes, each note only counts for the function it exerts in the whole, and this is why the melody is not noticeably changed if we transpose it, that is to say if we change all the notes that compose it, respecting the relationships and the structure of the whole. On the other hand, a single change in these relationships is enough to modify the total physiognomy of the melody. This perception of the whole is more natural and more primitive than that of isolated elements. In experiments on the conditioned reflex where dogs are trained to respond with a salivary secretion to a light or a sound, frequently associating this light or this sound upon the presentation of a piece of meat, we see that the training acquired with regard to a certain sequence of notes is acquired at the same time with regard to any melody of the same structure. Analytical perception, which gives us the absolute value of isolated elements, therefore corresponds to a late and exceptional attitude. It is that of the scientist who observes or the philosopher who reflects. The perception of forms, in the very general sense of structure, set or configuration, must be considered as our spontaneous mode of perception. On yet another point, modern psychology overturns the prejudices of classical physiology and psychology. It is a commonplace to say that we have 5 senses and, at first glance, each of them is like a world without communication with the others. Light or colors that act on the eye do not act on the ears or touch. And yet we have known for a long time that some blind people are able to represent the colors they cannot see by means of the sounds they hear. For example, a blind man said that the red must be something like a trumpet blast. But we have long thought that these were exceptional phenomena. In reality, the phenomenon is general. In mescaline intoxication, sounds are regularly accompanied by spots of color whose shade, shape, and pitch vary with the timbre, intensity and pitch of the sounds. Even normal subjects speak of warm, cold, garish, or harsh colors, of clear, high, bright, rough or mellow sounds, of soft noises, of penetrating perfumes. Cézanne said that we see the velvety, hardness, softness, and even the smell of objects. My perception is therefore not a sum of visual, tactile, auditory data. I perceive in an undivided way with my total being. I grasp a unique structure of the thing, a unique way of existing which speaks at the same time to all my senses. Naturally, classical psychology knew well that there are relationships between the different parts of my visual field as well as between the data of my different senses. But for her this unity was constructed, she related it to intelligence and memory. I say that I see men passing in the street, writes Descartes in a famous passage from the Meditations, but in reality what do I see exactly? I only see hats and coats, which could just as easily cover dolls which only move by springs, and if I say that I see men, it is because I grasp by an inspection of the mind this that I thought I saw with my own eyes. I am convinced that objects continue to exist when I do not see them, for example behind my back. But obviously, for classical thought, these invisible objects only exist for me because my judgment keeps them present. Even the objects in front of me are not properly seen, but only thought. Thus I cannot see a cube, that is to say a solid formed of 6 faces and 12 equal edges. I only ever see a perspective figure in which the lateral faces are deformed and the dorsal face completely hidden. If I speak of cubes, it is because my mind straightens these appearances, restores the hidden side. I cannot see the cube according to its geometric definition, I can only think about it. The perception of movement shows even better to what extent intelligence intervenes in the so-called vision. When my train, stopped at the station, starts moving, it often happens that I think I see the one stopped next to mine starting. Sensory data by themselves is therefore neutral and capable of receiving different interpretations depending on the hypothesis on which my mind stops. Generally speaking, classical psychology therefore makes perception a true deciphering of sensitive data by intelligence and as the beginning of science. Signs are given to me, and I have to extract their meaning. A text is offered to me and I have to read or interpret it. Even when it takes into account the unity of the perceptual field, classical psychology still remains faithful to the notion of sensation, which provides the starting point of the analysis. It is because it first conceived visual data as a mosaic of sensation that it needs to base the unity of the perceptual field on an operation of intelligence. What does the theory of form bring us on this point? By resolutely rejecting the notion of sensation, it teaches us to no longer distinguish between signs and their meaning, what is felt and what is judged. How could we define exactly the color of an object without mentioning the substance it is made of, for example the blue color of this rug without saying it is a woolly blue? Cézanne asked the question, how can we distinguish their color and their design in things? There can be no question of understanding perception as the imposition of a certain meaning on certain sensitive signs, since these signs cannot be described in their most immediate sensitive texture without reference to the object that they signify. If we recognize an object defined by constant properties under changing lighting, it is not that intelligence takes into account the nature of the incident light and deduces the real color of the object, it is that the dominant light from the environment, acting as lighting, immediately assigns its true color to the object. If we look at 2 unequally lit plates, they appear equally white and unequally lit as long as the beam of light coming from the window is in our visual field. If, on the contrary, we observe the same plates through a screen pierced with a hole, one of them immediately appears gray and the other white, and even if we know that this is only a lighting effect, no intellectual analysis of appearances will make us see the true color of the 2 plates. The permanence of colors and objects is therefore not constructed by intelligence, but grasped by the gaze as it follows or adopts the organization of the visual field. When we switch on at dusk, the electric light first appears yellow to us, a moment later it tends to lose any definite color, and correlatively the objects, which at first were noticeably modified in their color, regain a comparable to that they have during the day. Objects and lighting form a system which tends towards a certain constancy and towards a certain stable level, not through the operation of intelligence, but through the very configuration of the field. When I perceive, I don't think about the world, it organizes itself in front of me. When I perceive a cube, it is not that my reason straightens the perspective appearances and thinks about them the geometric definition of the cube. Far from correcting them, I do not even notice the perspective distortions. Through what I see I am in the cube itself in its evidence. And in the same way the objects behind my back are not represented to me by some operation of memory or judgment, they are present to me, they count for me, just as the background which I do not see nevertheless continues to be present under the figure which partly hides it. Even the perception of movement, which at first appears to depend directly on the point of reference that intelligence chooses, is in turn only one element in the overall organization of the field. Because if it is true that my train and the neighboring train can in turn appear to me to be moving at the moment when one of them starts, it must be noted that the illusion is not arbitrary and that I cannot provoke it at will by the entirely intellectual and disinterested choice of a point of reference. If I play cards in my compartment, the neighboring train starts. If, on the contrary, I look for someone on the next train, then mine starts. Each time, the one in which we have taken up residence and which is our environment of the moment appears fixed to us. Movement and rest are distributed for us in our surroundings, not according to the hypotheses that our intelligence pleases to construct, but according to the way in which we fix ourselves in the world and according to the situation that our body assumes there. Sometimes I see the bell tower motionless in the sky and the clouds flying above it. Sometimes on the contrary the clouds seem motionless and the bell tower falls through space, but here again the choice of the fixed point is not the fact of intelligence. The object that I look at and where I anchor always appears fixed to me and I can only remove this meaning from it by looking elsewhere. So I don't give it to him in thought either. Perception is not a sort of beginning science, and a first exercise of intelligence. We must rediscover a commerce with the world and a presence in the world older than intelligence. Finally, the new psychology also brings a new conception of the perception of others. Classical psychology accepted without discussion the distinction between interior observation or introspection and exterior observation. Psychic facts, anger, fear for example, could only be directly known from within and by the person who experienced them. It was taken for granted that I can, from the outside, only grasp the bodily signs of anger or fear, and that, to interpret these signs, I must resort to the knowledge I have of anger or fear in myself and through introspection. Psychologists today point out that introspection, in reality, gives me almost nothing. If I try to study love or hatred through pure inner observation, I find few things to describe, a few anxieties, a few heart palpitations, in short, banal disturbances which do not reveal to me the essence love nor hatred. Each time I arrive at interesting remarks, it is because I have not contented myself with coinciding with my feeling, it is because I have succeeded in studying it as a behavior, as a modification of my relationships with others and with the world, is that I have managed to think of it as I think of the behavior of another person whom I find myself witnessing. In fact, young children understand gestures and facial expressions long before they are capable of reproducing them for themselves, so the meaning of these behaviors must be, so to speak, adherent to them. We must reject here this prejudice which makes love, hatred, or anger inner realities accessible to a single witness, the one who experiences them. Anger, shame, hatred, love are not psychic facts hidden deep in the consciousness of others, they are types of behavior or styles of conduct visible from the outside. They are on this face or in these gestures and not hidden behind them. Psychology only began to develop the day it gave up distinguishing between body and mind, when it abandoned the two correlative methods of interior observation and physiological psychology. We were taught nothing about emotion as long as we limited ourselves to measuring the speed of breathing or the speed of the heartbeat in anger, and we were taught nothing about anger either when we tried to express qualitative and indescribable nuance of the anger experienced. Doing the psychology of anger means trying to establish the meaning of anger, asking ourselves what its function is in human life and, in some way, what purpose it serves. We thus find that emotion is, as Janet says, a reaction of disorganization which occurs when we are engaged in an impasse. More profoundly, we find, as Sartre showed, that anger is a magical behavior by which, renouncing effective action in the world, we give ourselves in the imagination a completely symbolic satisfaction, like someone who, in a conversation, unable to convince his interlocutor, resorts to insults which prove nothing, or like someone who, not daring to strike his enemy, is content to show him his fist from afar. Since emotion is not a psychological and internal fact, but a variation of our relationships with others and with the world readable in our bodily attitude, we must not say that only the signs of anger or love are given to the foreign spectator and that others are grasped indirectly and by an interpretation of these signs. It must be said that others are given to me with obvious behavior. Our behavioral science goes much further than we think. If we present to unsuspecting subjects the photograph of several faces, several silhouettes, the reproduction of several writings and the recording of several voices, and if we ask them to assemble a face, a silhouette, a voice, a writing, we see that, generally speaking, the assembly is done correctly, or that in any case the number of correct assortments far outweighs that of the erroneous assortments. Michelangelo's writing is attributed to Raphael in 36 cases, but it is correctly identified in 221 cases. It is therefore that we recognize a certain common structure in the voice, in the physiognomy, in the gestures and in the appearance of each person. Each person is nothing other for us than this structure or this way of being in the world. We can see how these remarks could be applied to the psychology of language. Just as the body and the soul of a man are only two aspects of his way of being in the world, so the word and the thought that it designates should not be considered as two external terms, and the word carries its meaning as the body is the incarnation of a behavior. Generally speaking, the new psychology makes us see in man, not an understanding which constructs the world, but a being which is thrown into it and which is attached to it as by a natural bond. Subsequently, it teaches us again to see this world with which we are in contact through the entire surface of our being, while classical psychology abandoned the lived world for that which scientific intelligence succeeds in constructing. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. If we now consider the film as an object to be perceived, we can apply to the perception of the film everything that has just been said about perception in general. And we will see that, from this point of view, the nature and meaning of the film become clearer, and that the new psychology leads us precisely to the best remarks of cinema aesthetic eons. Let us first say that a film is not a sum of images but a temporal form. This is the moment to recall Pudovkin's famous experience which highlights the melodic unity of the film. Pudovkin one day took a close-up of Mostchkin, impassive, and projected it preceded first by a plate of soup, then by a young woman dead in her coffin, and finally by a child playing with a teddy bear. We first noticed that Mostchkin seemed to be looking at the plate, the young woman and the child, and then that he was looking at the plate with a thoughtful look, at the woman with pain, at the child with a bright smile, and the audience was amazed by the variety of her expressions, when in reality the same sight had been used 3 times and she was remarkably inexpressive. The meaning of an image therefore depends on those which precede it in the film, and their succession creates a new reality which is not the simple sum of the elements used. R. Lienhardt added, in an excellent article, that it was still necessary to take into account the duration of each image. A short duration is suitable for an amused smile, a medium duration for an indifferent face, a long duration for a painful expression. From there Lienhardt derived this definition of cinematographic rhythm, an order of views such, and, for each of these views or shots, a duration such that the whole produces the desired impression with maximum effect. There is therefore a real cinematographic metric whose requirements are very precise and very compelling. Watching a film, try to guess the moment when an image having given its full potential, it must end up, be replaced. You will learn to know that discomfort in the chest that a too long view produces, which slows down the movement, or that delicious intimate acquiescence when a shot passes exactly, as there is in the film, in addition to the selection of views, of their order and their duration, which constitutes the montage, a selection of scenes or sequences, of their order and their duration, which constitutes the cutting. The film appears as an extremely complex form, to the interior of which extremely numerous actions and reactions take place at every moment, the laws of which remain to be discovered and have until now only been guessed by the flair or tact of the director who handles cinematographic language just as the speaking man handles syntax, without thinking about it expressly, and without always being able to formulate the rules that he spontaneously observes. What we have just said about the visual film also applies to the sound film, which is not a sum of words or noises, but also a form. There is a rhythm to the sound as well as the image. There is a montage of noises and sounds, an example of which Lienhardt found in an old Broadway melody sound film. Two actors are on stage. From the top of the galleries we can hear them declaiming. Then immediately, close up, whisper tone, we perceive a word that they exchange in a low voice. The expressive force of this montage consists in what it makes us feel: the coexistence, the simultaneity of lives in the same world, the actors for us and for themselves, as earlier Pudovkin's visual montage linked the man and his gaze to the spectacles which surround him. As the visual film is not the simple moving photograph of a drama, and as the choice and assembly of images constitute an original means of expression for cinema, similarly sound in cinema is not the simple phonographic reproduction of noises and words, but includes a certain internal organization that the creator of the film must invent. The true ancestor of cinematographic sound is not the phonograph, but radio editing. That's not all. We have just considered image and sound in turn. But in reality their assembly once again creates a whole new and irreducible to the elements which enter into its composition. A sound film is not a silent film embellished with sounds and words which are only intended to complete the cinematographic illusion. The link between sound and image is much closer, and the image is transformed by the proximity of the sound. We clearly see this when we watch a dubbed film where skinny people speak with fat voices, young people with old voices, tall people with tiny voices, which is absurd. Yes, as we have said, the voice, the silhouette and the character form an incomposable whole. But the union of sound and image is not only done in each character, it is done throughout the entire film. It is not by chance that at one moment the characters are silent and at another moment they speak. The alternation of words and silence is used for the greatest effect of the image. As Merleau said, there are three kinds of dialogue. First, the expository dialogue, intended to make known the circumstances of the dramatic action. The novel and the cinema avoid it by mutual agreement. Then the tonal dialogue, which gives us the accent of each character, and which dominates, for example, in Proust, whose characters see each other very poorly and on the other hand recognize each other admirably as soon as they begin to speak. The prodigality or avarice of words, the fullness or hollowness of words, their exactness or their affectation make one feel the essence of a character more surely than many descriptions. There is hardly any dialogue of tone in the cinema. The visible presence of the actor with his own behavior lends itself to this only exceptionally. Finally, there is a stage dialogue, which presents us with the debate and the confrontation of the characters. This is the main dialogue in cinema. However, it is far from constant. In the theater we talk constantly, but not in the cinema. In the latest films, said Merleau, the director moves on to dialogue after large parts of silent film, exactly as a novelist moves on to dialogue after large parts of a story. The distribution of silences and dialogue therefore constitutes, beyond the visual metric and the sound metric, a more complex metric which superimposes its requirements on those of the first two. To be complete, it would still be necessary to analyze the role of music within this whole. Let us just say that it must be incorporated into it and not juxtaposed with it. It should therefore not serve to fill in the sound holes, nor to comment in an entirely external way on feelings and images, as happens in so many films where the storm of anger triggers the storm of brass and where the music laboriously imitates the sound of footsteps or the fall of a coin on the ground. It will intervene to mark a change in the style of the film, for example the transition from an action scene to the inside of the character, to a reminder of previous scenes or to the description of a landscape. Generally speaking, it accompanies and contributes to achieving, as Joubert said, a break in sensory balance. Finally, it must not be another means of expression juxtaposed to visual expression, but that by rigorously musical means, rhythm, form, instrumentation, it recreates, under the plastic material of the image, a sound material, through a mysterious alchemy of correspondences which should be the very foundation of the profession of film composer, that it finally makes us physically sensitive to the internal rhythm of the image without striving to translate its sentimental, dramatic, or poetic content. Speech, in cinema, is not responsible for adding ideas to images, nor is music for feelings. The whole thing tells us something very precise which is neither a thought nor a reminder of the feelings of life. What does the film mean? Each film tells a story, that is to say a certain number of events which bring together characters and which can also be told in prose, as they are in fact in the scenario according to which the film is made. Talking cinema, with its often invasive dialogue, completes our illusion. We therefore often conceive of the film as the visual and sound representation, the reproduction as faithful as possible of a drama that literature could only evoke with words and that cinema has the good fortune to be able to photograph. What maintains the ambiguity is that there is in fact a fundamental realism of cinema. The actors must act natural, the staging must be as plausible as possible because the power of reality that the screen gives off, says Lienhardt, is such that the slightest stylization would clash. But this does not mean that the film is intended to make us see and hear what we would see and hear if we witnessed in life the story it tells us, nor, moreover, to suggest to us as an edifying story some general conception of life. The problem that we encounter here, aesthetics has already encountered with regard to poetry or the novel. There is always, in a novel, an idea that can be summed up in a few words, a scenario that can be summarized in a few lines. There is always an allusion to things or ideas in a poem. And yet the pure novel, the pure poetry does not simply have the function of telling us these facts, these ideas, or these things, because then the poem could be translated exactly into prose and the novel would lose nothing by being summarized. Ideas and facts are only the materials of art, and the art of the novel consists in the choice of what one says and what one keeps silent, in the choice of perspectives, in the variable tempo of the story. The art of poetry does not consist in describing things didactically or expounding ideas, but in creating a language machine which, in an almost infallible way, places the reader in a certain poetic state. In the same way, there is always a story in a film, and often an idea, but the function of film is not to let us know the facts or the idea. Kant says with depth that in knowledge the imagination works for the benefit of the understanding, while in art the understanding works for the benefit of the imagination. That is to say, the idea or the prosaic facts are only there to give the creator the opportunity to look for sensitive emblems and to trace their visible and audible monogram. The meaning of the film is incorporated into its rhythm just as the meaning of a gesture is immediately readable in the gesture, and the film means nothing but itself. The idea is here rendered in its nascent state, it emerges from the temporal structure of the film, as in a painting of the coexistence of its parts. It is the joy of art to show how something begins to mean, not by allusion to ideas already formed and acquired, but by the temporal or spatial arrangement of the elements. A film means, as we saw above, that one thing means, both do not speak to a separate understanding, but address our power to tacitly decipher the world or men and to coexist with them. It is true that, in the ordinary course of life, we lose sight of this aesthetic value of the smallest thing perceived. It is also true that in reality the perceived form is never perfect, there is always movement, burrs, and a sort of excess material. Cinematic drama has, so to speak, a tighter grain than real-life dramas, it takes place in a world more exact than the real world. But ultimately it is through perception that we can understand the meaning of cinema. The film is not thought, it is perceived. This is why the expression of man can be so striking in cinema. Cinema does not give us, as the novel did for a long time, the thoughts of man, it gives us his conduct or his behavior, it directly offers this special way of being in the world, of treating things and others, which is visible to us in gestures, looks, facial expressions, and which clearly defines each person we know. If cinema wants to show us a character who is afraid of heights, it should not try to render the interior landscape of vertigo, as de Quinn in Premier de Cordy and Malraux in Sierra de Teruel wanted to do. We will feel the vertigo much better by seeing it from the outside, by contemplating this unbalanced body which twists on a rock, or this wavering walk which tries to adapt to some unknown upheaval in space. For cinema as for modern psychology, dizziness, pleasure, pain, love, hatred are behaviors. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. This psychology and contemporary philosophies have the common character of presenting to us, not, like classical philosophies, the mind and the world, each consciousness and the others, but the consciousness thrown into the world, subjected to the gaze of others and learning of them what it is. A good part of phenomenological or existential philosophy consists of being surprised by this inherence of the self in the world and of the self in others, of describing to us this paradox and this confusion, of showing the link between the subject and the world, of the subject and of others, instead of explaining it, as the classics did, by some recourse to the absolute mind. However, cinema is particularly capable of bringing out the union of mind and body, of spirit and the world and the expression of one in the other. This is why it is not surprising that the critic can, in relation to a film, evoke philosophy. In an account of the recalcitrant deceased, Astrock recounts the film in Sartrine terms: this dead person who survives his body and is obliged to inhabit another, he remains the same for himself, but he is other for others and cannot remain at rest until the love of a young girl recognizes it through its new envelope and the concordance of for oneself and for others is re-established. At this the chained duck gets angry and wants to send Astrock back to his philosophical research. The truth is that they are both right, one because art is not made to present ideas, and the other because contemporary philosophy does not consist of stringing together concepts, but of describing the mixing of consciousness with the world, its engagement in a body, its coexistence with others, and that this subject is cinematic par excellence. If we finally wonder why this philosophy developed precisely in the age of cinema, we should obviously not say that cinema comes from it. Cinema is first and foremost a technical invention in which philosophy has nothing to do with it. But we should not say more than that this philosophy comes from cinema and translates it on the level of ideas. Because we can misuse cinema, and the technical instrument once invented must be taken up by an artistic will and, as it were, invented a second time, before we manage to make real films. If philosophy and cinema agree, if reflection and technical work go in the same direction, it is because the philosopher and the filmmaker have in common a certain way of being, a certain view of the world, which is that of a generation. Another opportunity to verify that thought and techniques correspond and that, in the words of Goethe, what is inside is also outside. 2. Ideas. Existentialism in Hegel. Jean Hippolyte, who became known for his commented translation of the Phenomenology of Spirit, published since a genesis and structure of the Phenomenology of Spirit, which will surely take a decisive step forward for Hegelian studies in France. Hegel is at the origin of everything great that has been done in philosophy over the last century, for example, Marxism, Nietzsche, phenomenology and German existentialism, psychoanalysis. It inaugurates the attempt to explore the irrational and integrate it into a broader reason which remains the task of our century. He is the inventor of this reason more comprehensive than understanding, which, capable of respecting the variety and singularity of psyches, civilizations, methods of thought, and the contingency of history, does not however renounce the dominate to lead them to their own truth. But it turns out that Hegel's successors insisted, rather than on what they owed him, on what they refused from his heritage. If we do not give up the hope of a truth, beyond the divergent positions taken, and if, with the most lively feeling of subjectivity, we keep the wish for a new classicism and an organic civilization, there is not, in the order of culture, a more urgent task than to connect the ungrateful doctrines which seek to forget it to their Hegelian origin. This is where a common language can be found for them and a decisive confrontation can take place. Not that Hegel himself is the truth that we seek, but precisely because in this one life and in this one work we find all our oppositions. We could say without paradox that to give an interpretation of Hegel is to take a position on all the philosophical, political, and religious problems of our century. J. Hippolyte's conference had the extreme interest of initiating, with regard to existentialism, this translation into Hegelian language which would clarify the discussions of our time. As is natural, the historian moderated the philosopher at every step. Since our subject is not historical, let us follow this conference, not verbatim, but freely, to discuss it sometimes and always comment on it. Kierkegaard, who first used the word existence in its modern sense, deliberately opposed Hegel. The Hegel he thinks of is the one of the end, who treats history as the visible development of a logic, who seeks in the relationships between ideas the final explanation of events and in whom the individual experience of life is subordinated as if to a destiny to the proper life of ideas. This Hegel of 1827 therefore only offers us, in the words of Kierkegaard, a palace of ideas, where all the oppositions of history are overcome, but only through thought. Against him, Kierkegaard is right to say that the individual cannot overcome the contradictions he faces by thinking alone, that he is forced into dilemmas for which no end is satisfactory. The Hegel of the end understood everything, except his own historical situation, he took into account everything, except his own existence, and the synthesis he offers us is not a true synthesis, precisely because it pretends to ignore that it is the work of a certain individual and of a certain time. Kierkegaard's objection, which, profoundly, agrees with that of Marx, consists of reminding the philosopher of the awareness of his historical inherence. You who judge the development of the world and declare it complete in the Prussian state, where are you speaking from and how can you pretend to place yourself outside of any situation? The reminder of the subjectivity and the own existence of the thinker merges here with the reminder of history. But if the Hegel of 1827 is subject to the reproach of idealism, the same cannot be said of the Hegel of 1807. Phenomenology of spirit is not a history of ideas only, it is a history of all the manifestations of the spirit which resides as much in morals, in economic structures, in legal institutions as in works of philosophy. It is a question of recapturing the meaning of total history, of describing the internal movement of social substance, and not of explaining the adventures of humanity through the debates of philosophers. The absolute knowledge which completes the evolution of the spirit phenomenon, where consciousness finally equals its spontaneous life and regains possession of itself, it is perhaps not a philosophy, it is perhaps a way of living. Their phenomenology of spirit, it is the militant philosophy, not yet triumphant. The real debate between Marx and Hegel does not concern the relationship between ideas and history, it concerns rather the conception of the historical movement, which ends for the Hegel of 1827 in a hierarchical society whose meaning the philosopher alone thinks, which perhaps ended for the Hegel of 1807 in a true reconciliation of man with man. What is certain in any case is that the phenomenology of spirit does not seek to bring total history into the framework of a pre-established logic, but to relieve each doctrine, each era, and lets itself be led by their internal logic with so much impartiality that any concern for system seems forgotten. The philosopher, says the introduction, should not replace human experiences, he only has to collect them and decipher them as history gives them to us. We can speak of an existentialism of Hegel in the sense first of all that he does not propose to chain together concepts, but to reveal the immanent logic of human experience in all its sectors. It is no longer just a question, as in the Critique of Pure Theoretical Reason, to know under what conditions scientific experience is possible, but to know in a general way how moral, aesthetic, religious experience is possible, to describe the fundamental situation of man facing the world and facing others, and to understand religions, moralities, works of art, economic and legal systems as so many ways for man to escape the difficulties of his condition or to face them. Here the experience is no longer just, as with Kant, our entirely contemplative contact with the sensible world. The word takes on the tragic resonance that it has in common language when a man speaks of what he has experienced. It is no longer a laboratory experiment, it is a test of life. More precisely, there is an existentialism of Hegel in the sense that for him, man is not from the outset a consciousness which possesses its own thoughts in clarity, but a life given to itself which seeks to understand herself. All the phenomenology of spirit describes this effort that man makes to pull himself together. In each historical age, he starts from a subjective certainty, he acts according to the indications of this certainty, and he witnesses the surprising consequences of his first intention. He discovers the objective truth. He then modifies his project, sets out again, recognizes again what was abstract in the new project, until the subjective certainty is finally equal to the objective truth and he consciously becomes what he vaguely was. As long as this end of history is not reached, and in the event that it is, man, having no more movement, would be like an animal. Man defines himself, in opposition to the stone who is he, like the place of a worry, as a constant effort to come together, and consequently by the refusal to limit oneself to any of its determinations. Consciousness is therefore immediately the act of going beyond the limited, and, when this limit belongs to it, the act of going beyond oneself. Consciousness therefore undergoes this violence coming from itself, violence through which spoils all limited satisfaction. In the feeling of this violence, anxiety can well shrink from the truth, aspire and tend to preserve that very thing whose loss threatens, but this anxiety cannot be appeased. In vain it wants to settle in an inertia without thought. Whatever the observable relationships of consciousness with the body and with the brain, all the discoveries of phrenology cannot make consciousness a bone, because a bone is still a thing or a being, and if the world were only made of things or beings there would not be, even in appearance, what we call a man. It is, that is to say, a being which is not, which denies things, an existence without essence. The idea is commonplace today. It regains its strength if we apply it, as Hegel does, to the relationships of life and the consciousness that we take of it. Of course, everything we say about life is actually about the consciousness of life, since we who talk about it are conscious. However, consciousness recaptures as its own limit and its own origin what life could be before it. It would be a force that disperses wherever it acts. It would be a die and become which could not even be grasped as such. For there to be consciousness of life, there must be a break with this dispersion, it must be totalized and noticed, and this in principle is impossible for life itself. An absence of being must come into the world from which being will be visible, a nothingness. So that the consciousness of life is radically consciousness of death. Even the doctrines which want to lock us into our racial or local particularities and hide our humanity cannot do so, since they are doctrines and propaganda, only because they have left immediate life, only by a shameful borrowing from the awareness of death. What must be reproached for Nazi ideologies is not for having reminded man of tragedy, but for having used tragedy and the dizziness of death to restore a semblance of strength to pre-existing instincts. Humans. In short, it is to have masked the awareness of death. Being aware of death and thinking or reasoning are one and the same, since we only think by leaving behind the particularities of life, and therefore by conceiving of death. We will not make man ignore death. We would only obtain it by bringing it back to animality. He would still be a bad animal if he retained consciousness, since consciousness presupposes the power to step back from any given thing and deny it. It is the animal that can peacefully be satisfied with life and seek salvation in reproduction. Man can only access the universal because he exists instead of just living. He must pay this price for his humanity. This is why the idea of the healthy man is a myth, a close relative of the Nazi myths. Man is the sick animal, said Hegel in an ancient text from the Real Philosophy published by Hofmeister. Life is only thinkable as offered to a consciousness of life which denies it. All consciousness is therefore unhappy, since it knows it has a second life and regrets the innocence from which it feels it came. The historical mission of Judaism has been to develop this awareness of separation throughout the world and, as Hippolyte said to his students during the war, we are all Jews to the extent that we have a concern for the universal, where we do not resign ourselves to just being, and where we want to exist. But the awareness of death is not an impasse and an end. There are two death meditations. 1. Pathetic and complacent, who stumbles upon our end and only seeks in it the means to exasperate violence, the other, dry and resolute, who accepts death, makes it a more acute awareness of life. The young Hegel spoke more readily of death. The aged Hegel would prefer to speak of negativity. The Hegel of phenomenology juxtaposes the logical vocabulary and the pathetic vocabulary, and makes us understand the function that the awareness of death exerts in the advent of humanity. Death is the negation of any given particular being, the consciousness of death is synonymous with consciousness of the universal, but as long as we stay there, it is only an empty or abstract universal. In fact, we can only conceive of nothingness against a background of being. Any notion of death which would claim to hold our attention is therefore lying, since in fact it surreptitiously uses our consciousness of being. To reach the end of our awareness of death, we must therefore transmute it into life, we must, as Hegel says, internalize death. We must make concrete the abstract universal which was initially opposed to life. There is only being for nothingness, but there is nothingness only in the depths of being. There is therefore in the consciousness of death something to overcome it. The only experience that brings me closer to an authentic awareness of death is the experience of others, since under their gaze I am only one thing, as they are only a piece of the world under my own view. Each consciousness therefore pursues the death of the other by whom it feels dispossessed of its constitutive nothingness. But I only feel threatened by others if, in the very moment when their gaze reduces me to an object, I continue to experience my subjectivity. I only reduce it to slavery if, in the very moment when I look at it as an object, it remains present to me as consciousness and as freedom. Awareness of conflict is only possible through that of a reciprocal relationship and a humanity that is common to us. We only negate each other by recognizing each other as consciences. This negation of everything and of the other that I am is only accomplished by being coupled with a negation of me by others. And just as the consciousness of myself as death and nothingness is false and contains the affirmation of my life and my being, so my consciousness of others as enemies contains the affirmation of others as equals. If I am negation, by following to the end what this universal negation implies, I see it negating itself and transforming into coexistence. I cannot be free alone, conscience alone, man alone, and this other in whom I first saw my rival is only my rival because he is myself. I find myself in others, as I find the consciousness of life in the consciousness of death. Because from the beginning I have been this mixture of life and death, solitude and communication which is moving towards its resolution. As the awareness of death is overcome, control, sadism or violence are destroyed. In the duel of consciences or enemy brothers, if each succeeded in wounding the other to death, there would be nothing left, there would not even be room for this hatred of others and this self-affirmation which is the principle of struggle. The one who has the most accurate awareness of the human situation is therefore not the master, since he pretends to ignore the basis of being and communication on which his despair and his pride play. It is the slave who was truly afraid, who renounced victory by arms, and who alone has the experience of death because he alone has the love of life. The master wants to be only for himself, but in fact he seeks to be recognized as master by someone, he is therefore weak in his strength. The slave agrees to be only for others, but it is still he who wants to keep his life at this price, so there is strength in his weakness. Because he has known the vital foundations of man better than the master, it is he who will ultimately achieve the only possible mastery, not at the expense of others, but at the expense of nature. More frankly than the master, he has established his life in the world, and this is precisely why he knows better than the master what death means, the fluidification of everything that was fixed, anguish. He really has the experience. Through him, human existence, which was risk and guilt, becomes history, and the successive decisions of man will be able to concentrate in a single act by which consciousness is united and, as we want to say, God becomes man or man makes himself God. This is where Hegel's thought leaves its initial pessimism. The truth of death and struggle is the long maturation by which history overcomes its contradictions to realize in the living relationship of men the promise of humanity which appeared in the awareness of death and in the struggle with the other. It is here also, adds Hippolyte, that Hegel ceases to be an existentialist. While in Heidegger, we are for death and the awareness of death remains the foundation of philosophy as well as conduct, Hegel transmutes death into higher life. He therefore moves from the individual to history, while the contradictions of for oneself and for others are for Sartre without remedy, and for him the dialectic is truncated. In this sense, we could say that the phenomenology of spirit makes possible a communist philosophy of the party or a philosophy of the state, rather than a philosophy of the individual like that of existentialism. It is true, Hippolyte adds, that existentialism can be understood differently. This last indication seems the most accurate to us, because it should be noted that, even in Heidegger, the consciousness of death is not authentic life. The only attitude which is not lying is the one which also assumes the fact of our existence. The resolute decision is the acceptance of death, but indivisibly the decision to live and take control of our fortuitous existence. As for the existence of others and the historicity that results from it, it is not denied by Heidegger. We seem to forget that the last part of Brest and Time is devoted to the notion of history. We could even say that what is missing in Heidegger is not historicity, it is, on the contrary, the affirmation of the individual. He does not speak of this struggle of consciences and this opposition of freedoms, without which coexistence falls into anonymity and daily banality. It is even more certain that the French existentialists did not linger in the consciousness of death. My death only stops my life once I am dead, and for the eyes of others. But, for me alive, my death is not, my project crosses it without encountering any obstacles. There is no barrier against which my transcendence comes up against in full swing, it dies of itself, like the sea which beats a smooth beach, and which stops and goes no further. I therefore live, not to die, but forever, and in the same way, not for myself alone, but with others. More completely than by anxiety or by the contradictions of the human condition, what we call existentialism would perhaps be defined by the idea of a universality that men affirm or imply by the simple fact that they are, and at the very moment when they oppose each other, of a reason immanent to unreason, of a freedom which becomes what it is by giving itself links, and of which the slightest perception, the slightest movement of the heart, the slightest action are the indisputable testimonies. The Existentialism Quarrel. It's been 2 years since Being and Nothingness by Jean-Paul Sartre was published. On this 700-page book, a great silence was initially established. Were the critics turning their pen in their inkwell? Did they respect the sacred union even in philosophy? Were they waiting until free discussion was possible again? Still, the silence is now broken. On the left, weeklies and magazines are bombarded with critical articles that they publish or do not publish. On the right, the anathemas multiply. Young girls in colleges are warned against existentialism as against the sin of the century. The Cross of June 3 speaks of a danger more serious than the rationalism of the 18th century and the positivism of the 19th century. It is remarkable that, almost always, the discussion on substance is postponed until later. The criticisms take the form of warnings to the faithful. Sartre's work is designated as a poison that must be guarded against, rather than as a philosophy to be discussed. It is condemned on its horrible consequences rather than on its intrinsic falsity. We're going to the most urgent thing, and the most urgent thing is to establish a cordon santé. It is not a proof of strength, in established doctrines, to refuse discussion. If it is true that many young people welcome the new philosophy, to convince them it would take something other than these harsh critics who deliberately ignore the question posed by Sartre's work. This question is that of the relationship between man and his natural or social environment. There are two classic views on this. One consists of treating man as the result of physical, physiological, and sociological influences which determine him from the outside and make him a thing among things. The other consists of recognizing in man, insofar as he is spirit and constructs the representation of the very causes which are supposed to act on him, and a cosmic freedom. On the one hand man is a part of the world, on the other he is the constituent consciousness of the world. Neither view is satisfactory. To the first we will always oppose after Descartes that, if man were a thing among things, he would not know any of them, since he would be, like this chair or like this table, enclosed within its limits, here in a certain place in space and therefore incapable of realizing them represent all. We must recognize a very particular way of being, intentional being, which consists of aiming at all things and remaining in none. But if we wanted to conclude from this that, fundamentally, we are absolute spirit, we would make our bodily and social attachments, our insertion in the world incomprehensible, we would give up thinking about the human condition. The merit of the new philosophy is precisely to seek in the notion of existence the means of thinking about it. Existence in the modern sense is the movement by which man is in the world, engages in a physical and social situation which becomes his point of view on the world. Any commitment is ambiguous, since it is both the affirmation and the restriction of a freedom. I undertake to provide this service, which means both that I could not provide it and that I decide to exclude this possibility. Likewise, my engagement with nature and history is both a limitation of my views on the world and my only way of accessing it, of knowing and of doing something. The relationship between subject and object is no longer this knowledge report of which classical idealism spoke and in which the object always appears as constructed by the subject, but a relationship of being according to which paradoxically the subject is his body, his world, and his situation, and, in a way, turns. We are not saying that this paradox of consciousness and action is, in being and nothingness, fully elucidated. In our opinion, the book remains too exclusively antithetical, the antithesis of my view of myself and of the view of others on me, the antithesis of the for itself and the in itself often appear as alternatives, instead of being described as the living link of one of the terms to the other and as their communication. Concerning the subject and freedom, it is visible that the author first seeks to present them outside of any compromise with things, and that he reserves the right to study elsewhere the realization of nothingness in the being which is action and which makes morality possible. Being and nothingness first shows that the subject is freedom, absence, negativity, and that in this sense nothingness is. But this also means that the subject is not. That nothingness, that it needs to be brought into being, that it is only thinkable against the background of the world, and finally that it feeds on being as shadows, in Homer, feed on blood of the living. So we can wait, after being and nothingness, all kinds of clarifications and additions. But what cannot be denied is that Sartre's descriptions pose in an acute manner and with new depth the central problem of philosophy as it presents itself after the acquisitions of recent centuries. After Descartes, we cannot deny that existence as consciousness is radically distinguished from existence as a thing and that the relationship between one and the other is that of emptiness to fullness. After the 19th century and everything it has taught us about the historicity of the mind, we cannot deny that consciousness is always in a situation. It is up to us to understand both things at once. Neither for a Catholic nor for a Marxist can the solution consist of simply adopting one of the two classic conceptions. It is impossible in itself, it is impossible even according to the internal logic of Christianity and Marxism. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. It is first of all the intuition of the in itself that Catholic critics reject. We are in the world, that is to say, our thoughts, our passions, our concerns revolve around the things perceived. All consciousness is consciousness of something. The movement towards things is essential to us, and consciousness seeks in them a kind of stability which it lacks. We know ourselves from our actions, from the environment we have given ourselves, and each of us is for ourselves a stranger to whom things hold up their mirror. It is therefore essential for the subject to perceive the object as older than him. He feels himself appearing in a world which was not made for him, which would have been more perfect without him. Of course this is not strictly true, since reflection shows that being without any witness is inconceivable. But this is indeed our starting situation. We feel ourselves to be the indispensable correlative of a being which nevertheless rests within itself. This is the contradiction that binds us to the object. We cannot help but envy this fullness of nature, of the crops that grow, of the seasons that follow one another according to their perpetual law. With regard to this order, man is the one who is never complete, and like a defect in the peace of the world. Are we not thereby joining up, asks Mr. Gabriel Marcel, with the epiphenomenalist conceptions for which consciousness is linked to an imperfect adaptation? And he speaks elsewhere of the crudely materialist basis of the doctrine. Is it therefore being materialist to give full meaning to the word being? Can a religion which affirms the incarnation of God and the resurrection of bodies be surprised that conscience, in every sense of the word, hold on in the world, and that the being of the world always appears to him as the very type of being? Catholic critics correlatively refuse the intuition of the subject as nothing. Since it radically distinguishes us from things and tears us away from the rest which defines them, freedom, Sartre thinks, is exactly a nothing which is everything. It is like a curse and at the same time the source of all human greatness. She will indivisibly principle of chaos and principle of human order. If the subject, in order to be a subject, must remove himself from the order of things, there will be in man no state of consciousness, no feeling which does not participate in this devouring freedom and which is purely and simply what it is, in the way of things. Hence an analysis of behavior which shows them all to be ambiguous. Bad faith and inauthenticity are essential to man because they are inscribed in the intentional structure of consciousness, both presence to oneself and presence to things. The very desire to be good falsifies goodness, since it turns us towards ourselves at the moment when we should turn towards others. The very decision to respect others brings back selfishness, since it is still to my generosity that others owe their recognition by me, and I am grateful for it. To give is to enslave. There is therefore nothing in man that is pure, not a single act with which we can be satisfied and where the beautiful soul or the good conscience can find the consolations or assurance that they love. These pessimistic propositions have an optimistic reciprocal. As freedom disintegrates nature, there is not a single human act, not a single passion which does not attest to the humanity of man. Not a single love which is a simple bodily mechanism, which does not prove, even and especially if it clings madly to its object, our power to question ourselves, to absolutely dedicate ourselves, to our metaphysical meaning. The principle of good and the principle of evil are therefore a single principle. The misery of man is visible in its greatness and its greatness in its misery. In Sartre's philosophy, writes another critic, we first extinguish the mind. It's quite the opposite, we put it everywhere, because we are not spirit and body, consciousness in front of world, but embodied spirit, being in the world. Basically, we can see what the Catholic critics would like. If they together reject the intuition of an inert being and that of an agile freedom, it is because they would like things to be capable of expressing the glory of God and for man to have a destiny like a thing. But here it is Pascal first that they collide. The eternal silence of these infinite spaces frightens me. Let us understand, there is something horrible, repulsive, and undeniable in these things which simply exist and do not exist. Want nothing say. Nothing stops the volubility of our spirit. Let us understand, the spirit is that which cannot rest anywhere, in any proof, in any pre-established destiny, in any self-righteousness. With Pascal, it is the Cartesian tradition that Catholics disavow, the distinction of residential extenso of the thing without spirit, and of existence as consciousness, of the spirit without natural help. Malebranche spoke of a first glory of God, which comes to him from the perfection of things, and distinguished this glory of the architect from that which God obtains by the free sacrifice of men, when they recognize him, return the world to him, and bring to creation as an indispensable contribution. It was to distinguish in striking terms the God of things and the God of men. It was to say that the human order begins with freedom. From this perspective, we see the heart of the debate. It is not Christianity and materialism that collide here, it is Aristotle and Descartes, or it is St. Thomas and Pascal. Catholic critics would like an orientation of the world towards God to be readable in things, and that man like things was nothing other than a nature moving towards its perfection. They would like to put spirit into things and make the human spirit a thing. Mr. Gabriel Marcel appeals to common sense and a certain secular wisdom to locate in certain privileged acts this disturbing freedom which penetrates everywhere. Still, our freedom will only consist of placing ourselves under a law that already inhabits us, of accomplishing in action what we potentially are. Mr. Marcel speaks favorably of a natural morality, of a certain confidence, both spontaneous and metaphysical, in the order in which our existence fits, of a nuptial bond between man and life, finally of a piety which is not Christian, but pre-Christian, or more precisely peri-Christian. It is therefore the idea, itself pre-Christian, of a natural finality of man which supports his criticism of being and nothingness. Likewise with Mrs. J. Mercier, it is the Aristotelian idea of a good identical to being which motivates the entire polemic against Sartrean nothingness and the reproach of having decomposed the virtues by slipping freedom into them. There is a Cartesian and Pascalian piety, to which we owe the most profound descriptions of man as an incomprehensible and contradictory monster, with no other nature than the old customs he has given himself, as great by his misery and miserable by his greatness. Catholic critics no longer want this philosophy. They prefer the Aristotelian idea of a man ordered to his end like the plant to the form of the plant. We ask which side is materialism. If everything must be said, perhaps they are right after all. Perhaps Christianity can only maintain itself as a theology on a Thomistic basis. Perhaps the Pascalian conception of being as a blind thing and of the spirit as volubility only leaves room for a mystical action without any dogmatic content and only a faith which is not faith in any being, like that of Kierkegaard. Perhaps ultimately the religion of God made man leads through an inevitable dialectic to an anthropology and not to a theology. Sartre said that consciousness which, through the constant movement of intentionality, tends to be like a thing without ever achieving it, seemed to bear witness to an ideal synthesis between itself and being, not that integration has never took place, but precisely on the contrary because it is always indicated and always impossible. Pure absurdity, replies Mr. Gabriel Marcel. How in fact could there be real disintegration of something which would never have been truly integrated? But when, a few lines further down, Mr. Marcel gives his own solution, it consists of saying that consciousness is led, by reflecting on itself, to regard itself as degraded, without it being moreover possible to think concretely about the world before the fall. Now if, for Mr. Marcel as for Sartre, original integration is unthinkable, it can only be affirmed by an act of faith without notional content, and the two conclusions are only distinguishable in short because Mr. Marcel, instead of observing the dialectic of the for itself and the in itself, declares it intolerable and wants to overcome it through action. Yet this approach is not prohibited in Sartre's perspective, it could even be the principle of morality. All this is neither a proof nor even an affirmation of God, but an affirmation of man. If we want to keep Christianity on this slope, it is the starting point that we must refuse and the very notion of the spirit as negativity. But can a Christian do it? Because finally, even if freedom, as the Thomists want it, consists for man in realizing his pre-established nature and his form, we are obliged to admit that this realization is optional for man, that it depends on him, and thus introduce a second freedom, a radical one, which consists of the absolute power to say yes or no. From then on everything that could have been done to bring human freedom under divine preordination is called into question. If I can say yes or no to my destiny, it is because good is not my good without my assent, that there is no value in itself, and that, as Descartes thought, freedom of man is in a sense equal to that of God. Thomism on this subject is far from being the only Christian tradition. At the time of Augustinus, it was even some would suspect, and the Jesuits maintained firm the absolute power to choose despite divine foreknowledge. The question is whether we can do our part for freedom and give it something without giving it everything. We said above that being and nothingness on this point seems to us to call for a continuation, and that we expect from the author a theory of passivity. But what is certain is that the book brings this question to light, and that we can only get past it by first understanding it. When Catholic criticism ignores the problem, it deliberately places itself below the level at which it fearlessly established itself 3 centuries ago, perhaps because there was less hesitation in confronting fundamental difficulties in a time when belief went without saying. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. While Catholics accuse Sartre of materialism, a Marxist like H. Lefebvre is not far from reproaching him for a remnant of idealism. It is already too much, according to Lefebvre, to linger on describing the being and founding the existence of others. These truths are only new for a consciousness long locked in its solitude. Forgetting that, according to Engels, the great fundamental question of all philosophy, and especially of modern philosophy, is that of the relationship between thought and being, Lefebvre proposes to immediately admit what Sartre rediscovers. By showing that Sartre's problems have meaning for the Christian, have we not proven that they have no meaning for the Marxist? And, if we justify Sartre before G. Marcel, do not condemn him, are we not in front of Lefebvre? There is, it is certain, a Marxism which immediately places itself beyond the problems of Sartre. It is the one which absolutely denies the interior, which treats consciousness as a part of the world, a reflection of the object, a byproduct of being, and finally, to speak a language that has never been Marxist, as an epiphenomenon. There are, among the greatest Marxist writers, formulas which go in this direction. When Engels writes that we must consider ideas as the intellectual reflections of the objects and movements of the real world, when he asks that we re-establish the true relationships between the real world and the ideas produced by the human brain, which, after all, is itself only a product of this real world, when Lenin writes that the picture of the world is a picture which shows how matter moves and how matter thinks, or that the brain is the organ of thought, we agree that it is difficult to build a bridge between these formulas and the cogito Cartesian. But it must be added that most Marxists consider them insufficient. They rightly find there the expression of a metaphysical philosophy, which links all phenomena to a single substance, matter, and not that of a dialectical philosophy which necessarily admits reciprocal relations between the different orders of phenomena and the emergence of original relationships or structures on the basis of material phenomena. If we want to exclude, in the name of Marxism, the problems, and even the notion of subjectivity, it is not on these remains of metaphysical materialism that we must rely. On the other hand, in Marxism there is a much deeper reason to move away from the subject and place oneself in the object and in history. It is this idea that we have no choice, that we are through and through historical, and without reservation thrown into the world, that the exclusive reference to the interior, whatever the subjective justifications, is objectively an abstention and a way of avoiding concrete tasks from outside, in a word that we are engaged. It would be consistent with the purest Marxism to say that all philosophy is idealist, since it always presupposes reflection, that is to say a break with the immediate, but that this is the condemnation of philosophy. It is a particular case of alienation, a means of fleeing beyond, a refusal to be, an anguish in the face of revolution, a disease of the bourgeois conscience. The philosopher who becomes aware of himself as nothingness and as freedom gives the ideological formula of his time. He translates into concepts this phase of history where the essence and existence of man are still disjointed, where the man is not himself because he is mired in the contradictions of capitalism. The very idea of a philosophy speculative, who would seek to grasp an eternal essence of man and the world, attests in the philosopher below ideas, the existential refusal to work on the transformation of the world, the anguish in the face of true humanity which is due through work and through praxis and which cannot be defined forever. The only way to obtain what philosophy wants to obtain, a complete grasp of the world, is to join history instead of contemplating it. As Marx famously said, the only way to realize philosophy is to destroy it. Marxism's strongest argument against a philosophy of the subject is therefore an existential argument. It amounts to saying that all philosophy as reflection is inadequate to what it wants to grasp, the existence of man, because it is already a certain way of existing apart from the world and history. Philosophers, says Marx, have not done what to interpret the world in different ways, but it's about transform. Likewise, Mr. Gabriel Marcel criticizes Sartre for locking himself in the infernal circle of being and nothingness. There would be little sense, he adds, in alleging that it is the factual data or the structural conditions of our existence which force it to do so. Is not the only and authentic transcendence the act by which, freeing ourselves from these data and these conditions, we substitute them with renewed data and conditions? It is therefore on both sides the same call to action as a means of overcoming dialectical oppositions. Here the two halves of Hegelian posterity come together, Kierkegaard and Marx. But the very connection clearly shows that Marxist praxis, if it wants to distinguish itself from a mystical action or a pragmatism, must enlighten itself on its ends and its means. It is good to invite us to be what we are, to consciously join the movement of history in which we are engaged. In any case, we still need to know what this movement of history is, on whom we can count to accomplish it with us. You still need to know what to do. Now, as soon as we ask these questions, we invite the individual to understand and to decide. We ultimately hand over to him the government of his life. We agree that history will have the meaning for him, will have recognized him. Every man, even a Marxist, is obliged to agree with Descartes that, if we know some external reality, it is on condition of grasping this operation of knowledge in ourselves, that none in itself would be accessible to us if it was at the same time for us, and that finally the meaning that we find in it depends on our assent. No man can refuse cogito and deny consciousness, under penalty of no longer knowing what he is saying and renouncing any statement, even materialistic. Marxist writers have often and rightly said that Marxism does not deny the subjective conditions of history and that it is not fatalism, that men make their history, that ideologies, even if they reflect a defined economic and social situation, then weigh on history. But this means that they do not eliminate the subject as a factor in history. To those who shudder at the very word subjectivity, let us recall Marx's famous sentence: the main defect of all past materialism is that the object, reality, the sensible world are only considered under the D-shape object or intuition, but not as a concrete human activity, as practical, not in a subjective way. Mr. Lefebvre experiences subjectivity like everyone else, even if he wants to ignore it. It must happen to him for a few hours to no longer think about politics, and then to return to it as if it were a duty. If his life has political meaning for him, it is on condition that he gives it back through decisions that are his own. Likewise, not all proletarians are communists. This means that we can escape from our class and from what we are. The dialectic of being and nothingness does not take place only in the mind of Sartre, it also takes place in the mind of the discouraged worker who withdraws from the struggle. Who would dare demand that no condemned person experience the anguish of dying, even if he dies for his class and through it for the future of men? As soon as we introduce man as the subject of history, and Marxism does this expressly, it is not only the collective man or the class that we introduce, but also the individual man, who retains the power to serve or betray his class and in this sense integrates himself into it. Marx gives us an objective definition of class by the effective position of individuals in the circuit of production. But he also tells us that class cannot become a decisive historical and revolutionary factor until individuals become aware of it. He adds that this awareness itself has its social reasons and so on. Class as a factor in history is therefore neither a simple objective fact, nor moreover a simple value arbitrarily chosen by solitary consciences, but as a fact value, or an embodied value of which the theory remains to be developed. Today, when class relations are more than ever masked by other oppositions, national oppositions of the German and the French, both worn out and deprived of social consciousness by Hitlerism and by the Vichy regime, opposition of the new American world and the old Western world, of rich countries and bloodless countries, it is an individual effort which is required of the French worker to join the Italian worker despite the aggression fascist of 1940, to the Italian worker to join the French worker, despite the projects of annexation of the Aosta Valley, to the American worker to join the French worker, poor relation, to the French worker to join the American worker, rich cousin, and the role of the subject in the constitution of the class as a historical factor is more visible than ever. We must analyze the commitment, the moment when the subjective conditions and the objective conditions of history intertwine, the mode of existence of the class before awareness, in short the status of the social and the phenomenon of coexistence. This theory of the social, being and nothingness don't give it to us yet. But it poses the problem of reciprocal relations between consciousness and the social world in the most vigorous way by refusing to admit a freedom without situation and by making the subject, certainly not a reflection as epiphenomenalism wants, but a reflection reflecting as Marxism wants it. More needs to be said. Not only does Marxism tolerate freedom and the individual, but also, as materialism, it charges man with a responsibility that is almost dizzying. Hegel, to the extent that he reduced history to the history of the spirit, found in his own consciousness, in the certainty in which he was of having completely understood history and in the very realization of his philosophy, the announcement and guarantee of a final synthesis. How could he not have been optimistic, since history was the return to itself of consciousness, and the necessity of this return, the possibility of the total and worry-free man was for him attested by the internal logic of the idea as he experienced it within himself. We can interpret Hegel differently, this is the Hegel of the textbooks, we can make it much more Marxist, we can base our logic on phenomenology and not our phenomenology on its logic. But, whether it bears the name of Hegel or that of Marx, a philosophy which renounces the absolute spirit as the motor of history, which makes history walk on its feet and which does not recognize in things anything else reason than that which their meeting and their reciprocal action make appear, this philosophy cannot affirm a priori the possibility of the integral man, postulate a final synthesis, where all contradictions are removed, nor affirm its inevitable realization. The revolutionary event remains contingent for her the date of the revolution is not written anywhere, in any metaphysical sky. The decomposition of capitalism can lead the world, not to revolution, but to chaos, if men do not understand the situation and do not want to intervene, just as childbirth can end in the death of both mother and child. If someone is not there to help nature. If synthesis is de jure in Hegel, it can only be de facto in Marxism. If there is a Hegelian quietism, there is necessarily a Marxist concern. If Hegel can blindly rely on the course of things, because there remains in him a foundation of theology, Marxist praxis does not have the same resource, it has no other support than the coexistence of men. It cannot assign in advance an end to history, nor even affirm the total man as a dogmatic thesis before the event has come. If all our contradictions are ever to be removed, we will only know it that day. We admire Engels speaking learnedly of the necessity which resolves historical chances. How does he know that history is and will be rational, since he is no longer neither theist nor idealist? The aim of Marxism is to invite us to make the logic of history prevail over its contingency, without metaphysical guarantee. We may ask why existentialism is so keen to get closer to Marxism. Mr. Lefebvre kindly assumes that it is to eat it better. The truth, more candid, as we will see, is that many readers of Marx feel absolutely in agreement with the analyses like those of 18 Brumaire. For example, without being satisfied by certain theoretical formulas of Marx himself and especially of his commentators. According to them, the Marxist discovery of social existence as a dimension of our most inner life, of class dynamics as an integral process where economic and cultural determinations intertwine and endlessly signify each other, not only admits, but also demands on the theoretical level a new conception of consciousness which establishes both its autonomy and dependence by describing it as a nothingness which comes into the world and cannot maintain its freedom without it. Engage at every moment. According to them, it is this conception of consciousness that Marxism has, if not formulated theoretically, at least practiced in its strongest concrete analyses. A living Marxism should save existentialist research and integrate it, instead of stifling it. The metaphysics in man. There can be no question, within the limits of an article, of justifying a conception of the world. On the other hand, what each person can say briefly is what meaning the word metaphysics has gradually taken on for him, what he opposes it to, what intention he uses it for. An account of this kind is not sufficient to found a concept, of which it only gives, so to speak, the employment value. It is legitimate at least as a contribution to the sociology of ideas, if the latent metaphysics that it discovers in the use of the word is widespread enough. Now metaphysics, reduced by Kantism to the system of principles that reason uses in the constitution of science or the moral universe, radically contested, in this guiding function, by positivism, has not stopped, however, from lead in the literature and poetry as an illegal life, and critics find it there today. In the sciences themselves it reappears, not to limit their field or to put up barriers to them, but as the deliberate inventory of a type of being that scientism ignored and that the sciences have little by little learned to recognize. It is this metaphysics in action that we propose to better circumscribe, and first of all to make appear on the horizon of the human sciences. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. It seems difficult to deny that the psychology of form disrupts what we could call the implicit ontology of science and forces us to revise our conception of the conditions and limits of scientific knowledge, or the ideal of an objective psychology of animals. Kohler's work indissolubly shows that we have to reconstitute, beyond the universe of our perception, that of the animal in its original nature, with its irrational connections, its short circuits, its gaps, and that, if we achieve this, it can only be from of our human experience of the animal, by describing the curve of its behavior as it appears, with its qualitative distinctions of freshness and fatigue, good solution and bad solution, continuity and discontinuity, optical contact and mechanical connection, so that finally the research concludes, not with quantitative laws of the stimulus-response type, which would be applicable to all species, but with a table of the elaboration that the chimpanzee subjects to given stimuli, of the universe of behavior of the chimpanzee such as it can be read in his methodically interpreted conduct. The work proves by the fact that a descriptive science is possible and highlights the paradox that, to become truly scientific, psychology must not reject our human experience of animals as anthropomorphic, nor submit it solely to the questions that physical experience poses to the atom or the acid, that there are other true relationships than measurable relationships and that finally our notion of the objective must be entirely redefined. Kohler highlighted, as the condition of stimulus-response relationships, a certain structure of the animal universe considered or a priori of the species, and gave psychology the task of describing this whole. This conception naturally extended to psychopathology and general psychology, which were to become an inventory of typical systems of behavior. If the intelligence of higher apes proves something, it is that we cannot speak of intelligence in animals in the sense that we understand it in humans. The book invited psychologists to understand behavior according to its law of internal organization, instead of looking for the result of a combination of simple and universal processes. It is curious to note that neither Kohler's book, nor, in general, the research of this school was approved or criticized in what they brought to the forefront. Intelligence of higher apes acts on the reader in the sense of a naturalist anthropology. It is less sensitive to the contrast of the Gestaltung in humans and animals than the fact that there is already a Gestaltung in the behavior of animals as in humans, and this very formal analogy prevails against the most obvious descriptive differences. The psychology of form, instead of leading to a revision of the methodology and the scientific ideal which had long masked the reality of form, only developed as much as it allowed this methodology to be revived. Faulty. The Berlin School proposed on the one hand to describe the privileged forms of human conduct, and on the other hand to determine the conditions which control their appearance. The return to description, the appeal to phenomena as a legitimate source of psychological knowledge, in principle prohibited the treatment of form as a lesser or derived reality and the preservation of linear processes and isolable sequences, the privilege that scientism gives them. But the Berlin School recoiled from these consequences. It preferred to affirm, by a pure act of faith, that the totality of phenomena belonged to the universe of physics, referring only to a physics and a physiology more advances to help us understand how the most complex forms rest, in the final analysis, on the simplest ones. She preferably studied those forms which, given a certain number of external conditions, appear, especially in the laboratory, more or less regularly, that is to say anonymous sensory functions. She wanted the precision of the formulas at all costs, even if it meant neglecting somewhat the more complex forms which interest the entire personality, depend less simply on given external conditions and are, for this very reason, more difficult to discover, but also more precious. For knowledge of human behavior, the psychology of perception has come to take over from the old psychophysiology in the role of center of psychological research. In reality, the study of psychophysiological functions of vision should never have done harm to the study of more complex behaviors, which put us in contact not only with stimuli, but with other men, with vital and social situations. Psychoanalysis, itself saved from its own dogmas, is the normal extension of a psychology of consistent form. By treating as the central portion of psychology what is only its periphery, as if the psychology of elementary functions were to give us later, through the simple accumulation of special research, the psychology of the whole, while preserving the functions sensory and their laws an undeserved privilege because they adapt as best they can to a quantitative treatment, by concentrating the effort of the new psychology on the functional and the objective, while it had also sought to rediscover everything descriptive and phenomenal, scientism delayed the development of a psychological science. If, on the contrary, we wanted to define without prejudice the philosophical meaning of the psychology of form, we would have to say that by revealing structure or form as an irreducible ingredient of being, it calls into question the alternative classic of existence as a thing and existence as consciousness. It establishes a communication and as a mixture of the objective and the subjective, it conceives in a new way psychological knowledge, which no longer consists to break down these typical sets, but rather to embrace them and understand them by reliving them. It goes without saying that the example of a school, and a school that is still contested, cannot be conclusive in itself. However, it would become significant if we could show that in general the human sciences are each oriented in their own way towards the same revision of the relationships between the subjective and the objective. But this is what we see in linguistics. When we wanted to study language using rigorous methods, we first had to disavow prescientific or animist conceptions which represented each language as an organism or as a being of reason whose evolution would only gradually manifest the invariable essence. We therefore propose to treat language as a thing and to discover laws whose interweaving could explain the facts of language. But language, like behavior, has escaped scientific treatment. Even in phonetics, where it seemed to find a privileged field of application, the notion of law is called into question. We must renounce detaching the law from the facts, ideally reabsorbing the facts into the law. The sentence, C plus A becomes in French between the 5th and 8th centuries ch is the expression of a historical event which took place once and for all in the same way as the sentence, the Bourbons reigned in France from 1589 to 1791. With the ideal of a system of laws truer than the facts, it is the very conception of language as a pure object that is called into question. Saussure already felt that we had moved too quickly into disavowing the old comparative grammar. There are, he said, certain images that we cannot do without. To demand that we only use terms that respond to the realities of language is to claim that these realities no longer have any mystery for us. As the psychology of form claims the use of descriptive concepts, borrowed from our human experience, and which cannot be replaced functional concepts, based on the measurement of correlative variations, Saussure's linguistics legitimates, in the study of language, in addition to the perspective of causal explanation, which links each fact to a previous fact and therefore displays language before the linguist as an object of nature, the perspective of the speaking subject who experiences his language. In the first respect, language is a mosaic of facts without an interior. Under the second, on the contrary, it is a totality. A scholar as rigorous as Millet formulates this progress in linguistic reflection by saying, linguistic facts are qualitative, and elsewhere each language forms a system, which means that it admits a principle of internal organization. To say that linguistic facts are qualitative is to say that in their connection and their development they need the mediation of consciousness. However, we cannot conclude from this that the place or environment of language is consciousness, nor that language is an abstraction and the speaking subject's the only reality. Because each speaking subject, even when he modifies the language, feels constrained to such modes of expression that he can make himself understood by others. Just as psychology, divided between the objective method and introspection, ends up finding its balance in the idea of a form of behavior, to be grasped from the outside as well as from the inside, in the same way linguistics finds itself faced with the task to go beyond the alternative of language as a thing and language as the production of speaking subjects. The language must be, a round of each speaking subject, as an instrument which has its own inertia, its demands, its constraints, its internal logic, and nevertheless that it always remains open to their initiatives, always capable of shifts in meaning, of equivocations, of functional substitutions which give this logic a staggering appearance. Perhaps the notion of gestalt or structure would it render here the same services as in psychology, since in both cases we are dealing with sets which are not the pure manifestation of a controlling consciousness, which do not have the explicit knowledge of their own principle and which, nevertheless, can and must be read from the whole to the parts. We must find at the center of each language laws of balance, perhaps even a theme, a fundamental project, or, as G. Guillaume says, a sublinguistic scheme which goes unnoticed when we work with the categories of common sense, or with those of the old grammar, but whose operational life manifests itself when the linguist constructs the new categories required for the coordination of facts. It is for example a certain way of targeting the tense, characteristic of Greek or Latin, fixed in the forms of conjugation, which therefore requires each member of the linguistic community from birth and is not the work of none of them, but which is nevertheless not fatal, remains exposed to the influences, to the obsolescence by which the language will ultimately be transformed into another language. This general spirit, which all constitute through their common life, this intention already deposited in the given system of language, preconscious, since the speaking subject marries it before realizing it and elevating it to the level of knowledge, and which however only exists on condition of being taken up or assumed by the speaking subjects and lives on their desire to exchange, it is indeed, in the field of linguistics, the equivalent of the form of psychologists, as foreign to the objective existence of a natural process as to the mental existence of an idea. Neither a thing nor an idea, language, like the psyche, is only accessible to a method of understanding which finds in the multiplicity of facts some decisive intentions or aims, the deep and in some way secret facts on which rests the construction of the language. Perhaps the same conclusion would be reached by examining the development of sociology, since Durkheim gave it what he believed to be a scientific method. In fact, considering his famous work on elementary forms of religious life, one is tempted to say that, if he energetically called attention to the study of the social, he perhaps stripped it of what makes it of the greatest interest by advising to treat it like a thing. We remember that he nominally defines the religious by the sacred, then shows that the experience of the sacred coincides with the moments of greatest cohesion of totemic society, and concludes that at least in its elementary forms, and undoubtedly also in its higher forms, religious life is only the way in which society becomes aware of itself. There is no need to discuss the definition of religion by the sacred, since Durkheim presents it as preliminary and nominal. We could only observe that it does not yet take us into the interior of religion, and make reservations about a method more concerned with assembling concepts taken in extension than with exploring their content. The identification of the sacred and the social justifies these reservations. Because either it is too obvious and leaves the question unanswered, or else it is taken as an explanation of the religious by the social, and then it hides the problem from us. That the religious experience always occurs in an actual or virtual community, that it implies an idea of interhuman relations, and that it always expresses, directly or not, by way of reflection or counterpart, the effective relationships of men in the given civilization, that any conception of the mind both entails a certain conception of the relationship between consciousnesses and conversely owes something to the experience we have of communication, it is certain, as it is certain that literature, art, science, language are social facts in the sense of facts of communication. But, this recognized, nothing has yet been done to elucidate the religious phenomenon. When we go back from religious to social, we do not go from obscure to clear, we do not explain, we find the same obscurity or the same problem under another name. It will remain to recapture the particular mode of interhuman relationship and communication which is achieved in each civilization. The use of the social bond can only pass as an explanation of religion or the sacred if we make it an immutable substance, a good cause for everything, a vague force defined by its sole coercive power, that is, if we become blind to the always original operation of a society in the process of establishing the system of collective meanings through which its members communicate. We gain nothing by basing the religious or the sacred on the social, since we find in the social the same paradoxes, the same ambivalence, the same mixture of union and repulsion, of desire and fear which was already found in the sacred and which was problematic. Durkheim treated the social as a reality external to the individual and charged it with explaining everything that presents itself to the individual as having to be. But the social can only provide this service if it is not itself as a thing, if it invests the individual, if it solicits and threatens it at the same time, if each consciousness at the same time finds and is lost in its relationship with other consciousnesses, finally if the social is not collective consciousness, but intersubjectivity, living relationship, and tension between individuals. Sociology will not seek the explanation of the religious in the social, nor for that matter of the social in the religious. It will consider them as two aspects of the real and fantastic human bond as it has been developed by the civilization considered, and it will attempt to objectify the solution that this civilization invents in its religion as in its economy or in its politics for the problem of man's relations with nature and with man. If treating social facts as things means looking for their component elements or externally relating one to the other as to its cause, this famous precept is not practicable. Sociology does not know permanent elements in the different wholes where they are integrated, no facts external to each other, but, in the case of each society, a totality where the phenomena express themselves mutually and admit the same fundamental theme. The spirit of a civilization composes a whole of functions, it is an integration different from the addition of the totality of the parts. This movement by which men assume and develop the given conditions of their collective life and crown them with original values and institutions, if we want to recapture it, we must once again revise our idea of scientific and objective knowledge. At its highest point, sociological knowledge, like knowledge of someone, requires that we resume, guiding ourselves by all objective indices, the human attitude which makes up the spirit of a society. Because he is concerned with the individual and remains in contact with an inexhaustible reality, the historian is, by position, better protected than the sociologist against the dream of a sovereign knowledge, capable of immediately accessing all the time, and absolute objectivity. To achieve awareness of his task, however, he first had to reject the pretension of a universal history unfolded entirely before the historian as it would be under the gaze of God. It is also necessary, which is more difficult, to recognize that a certain rigorism or scientism in matters of history, far from guaranteeing us adequacy with the past, risks locking us into the most subjective views. We remember that Saint-Nobos refused any perspective and confined the historian to the study, for each event, of the singular constellation which had made its appearance possible. It was not possible, according to him, among all the conditions, to choose a few which were the main ones, nor thereby sketch out the beginning of induction. They had all contributed to producing the effect, they were all causes of it in the same way. There were no story details, no accessories, so nothing essential. Following this method, each event is the result of an encounter and chance. We are forbidden to find an inner meaning in it, and there is nothing to understand in the senseless tumult of history. Applied for example to a revolution, this method immediately makes it appear illusory or absurd. Men who make a revolution believe they are solving a problem in things. It seems to them that their will extends a requirement or responds to a demand on their time. It is, of course, not certain that they are right. Yet we cannot assume that they are wrong. The chances of error are equal whether one adopts with Saint-Nobos the point of view of Sirius and refuses any meaning to events whatever they may be, or whether one adopts with Bossuet the point of view of God and we find them all full of meaning. The resolution to ignore the meaning that men themselves have given to their action and to reserve all historical effectiveness for the sequence of facts, in a word the idolatry of objectivity, contains, according to a profound remark of Trotsky, the most daring judgment when it comes to a revolution, since it imposes a priori to the man of action, who believes in a logic of history and in a truth of what he does, the categories of the objective historian, who does not believe in it. The union of peasants and workers during the events of 1917 in Russia was perhaps a coincidence. But another hypothesis is possible: the workers' movement and the demands of the peasants converged towards a socialist revolution because, in a country which did not have a bourgeoisie, the democratic phase with its liberal reforms was not viable and the demands of the peasants could only be resolved by going beyond them. It is then the structure of the Tsarist state which would explain the fortuitous meeting of which the objective historian speaks. True objectivity therefore requires that we examine, to give them their proper role, the subjective components of the event, the interpretation given to it by contemporaries and protagonists. But, to accurately assess the influence of these views, the historian will have to confront them with the facts, possibly measure the gap between them, and finally take a Marxist interpretation of the events of 1917. A decision which is always personal to some extent, because it is only based on probability. The task of history then appears in all its difficulty: we must awaken the past, bring it back to the present, reconstitute the atmosphere of the era as it was experienced by contemporaries, without imposing our own categories on it. And, this further determines whether contemporaries were mystified, who, them or us, saw the truth of the time better. This is once again a communication problem that arises. As M. Lefebvre has perfectly shown, regarding unbelief in the 16th century, the mental universe of Rabelais cannot be described in our language nor thought of using our categories. Many texts prevent us from saying that he was a believer in the sense that we give to this word. But it would also be inaccurate to say that he was an unbeliever in the sense that the word had 2, 3, or 4 centuries later. Religion is part of the mental equipment or tools of the 16th century. Even if it is not at the center of Rabelais' life and thought, it constitutes its horizon, at least as an implicit thesis and established reality. Understanding Rabelais will mean reconstituting this cultural environment which was his and which is no longer ours. It will be, through our own historical situation, rejoining his in thought. If we can progress towards an adequate knowledge of the past, it will not be, as Saint-Nobos believed, by raising ourselves to the point of view of an absolute observer who believes he dominates all time and, in this very fact, ignores them, but on the contrary always experiencing more clearly that this very conviction has its date, that the very idea of a universe of truth is misleading, and by perceiving by contrast what the past was for itself. We do not reach the universal by leaving our particularity, but by making it a means of reaching others, by virtue of this mysterious affinity which makes situations understand each other. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. The human sciences, in their present orientation, are metaphysical or transnatural in the sense that they make us rediscover, with the structure and the understanding of structures, a dimension of being and a type of knowledge that man forgets. In the attitude that is natural to him. It is natural for us to believe ourselves in the presence of a world and a time that our thought flies over and of which it can consider each part at will without modifying its objective nature. Science in its beginnings takes up and systematizes this belief. It always implies an absolute observer in whom the summation of points of view is made, and correlatively a geometral of all perspectives. But the sciences of man have shown that all knowledge of man by man is inevitably, not pure contemplation, but taken up by each person, according to what he can, of the actions of others, reactivation based on ambiguous signs of an experience that is not their own, appropriation by them of a structure, a priori of the species, sublinguistic scheme or spirit of a civilization, of which it does not form a distinct concept and which it restores as the trained pianist deciphers unknown music. Without himself grasping the motives of each gesture or each operation, without being able to awaken all the sediment knowledge that he uses at that moment. There is no longer here the position of an object, but communication with a way of being. The universality of knowledge is no longer guaranteed in each person by this reduction of absolute consciousness where the Kantian I think itself, while linked as it was to a certain spatio-temporal perspective, was assured a priori to be identical to any other possible I think. It is in front of us, in the thing where our perception places us, in the dialogue where our experience of others throws us by a movement of which we do not know all the springs, that we find the germ of universality or the natural light without which there would be no knowledge. There is metaphysics from the moment when, ceasing to live in the evidence of the object, whether it is the sensory object or the object of science, we indissolubly perceive the radical subjectivity of all our experience and its truth value. Our experience is ours, which means two things, that it is not the measure of every imaginable being in itself, and that it is nevertheless coextensive with every being of which we can have notion. The fundamental metaphysical fact is this double meaning of cogito: I am sure that there is being, on condition of not looking for another kind of being than being for me. When I am conscious of feeling, I am not on the one hand conscious of a state of mind and on the other hand conscious of a certain sensitive quality such as red or blue, but red and blue do not are nothing other than my different ways of looking at what is offered and responding to its request. Likewise, when I say that I see someone, it is because I am touched with sympathy for this behavior which I witness and which catches my own intentions by providing them with a visible realization. It is in our very difference, in the singularity of our experience, that the strange power it has to pass into others, to reperform the acts of others, is attested, and therefore that a truth is found to which, as Pascal said, we can neither renounce nor fully access. Metaphysics is the deliberate intention of describing this paradox of consciousness and truth, of exchange and communication, in which science lives and which it encounters under the aspect of overcome difficulties or failures to repair, but that it does not thematize. From the moment I recognized that my experience, precisely insofar as it is mine, opens me to what is not me, that I am sensitive to the world and to others, all the beings that objective thought placed at their distance come singularly closer to me. Or conversely, I recognize my affinity with them, I am nothing but a power to echo them, to understand them, to respond to them. My life appears to me absolutely individual and absolutely universal. This recognition of an individual life which animates all past and contemporary lives and receives all life from them, of a light which springs from them to us against all hope, is metaphysical consciousness, at its first degree. Astonishment to discover the confrontation of opposites, to its second degree recognition of their identity in the simplicity of to-do. Metaphysical consciousness has no objects other than daily experience, this world, others, human history, truth, culture. But, instead of taking them ready-made, as consequences without premises and as if they were self-evident, she rediscovers their fundamental strangeness for me and the miracle of their appearance. Then the history of humanity is no longer this inevitable advent of modern man from the caveman, this imperative growth of morality and science of which two human school textbooks speak, it is not empirical history and successive, it is the awareness of the secret link which makes Plato still alive among us. Understood thus, metaphysics is the opposite of the system. If the system is an arrangement of concepts which immediately makes all aspects of experience compatible and composable, it suppresses metaphysical consciousness, at the same time as morality. If, for example, we want to base the fact of rationality or communication on an absolute of value or thought, either this absolute raises no difficulty and, all things considered, rationality and communication remain founded on them themselves, or else the absolute descends, so to speak, into them, but it then overturns all human means of verification and justification. Whether or not there is an absolute thought, and, in each practical problem, an absolute evaluation, I only have to judge my own opinions, which remain capable of error, however severely I discuss them. Agreement with myself and with others remains as difficult to obtain, and although I believe that in law it is always achievable, I have no other reason to affirm this principle than the experience of certain concordances, so that finally my belief in the absolute, in its solid aspects, is nothing but my experience of an agreement with myself and with others. When it is not useless, recourse to an absolute foundation destroys the very thing that it must found. If in fact I believe I can in the evidence join the absolute principle of all thought and all evaluation, on condition of having my conscience for myself, I have the right to shield my judgments from the control of others, they receive the character of the sacred. In particular, in the practical order, I have a plan of escape where my actions are transfigured, the suffering of which I am the cause turns into happiness, the ruse into reason, and I piously destroy my adversaries. So when I place the foundation of truth or morality outside of progressive experience, either I continue to stick to the probabilities that it offers me, only devalued by the ideal of absolute knowledge, or I disguise them as absolute certainties, and then I let go of the verifiable for the truth, that is to say the prey for the shadow. I oscillate between uncertainty and arrogance without ever finding the right point of human resolution. If, on the contrary, I understood that truth and value can only be for us the result of our verifications or our evaluations in contact with the world, in front of others and in given situations of knowledge and action, that even these notions lose all meaning outside of human perspectives, then the world regains its relief. The particular acts of verification and evaluation in which I recapture a dispersed experience regain their decisive importance. There is something irrefutable in knowledge and in action, of true and false, of good and evil, precisely because I do not claim to find absolute evidence there. Metaphysical and moral consciousness dies in contact with the absolute because it is itself, beyond the flat world of habituated or sleeping consciousness, the living connection of me with myself and of me with others. Metaphysics is not a construction of concepts by which we try to make our paradoxes less sensitive, it is the experience that we have in all situations of personal and collective history, and of the actions which, assuming them, transform them into reason. It is a question such that we cannot conceive of an answer which cancels it, but only resolute actions which postpone it further. It is not a knowledge that would complete the edifice of knowledge, it is the lucid knowledge of what threatens them and the acute awareness of their price. The contingency of everything that exists and everything that is valuable is not a small truth that must somehow be accommodated in some corner of a system, it is the condition of a metaphysical view of the world. Such metaphysics is not reconcilable with the manifest content of religion and with the position of an absolute thinker of the world. These assertions immediately raise the problem of a theodicy which has not taken a step since Leibniz, and which, in Leibniz himself, perhaps consisted, in the final analysis, of evoking the existence of this world as an unsurpassable fact which attracts from the beginning the creative becoming, and therefore to reject the point of view of a God without a world. God then appears, not as the creator of this world, but rather as an idea in the Kantian and restrictive sense of the word, term of reference for a human reflection which, considering this world as it is, precipitates into this idea what it would like to be. A God, on the contrary, who is not only for us, but for himself, Metaphysics can only seek behind consciousness, on this side of our ideas, as the anonymous force which supports each of our thoughts and ideas. Our experiences. At this point, religion ceases to be a conceptual construction, an ideology, and joins the experience of interhuman life. It is the novelty of Christianity as a religion of the death of God to challenge the God of the philosophers and to announce a God who assumes the condition of man. Religion is part of culture, not as a dogma, nor even as a belief, as a cry. But can it be something else, at least with consequences? Since it teaches that man's fault is a happy fault, that a world without fault would be less good, and that finally creation, which causes being to fall from its original perfection and sufficiency, is nevertheless worth better or is a good, it is the most resolute negation of the infinite conceived. Finally, if resounding battles have taken place between metaphysics conceived as a system and scientism, between a metaphysics which rejects the system in principle and a science which increasingly measures the gap between its formulas and the facts which they must express, there is, as Bergson saw, much more than a concordat, a spontaneous convergence. Philosophical awareness does not render the effort of objectification of science in vain, it pursues it at the level of man, since all thought is inevitably objectification. She only knows that here objectification cannot prevail over itself and makes us conquer the more fundamental relationship of coexistence between scientific knowledge and metaphysical knowledge, which always brings it back to its task. There can be no rivalry. A science without philosophy would not know, literally, what it is talking about. A philosophy without methodical exploration of phenomena would only lead to formal truths, that is to say, to errors. To do metaphysics is not to enter into a separate world of knowledge, nor to repeat sterile formulas such as those we use here, it is to experience fully the paradoxes which they indicate, it is to verify always anew the discordant functioning of human intersubjectivity, it is to seek to think through to the end the same phenomena that science invests, only restoring to them their original transcendence and strangeness. When methodology has established, it seems, without contest, that no induction is founded in the absolute sense of the word and that any reflection always carries with it whole sections of experiences which tacitly contribute to producing our most obvious evidence. Purer, there would undoubtedly be reason to revise the classic distinction between induction and reflection, and to ask ourselves if there are indeed two kinds of knowledge there, if there is not rather a single know at different degrees of naivete or explicitness. To circumscribe it, it was necessary to surround this conception of metaphysics with a certain number of negations. But, taken in itself, it is positivity itself, and we do not see what it could deprive us of. The glory of evidence, that of dialogue and successful communication, the community of fate between men, their agreement, not according to biological resemblance, but in what is most specific to them, everything that science and religion can live effectively is found here collected, and rescued from the ambiguities of a double life. Around Marxism. Thierry Molnir began writing about politics in the ascendant period of fascism. He thought about it a lot, he talked about it a lot, sometimes with fervor, sometimes with reservations. Precisely because he took it seriously and examined it seriously, accepting this, rejecting that, there is no doubt that he contributed to ensuring it was respected. As he himself writes, the sincerity of a few is a necessary auxiliary to historical mystifications. That said, we must immediately add that our author has conducted himself in such a way that he escapes controversy and the trials of tendency and places himself in the order of political philosophy, where there are true and false opinions, but no damnable opinions. Let us recall that in May 1940, left alone by chance circumstances in the direction of a weekly, Thierry Molnir published a few resolutely warmongering issues which earned him 2 years later to be denounced by the same newspaper as an agent of England. Between 1940 and 1944, in the Southern Zone newspapers to which he collaborated, he limited himself to the role of military critic and never wanted the interest he had shown in the fascist phenomenon to be used by the propaganda of the foreign fascisms. He therefore not only demonstrated his independence and sincerity, private virtues, which are not decisive in politics. He showed that he had a sense of historical responsibilities and understood that, in a country even partially occupied, a writer, precisely if he was interested in fascism, could no longer sign a political column. This is what gives him the full right to publish his thoughts today and gives us complete freedom to discuss them without a second thought. His interest in fascism was conditional. The problem of our time consisted for Thierry Molnir of uniting two hitherto separate forces, the proletarian forces which move towards a classless society through economic and social revolution, and the forces which tend to preserve the nation, a form of civilization of the Western Europe. Considering fascism at its beginnings, and perhaps giving too much credence to the declarations of its theorists, he believed that the meaning of the phenomenon was to achieve this union. This, he thought, was the historical truth of fascism, whatever the conduct of the various existing fascisms, which could or could not remain faithful to their mission. In this regard, Thierry Molnir multiplied his reservations, the recourse to action, to race, to blood, to the predestined leader, to the superior mission of a people. All the suspicious paraphernalia of modern nationalism are nothing else than that substitutes for failing intelligence, man's call to darkness to regain mastery of a world where knowledge is powerless to guide him. He only hoped that confused instincts, contradictory tendencies associated with fragments of ancient doctrines, with sometimes crude resentments, with sometimes sordid interests would bring into history a true fascism without racial persecution, without oppression, without war, and entirely dedicated to the solution of the proletarian problem within the limits of the nation. It was therefore necessary to help fascism to become aware of its true historical destination and to somehow transform it into itself. He had appealed to moral survivals, to vague demands, to myths as vague as those of heroism, of duty, of sacrifice, to the easiest and sometimes the most suspect sources of exaltation. It was necessary to collect the gold hidden in this mud. The question was whether detailed social reforms, racism, and the exaltation of the national community would only serve to sidestep the social and proletarian problem, according to the proven recipes of traditional nationalism, or if, on the contrary, we would see the emergence in Germany and Italy a new type of society. We understand that Munich, the occupation of Prague 6 months later, the Polish War and what followed definitively enlightened Thierry Molnir on the relationship between fascism and its historical essence, and that he without hesitation refused fascism existing the sympathy he had shown for a certain possible fascism. The important thing is that we draw from this historical experience all the lessons it contains. We want to say, was the fascism of Thierry Molnir really a possible fascism? Was it by chance or by an unpredictable choice of individuals that Nazism and fascism ultimately resorted to war and conquest? Was it reasonable to expect from it the solution to the problems of our time? Are we free to give to a regime the meaning we like to find in it, or is there no way of grasping a concrete logic of the system which necessarily, or at least probably, drives it to his ultimate decisions? From 1938, could we not recognize, between the different aspects of fascism, its innovative aspect and its traditional aspect, the one which should ultimately prevail? It would only have been necessary to leave the naive method of intellectualism and seek, beneath the manifest content of fascism, its latent content. Thierry Molnir composed a blueprint of fascism by assembling a few ideas that appealed to him, the idea of a social revolution and the idea of national civilization. He tried to show that these ideas are compatible. Political criticism does not only deal with ideas, it deals with the behaviors that these ideas mask rather than express. Even if, on the level of ideas, the nation and the revolution are not incompatible, on the level of action and in the dynamics of history, a socialism, if it is national, ceases to be a socialism. The bourgeoisie of all countries have understood very well that by adding this prefix to socialism, we remove everything that is worrying about it. You have to know how to decipher this language that the powers understand at first glance. Let us just say for today that by placing the national problem and the proletarian problem on the same level, we actually corrupt socialist consciousness, because we make it fall from humanism to empiricism, or if we wants from open politics to closed politics, that it therefore finds itself qualitatively modified, and that, by a vital logic against which goodwill can do nothing, it in fact ceases to choose revolution because she stops choosing it absolutely. Marxism clearly saw this law of all or nothing, and its criticism of opportunism or social democracy contains a psychoanalysis of political life that will one day have to be developed. 6 years of pain and mourning would be as nothing to political experience if we continued to think that fascism could have achieved socialism, if we did not understand that, from the outset, by retreating from the proletarian problem, fascism chose the solutions of war and conquest, if we had not learned to link foreign policy and internal policy as two aspects of an undivided choice, if we had not learned to consider a regime or a political movement as a living organism where everything is related to everything, we will see that violence and conscience does not go that far. Thierry Molnier's solutions remain today what they were 7 years ago. He undertook a critique of fascism from the inside. The young people who read the magazine Combat were obviously sympathizers of fascism and were taught in this magazine to harshly criticize the inadequacies of fascism in matters of social policy. As Thierry Molnier says perfectly today, each fascism has an avant-garde which unwittingly fulfills the dual function of reassuring the left-wing elements rallied to the regime in the hope of a social revolution and worry the right-wing elements who, without this threat, would pull the system in a reactionary direction. We can't help but think that by writing these lines, Thierry Molnier is taking a look back at himself. It is precisely his claim to go both beyond nationalism and beyond Marxism that put him at the forefront of fascist ideology. Even today, when he has for a long time and as clearly as possible withdrawn any kind of sympathy from fascist circles, his position is barely different. It teaches that the proletarian problem is the problem of problems, that capitalism must be destroyed. But it is usually aimed at the readers of Le Figaro and Carrefour, of whom we can say, without offending anyone, that they are not dedicated body and soul to the social revolution. Which newspaper, in this summer's press, devotes 2 columns on the front page to violence and conscience? The Time. What does she remember from the book? Precisely the very timid conclusions that we will have to discuss. Thierry Molnier's ideas in such an environment can once again only serve as moral support for reactionary politics, and it is ultimately with good reason that Thierry Molnier remains sociologically a right-wing critic. So much lucidity, honesty, and vigor in reflection, such timidity in the choice of an audience, and in the conclusions, these two things together can only be explained in the author by some political complex. Thierry Molnier's problem is the problem of the French intellectual right, and 35-year-old men feel this problem all the better because in one way or another he was them at some point. Around 1930, Action Française had a credit among students of which young people today cannot have an idea, and the reasons for which would have to be sought. In any case, it is fascinating to see Thierry Molnier gradually reject what was summary in his first views, without getting rid of it completely, and how such a severe reflection is sometimes retained below of Marxism and sometimes touches on its fundamental problems. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. In the Maurrassism of 1900 there was a healthy reaction against the Kantian illusions of democracy. Democratic optimism admits that, in a state where human rights are guaranteed, no freedom encroaches on other freedoms and the coexistence of men as autonomous and reasonable subjects is assured. It is to assume that violence only makes an episodic appearance in human history, that economic relations in particular tend to achieve justice and harmony, and finally that the structure of the natural and human world is rational. We know today that formal equality of rights and political freedom mask power relations rather than eliminating them. And the political problem is then to establish social structures and real relationships between men such that freedom, equality, and law become effective. The weakness of democratic thought lies in the fact that it is less a policy than a morality, since it poses no problem of social structure and considers the conditions for the exercise of justice to be given to humanity. Against this moralism, we are all rallied to realism, if by that we mean a policy which takes care of achieving the conditions of existence of the values it has chosen. Maurician immoralism is of another kind. Instead of concluding that equality and freedom, not being given, are to be achieved, he renounces equality and freedom. Having recognized that the view we take of man through conscience is abstract and that a society is not an assembly of pure, free, and equal consciences, but first of all a system of institutions to which consciences owe what they can have effective reason and freedom, he definitively rejects the judgment of consciences and makes politics a technique of order where value judgments have no place. Mauricism is largely a criticism from the inside for the benefit of the outside. Justice, the truth of which men believe they possess the source as they are consciences, they in reality rest on the courts, on books and traditions, they are therefore fragile like them and like them threatened by individual judgment. The individual is only valuable and thinks correctly through his external supports, and the essential thing is to preserve them. The politician is the one who has recognized the price of existing things and who defends them against the fantasy of the interior. It is a question of saving historically constituted man against nature which, within us and outside of us, always threatens him because it is purely transitive. We must therefore have no confidence in the course of things, we must revere the admirable chances which have enabled a humanity to appear. There is no question of abandoning to the heirs an inheritance which they would squander, nor of consulting them on the use that should be made of it. There are those who know because they have understood history, and those who foolishly only consult their conscience. Hence a pessimistic, cynical, and authoritarian pathos of which we find traces in all the works of Thierry Molnir. So when he said that hatred and passions flare up better than goodwill, or that a good part of true politics is undoubtedly to make what we are agreed to call the vices of men serve the general good, and to prevent, as much as possible, what we call their virtues from harming them. So when he talks about the effective power of stupidity. So when he defines freedom the good claimed by those who aspire to power while they are still weak. So every time he talks about democracy, and even today when he insists on the coincidences of history. Barres and Maurice thought that the world and our life are an insane tumult, on which some fragile and precious forms appear. The basis of their ideas is the despair of 1900. Thierry Molnir owes to his first political training this feeling of possible chaos, this respect for man and this contempt for men. However, from his 1938 book, another idea appeared, which led elsewhere. He rejects necessary progress, but he also rejects the Maurician idea of an immutable human nature which reduces political problems to those of an immutable sociology of order. It is absurd to deny that man is capable of progress, it is no less absurd to believe that this progress delivers it. Each time he introduces a new element into the system of known relationships that is an old civilization, man transforms this entire system of relationships to inevaluable proportions and can introduce into it the germ of immense disorganization, thus certain progress could be paid for by much greater setbacks. Let us at least know that we are not creating anything that we will not then have to deal with. Only on this condition will we be able to approach the problems posed by the modern world without the stupid disdain, the imbecile terror and the stupid optimism which are the masks of impotent thought. Thierry Molnir thus introduced the idea of a social dynamic and a movement of history. Politics could therefore no longer be limited to the proven recipes of the art of governing and the happy use of chance. It required an analysis of the present situation, it recognized a certain sense of history, which it had to take into account, otherwise it would be ineffective. We were led to distinguish among empirical events those which make history take a step from which it will not return, because they respond to the problems of the time, and those which are only adventures because they are based on a combination of circumstances which they will not survive. There is no guarantee that power will return to the men and forces best able to overcome the difficulties of the moment. The course of history is contingent, it is not always the best or the truest that wins. History is full of lost opportunities, wasted wealth, commitments on dead ends. Success, at least for a time, may fall to the least rigorous ideologies. There are true doctrines which, as P. Guy said, do not obtain historical inscription, and conversely there are conspicuous events which do not make history take a step. But history is at least rational in that a movement which does not succeed in seeing its historical destination and in posing the problems from which it was born has every chance of deviating, of aborting, of being erased from the course of events, or to leave only an ephemeral tear in the fabric of history. The movement that succeeds for a moment is not always the most true or the most valid, but it must be if it is to last. If, for example, fascism only overcomes class antagonism by the ephemeral exaltation of national sentiment and by a new recourse to the goodwill of the oppressed, if it continues to ignore the problems instead of resolving them, he will disappear for lack of having rejoined by his conscious will the deep motives from which he was born and of having assumed his own truth. We therefore saw the emergence of the idea of a policy which is not created ex nihilo in the minds of individuals, but is prepared and developed in history, and not in the Mauresian sense of a history which repeats itself, but in the sense of a story which goes beyond itself and which presents men with new situations to dominate. History has vectors, it has a meaning, not because all things are arranged for an end, but because it expels men and institutions which do not respond to existing problems, not because everything whoever arrives deserves to be, but because everything that disappears deserved to disappear. Now, if we thus admit the presence at the heart of history of certain effective problems, the analysis of our present must not only address the wills and ideas of men, it must be total, it must attack the very arrangement of things and the economic situation, which, like everything else, now acquires historical significance. The idea of a logic of history has the inevitable consequence of a certain historical materialism. Through these two means, Thierry Molnir encountered Marxism. So what did he think? He first criticized him for having underestimated the role of man in the making of history. For him, history, if it poses problems, does not provide any solution to them. The decomposition of capitalism does not in itself bring about the advent of the regime that will replace it. It is up to man to freely design the institutions which will bring a new order out of chaos and which will hold history back from the brink of nothingness. In our opinion, Thierry Molnir was only in disagreement here with superficial Marxism. How, in fact, can we deny the role of human initiative if the class is only effective insofar as it has become aware of itself? Since Marxism has always said that revolution is not fatal, for him as for Thierry Molnir there is only a semi-determinism of history. For Marxism as for Thierry Molnir, the historical determination of effects by causes passes through human consciousness, and the result is that men make their history, although they do not do it in indifference and without motives. By granting that political will is based on a factual situation and extends given antagonisms towards their future solution, Thierry Molnir has, for his part, granted Marxism everything it demands. Human decision, since it takes its motives in the course of things, will therefore appear, at least after the fact, as called by them, so that we will never be able, in completed history, to discover any rupture, no hiatus between the effects and the causes. In this regard, violence and conscience formulates with perfect clarity the consequences of a historical method in politics, from the moment it is well understood that history is never given to men as an empty area where they can construct what pleases them, but as a certain state of things produced by previous causes, which they cannot make not to be, and in consideration of which they must, willingly or unwillingly, regulate their conduct, the freedom it leaves them is only the freedom to understand more or less well the world in which they find themselves and to behave more or less advantageously in this world. From this point of view, if an infinity of representations and possible behaviors are contained in the fact of consciousness, there is hardly more than one possible representation and behavior contained in the highest degree of consciousness. It is in the highest degree of consciousness that man accomplishes and destroys at the same time the freedom left to him by history by the very fact of his consciousness. In reality, from 1938, Thierry Molnir was no longer separated from Marxism except by the way in which he described the fundamental situation of our time. As we have said, he saw two equally essential facts: Firstly, the appearance in modern societies of a class antagonism which destroys the unity of the nation, the proletariat rightly feeling like a stranger in a homeland, where he is allowed to sell his work without remaining the owner of the products of his work, then the resistance of the nation and, particularly, of the middle classes to this process of decomposition. Any analysis of the present seemed abstract to him if it omitted one of these two facts or attempted to subordinate it to the other. He precisely criticized Marxism for giving us only a bare outline of history, because it reduced history to economic history, and even distorted the latter by treating the resistance of the middle classes as a surface phenomenon to proletarianization and their attachment to the values of national civilizations. It is true, thought Thierry Molnir, that the way of being and thinking depends at each moment on the forms of production, but no less true that in a given country, at a given moment, the way of working and producing depends morals, received values, and the psychology of the country in question. The class struggle itself only takes place within a national community, on the basis of the cultural acquisitions which unite the nation at the very moment when it is splitting. We cannot deduce from economic exchanges, except in an arbitrary and verbal manner, the more complex social exchanges. We must consider, on the contrary, the existence of a complex social environment as the vital condition of all economic exchange, even the most primitive. However considerable the share of economic exchange may be from the outset, in social life, as considerable as are the vital organic needs and the means of satisfying them in the life of the human individual, it does not constitute, no more does the structure of society than the need to eat, sleep, or clothe constitute the structure of individual life. On this point again, Thierry Molnir's criticism was much less against Marxism itself than against the presentations that are commonly made of it or against certain authentically Marxist formulas, but which schematize the doctrine. Marxism is often presented as a reduction of cultural phenomena to economic phenomena or as a reduction of history to conflicts of interest. Marxists often speak of the bourgeoisie as an economic person, who always acts in view of its interests and for whom ideas and beliefs are only means. It is no less true that these interpretations and these formulas remain unequal to Marxism and perhaps let its central intuition escape. The greatness of Marxism is not to have treated the economy as the main or sole cause of history, it is rather to have treated cultural history and economic history as two abstract aspects of a single process. Work, on which history is based, is not, in its Hegelian sense, the simple production of wealth, but, more generally, the activity by which man projects a human environment around him, and goes beyond the natural data of his life. The Marxist interpretation of history does not reduce it to the conscious play of interests, it only admits that any ideology, and even for example a heroic morality which prescribes men to put their lives on the line, is linked to certain economic situations which carry it into existence. The morality of the masters never ceases to be an individual conception, becomes an institution and only receives historical existence when it is embodied in the economic relations of the master and the slave, and in a society based on slave labor. Marxist materialism consists of admitting that the phenomena of civilization and the conceptions of law find in economic phenomena a historical anchor, through which they escape the transitive nature of interior phenomena and are sedimented outside in objective spirit. Economic life is not a separate order to which the others are reduced, it represents in Marxism the inertia of human life, it is in it that conceptions are inscribed and stabilized. More surely than books or teaching, working methods transmit to new generations the ways of being of previous ones. It is true that at a given moment, in a given society, the way of working expresses the mental and moral structure just as the slightest reflex of a living body expresses the fundamental way of being in the world of the total subject. But, at the same time, economic life is the historical bearer of mental structures, just as our body maintains the fundamental traits of our behavior beneath the variations of our states of mind, and this is why we will more surely know the essence of a society by the analysis of interhuman relationships fixed and generalized in economic life, than by that of fragile and fleeting movements of ideas, just as we know a man better by his conduct than by his thoughts. In the reproach of abstract materialism that Thierry Molnir made to Marxism, there was therefore a lot of injustice. No more than from man, whom he names and from whom he was perhaps inspired, Thierry Molnir had not then taken the trouble to free Marxism from the mechanistic and utilitarian equivocations to which some of his formulas can lend. The criticism of these formulas leaves intact the main thought of Marxism, which is that of an incarnation of ideas and values. It does not authorize us to transcend or go beyond economic analysis, nor to drop the common thread of class struggle. However, that is ultimately what Thierry Molnir did. Under the pretext that, in each singular event, the class struggle only ever appears through the particularities of a country and a time, and that in this sense it is never pure, never alone in question, he acted as if certain historical realities escaped his influence and treated, for example, the national community as an equally essential fact. In short, he refused to put things into perspective because historical facts include, in addition to their economic conditions, moral and psychological conditions. But the plurality of conditions does not prohibit treating one of them as the main condition. This is what scientists do every day. Although in nature everything depends to some extent on everything and there is no strictly isolatable phenomenon, we have laws, that is to say statistically true patterns which apply to little close to the course of nature, because, thanks to a sort of damping, the most distant phenomena only intervene in a negligible way in what we observe here and now. Likewise, although, in events taken one by one, economic conditions and others are mixed in an inextricable manner, we retain the right to give a privilege to the former in the analysis of phenomena, if it is established that, when considering a fairly extensive segment of history, they depict the course of things more faithfully. In any case, we cannot confine economic analysis to certain sectors of history, it penetrates everywhere. The reaction of the middle classes against the threat of proletarianization is not a phenomenon distinct from the class struggle and does not mark a failure of Marxist analysis. It has its place in the class dialectic, it is a new phase. And a new illustration. The nation, which Thierry Molnir treats as an irreducible fact, is itself invested by the class struggle, whether the bourgeoisie invokes national interest and external danger to bring the strikers back to obedience, or whether the proletariat, as in 1793, in 1871 or even in 1944, takes over the national heritage abandoned by the bourgeoisie. When Thierry Molnir opposes the proletarian movement and the demands of national salvation, the proletarian fact and the national fact, there is a strange postulate there. Because it can happen that the proletarian movement is for the nation, not a danger, but the condition of salvation. There are, to tell the truth, two nations, the nation as a raw reality, with its existing bourgeois framework. This one is, without a doubt, threatened by the class struggle, and the nation as an original way of life and of conduct. It is not clear what it would have to fear from a world proletarian revolution. We cannot cite the national fact as an unassimilable residue for Marxist analysis, since we see it split precisely under the influence of the historical factors that it has discovered. Any policy which declares itself to be based on the proletarian fact and on the national fact, as if the first did not envelop the second, under the flattering appearance of a concrete policy, is, in reality, like Thierry Molnir says today about fascism, only an attempt at diversion. Let us only admit that we are better prepared to recognize these truths today than in 1938. We then had before us fascism in its period of growth, that is to say a forest of bayonets, but also a staging social and revolutionary, impressive at least for intellectuals. Reading articles in the Work for 4 years on Socialist Europe and the Work Standard, and confronting them with the reality of Germany at war, we learned what propaganda is. Before our eyes, fascism has become first of all this army that was fighting and, finally, this pile of scrap metal and ruins where worn-out populations, without political ideas and will, survive as best they can. We need an effort to remember its appearance 7 years ago, to distinguish it from the war in which it was engulfed, to restore its prestige as a new society beyond Marxism. Furthermore, Vichy and the sacrifice of so many French proletarians showed us clearly that anti-communism could lead to betrayal and the revolutionary will to take charge of the nation. Finally, now that France has clearly ceased to be a power of the first order and that national existence appears to us to be in such close dependence on world imperialisms, our diminished power no longer allows us to seriously confront, as facts of equal weight, the drama of the World Economic Organization and the French national fact. Our humiliation will perhaps rid us of the provincialism so striking in pre-war French politics and, particularly, in the politics of French action. Having, for years, waited for our salvation from the world, we have perhaps learned to pose global problems and, having become acquainted with the infrastructures, we can no longer ignore the material of history, as a sick person does not. Can no longer ignore his body. What is certain is that, in his new book, Thierry Molnier does justice to Marxism as he has never done before and offers a view of history which retains all its essentials. The idea of historical mystification seems to have illuminated for him the entire Marxist conception of history. At a certain degree of decomposition of capitalist society, he writes, capitalism can no longer find protection except in a resolutely anti-conservative attitude. The capitalist caste can no longer find men capable of fighting against the proletarian revolt that outside its own ranks. The economic structure which includes the despoliation of work and the domination of money can only count on the myths of disinterestedness and heroism to prolong its slow decline. It is no longer a question of breaking the anti-capitalist revolutionary momentum head-on, but of directing this momentum in an oblique direction which will attenuate the force of the shock and preserve part of the existing institutions. As Thierry Molnier also excludes the interpretation of fascism as authoritarian disguise of big capitalism, he therefore means that the maneuver is preconscious for almost everyone. It is not certain after all that, with the exception of a few masters, any bourgeois ever conceived the fascist diversion in the form of a deliberate project. The mystery of history is precisely that, without a preconceived plan, individuals behave in all respects as if they had an infinite power of foresight, which for example the bourgeois chooses in all areas, politics, morality, religion, military art, with infallible security, the views and values which in fact will make the maintenance of capitalism possible. Conspiracy, premeditation, or coincidence? We asked ourselves at the Pétain trial. It was probably none of those things. But Pétain, as he had been formed and defined by 50 years in a military environment and 10 years in a pre-fascist environment, as if by a sort of reflex, adopted in each circumstance, and for example when faced with the problem of the armistice, the attitude which had the least risk of liberating the revolutionary forces. The logic of history does not operate through clear ideas and individual projects. Its instruments are political complexes and anonymous projects which give to a group of individuals a certain common style, fascist or proletarian for example. To the extent that we have not understood that our actions, passing from us into things, take on a certain statistical and objective meaning which can be quite different from that which we gave them, we are surprised when faced with them, we do not recognize them, we are deceived by the mysterious power of self-determination with which history, says Thierry Molnier, seems endowed. Hence the look of sleepless sleepers that we see in certain traders when the event suddenly shows them the unknown face of their own life. History is made neither by ideas alone, nor by interests known as such, but by interests disguised as ideas, by ideas which have fallen into the state of vague worries and anxieties in the comings and goings. Comes confused from existence. If the determinism of the Second World War cannot in any way be reduced to the play of economic causes, and if the economic causes of the war only play a role in a tangle and confusion that is quite difficult to decipher, there is nevertheless in this historical complex where all the forces which govern societies have their paths, their angles of attack and their interferences, a system of imbalance whose influence seems to guide the ebbs and flows of the great battle, more or less like the movements of the ocean are driven by planetary gravitation. The War of 1939 is, without a doubt, to a considerable extent, the war of the peoples for the possession of the great sources of raw materials and for domination by these sources of raw materials. We see the idea of a sort of global or lateral determinism of the economy, which allows other kinds of conditions to play out in each individual case, even if it means bending them in its direction. The discussion of Marxism has long been conducted as if it were a question of assigning the cause of history, and as if each event had to be in a linear causal relationship with another event which it was then a question of knowing. It is economic or ideological, and we believe to triumph over Marxism by showing that there are examples of ideological causality. But it goes without saying that ideology cannot in turn be detached from its economic context. If we reject a materialist history as abstract, we must, for the same reasons, reject an idealist or spiritualist story. We will therefore conclude that each event has determinants of all kinds, and some still believe, in this way, to go beyond Marxism, since no perspective is absolutely excluded. They do not see that Marxism, in what is essential, is precisely this idea that nothing can be isolated in the total context of history, with in addition the idea that economic phenomena, rightly of their greater generality, contribute more to historical discourse. They do not explain everything that happens, but no progress in the order of culture, no historical step is possible without a certain arrangement of the economy which is like its schema and material symbol. Let us be careful, says Thierry Molnir, not to let ourselves be carried too far by this apparent victory over materialism. We have only driven the production of material data from the base, where Marx had placed it, to reintroduce it to the heart of social reality. It is not now a question of expelling productive work once again from this heart of human social reality where we encountered it, bathed entirely by it, but bathing it entirely, associated with all its forms and all its manifestations through infinite mutual penetration and full reciprocity. It is not a question of rejecting the production of material data in the dependencies of history, in the kitchens or the commons of human society, as idealist historians do with modesty and disgust. The production of the material data of life is not the basis of human history, nor is it its passive and dishonored servant. It is found in this history, firmly established in it, acting on it through powerful and continual influences, determining it and determined by it, so to speak directly. We can neither hypostatize it in a somehow transcendent primacy, nor reject it in shameful or disdained areas. The producer of material data, the man who snatches the life of his fellow men from the world, this man is not the creator of human society considered in its historical being, for he is himself, with his work, created by her, but he is no more her slave, he is the instrument of the powerful transformations that she operates on herself through nature that she fights and often dominates. The story does not come out of him, it does not pass above him, it passes through him. It would be vain to deny the preponderant part taken in the activities of human society by the effort of Homo faber to ensure the survival of man in nature, and it goes without saying that this effort, itself radiating from all sides in the social totality according to which it is produced, determines to a large extent the other forms of human activity, the production and transformation of laws, morals, beliefs, styles of civilization, and, ultimately, behavior and the content of consciousness. From which it follows that, if the social totality is not determined in its superstructures by an economic substrate which would be its producer, we can say that this totality determines itself mainly through the intermediary of the activities by means of which it ensures its survival and transforms the nature that surrounds it. When we remember the summary protests of the crisis is in man against American and Soviet machinery, we can measure the change. If the economy is in society what the heart is in the organism, there can no longer be any question of limiting economic progress. We must watch, as Balzac said, for the mystery of civilization of which they may be the visible outline. It seems that Thierry Molnir has reversed his starting positions. In a story where everything follows a strange logic, the real politician will not seek to play on human passions to achieve arbitrarily chosen ends. Thrown with men into a drama which does not necessarily lead to good, but which in any case goes somewhere, he has understood that conservatism is utopia. He finds nothing insignificant in men and in things, he questions them and listens to them, he can only transform them into themselves. The time for youthful cynicism is well past, to govern man by his passions is also to dangerously make them grow. Flattery and constraint are the two faces of contempt. They, certainly, make man a good instrument, but to make man an instrument, that is contempt. However, we change philosophy more quickly than morality and morality than politics. If, from the philosophy of history, we move on to practical conclusions, we will find Thierry Molnir behind his own ideas. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. If it is true that class struggle is an essential fact, that class antagonism breaks established cultural forms and that finally, step by step, the economic decomposition of capitalism corrupts all the ideas, all the values that it had accredited, it seems natural to conclude that we will only return to an organic economy and civilization through the expropriation of the owners and, as Lenin said, by stealing what has been stolen. However, Thierry Molnir, on the contrary, imposes on this repossession by man of his own life a series of conditions so minute that they practically amount to a refusal of the revolution. He admits that the problem is to eliminate wage labor and re-establish the link between the producer and the product. This fraction of labor which, in the capitalist system, serves the multiplication of capital, must be remunerated, if not in money and with the right to use this money for the purchase of consumable goods, at least in a production currency which makes the worker the co-owner of the companies to be created. On this, Thierry Molnir adds, as for the holders of the currently existing instruments of production, they will perhaps find themselves quite happy in this case that we leave them the property, while taking away their right to use this property to freely appropriate the surplus labor value of those they employ and thus ensure a monopoly in the creation and ownership of new wealth. Thus the same author who described the occupation of the state by the bourgeoisie more or less as the Marxists do, expects the revolution of a state which will not have been liberated by the expropriation of the owners. How can we not see that it will be one of two things? Either Thierry Molnir's reforms will really eliminate capitalism, and then it would be naive to believe that the owners of the instruments of production will be quite happy with the rattle that will leave it to them. Either their power will be maintained by some means, and then they will tolerate the reform, but it will be nothing more than a new mystification. Concretely, who will carry out the reform? A parliamentary majority? But, as we will see, it is not certain that Thierry Molnir accepts any form of democracy, and moreover we know well what means the powers have at their disposal, precisely thanks to the freedom of the press, to provoke movements of opinion and demonstrations which paralyze a parliamentary majority. The proletarian problem is posed, says Thierry Molnir, there is competition to resolve it. We do not care who will be the winner of the universal competition and whether his right hand holds the sword, the scepter, or the hammer, but only the thought that will guide him. And elsewhere, let us imagine the political means of a radical transformation of society in the hands of a man or a group of men equipped enough audacity, decisiveness, and historical awareness to eliminate the proletariat as a class, that is to say, to impose in society an economic structure where wage labor will be abolished. So this is what we end up with, socialism achieved by the decrees of an enlightened man or group of men. We believe Thierry Molnir was committed to this idea, perhaps the least questionable of Marxist ideas, that an effective policy is not that which a few individuals at their table conceive, but that which prolongs the movement of history. And what do historical forces carry? Who will support the decisions of our reformers, if not those they will free, and how will they support them, if not through strikes and factory occupations? So we will have to explain to them that they do not have to own or even manage the factories they occupy. What if they extend the occupation? Who will evacuate the factories, if not the police, and for whose benefit, if not the existing owners? Was it worth reflecting on Marxism and peremptorily rejecting any kind of reformism to arrive at this new plan? If socialism is, not an intellectual idea, but, as Thierry Molnir already said in 1938, that which demands to be born, the form of social existence which takes shape in proletarian alienation and in revolt against this alienation, a non-proletarian socialism is a square circle. Thierry Molnir was able to eliminate his prejudices in the philosophical order, they remain effective when we come to concrete problems, the only ones, after all, which count in politics, as the commentator of L'Époque understood very well. At this moment his thinking weakens and becomes banal. It's no longer him who speaks. Workers' control of management. This is an absurd contamination of economic reform programs by the theoretical principles of democracy, that is to say by methods which have proven their paralyzing slowness and their ineffectiveness in the political order. That's quickly said. Is it serious to compare political democracy where everyone is called upon to give their opinion on abstract problems, and especially where, between the voter and the decisions of the legislature, a whole series of influences intervene that Thierry Molnir himself even reported, with the daily management of the company by the workers, among whom are a certain number of engineers and managers as competent as the owner of the company or the chairman of the board of directors in what concerns the general course of the affair? It is enough to have observed a workshop at work, a section in combat, or a sardine boat fishing to understand that technical authority is never contested when it is not used to hide unspeakable interests. Men may not be good, but they are not that stupid, and when we think of the mass of sacrifices that they not only suffered, but ultimately accepted when the necessity was not obvious, we can wonder if they would not accept bigger ones for the success of an economy in which they would feel personally interested and which would be their business. The question is not to know whether the revolution at its beginning would not lead to disorder in production, it is to know what solution we can give to the proletarian problem, apart from this one. A policy for the people which is not done by the people is ultimately not done at all, such is the A, B, C of a historical policy. We remember the results of Mann's experiment in Belgium. Adopted in particular by the Belgian Workers' Party, the plan was presented to popular concentrations which were to be crowned by a giant concentration in Brussels, with the threat of a general strike. Two methods were possible, the reformist or parliamentary method and the revolutionary method. Either workers at all levels would regain possession of the economic apparatus and impose the constitution of a planning government, we would then go from revolution to power, or workers would remain at work and carefully deliberate legislative decisions would bring about the plan, we would then go, said de Man, from power to revolution. In accordance with the planning ideology, de Man chose the second method. We know what happened. The plan was never implemented. Historically it is absurd, if we take the liberation of the proletariat as our end, to seek to achieve this end by non-proletarian means, and the choice of such means clearly means that we renounce the alleged end. The end and the means can only be distinguished in the conceptions of the intellectual, and not on the ground of history. Any policy that does not admit this principle remains below Marxism under the pretext of exceeding it. Let us not seek here to disguise a reactionary policy under the pretext that the revolution must be led. The problem of revolutionary leadership exists, but it arises once we have freed the economy from its parasites, not before. A man like Lenin had, of course, met him on his way. He did not think that there was a speculatively perfect solution. One cannot build a policy either on the opinion of the masses alone, or on the decrees of the party or its leaders. The secret of Leninism was in the communication that it succeeded in establishing between the masses and the leaders, between the proletariat and its consciousness. This presupposes leaders who do not lock themselves in an office and who know how to explain to the masses what is being proposed to them. It presupposes a dialogue and an exchange between the masses which indicate at each moment the state of the effective revolution and the center where revolutionary conceptions and perspectives are developed. This is undoubtedly opening the door to eloquence and introducing the possibility of deception into the system. But we must tell ourselves that, if there is a solution, this is it. We sense, through violence and conscience, a second conservative motive. It is the idea that culture is fragile and that a proletarian revolution would destroy it along with its capitalist supports. The proletariat, which has no homeland because it is excluded from its nominal homeland, is a result of capitalist decomposition. How could he possess within himself the strength to build a new culture? It is undoubtedly one of the most ingenious points, but also one of the most questionable, of the Marxist interpretation of life, that this fusion in a unique dialectical movement of the principles of decline and dissociation and the principles of renewal, disintegrating forces and life-building forces. Marxism has not ignored the problem. He distinguishes a proletariat emptied of all cultural substance, and moreover also of all revolutionary energy, the lumpenproletariat of Marx, and a proletariat which remains capable of historical and cultural creation. Marx's analysis should be extended and renewed on this point. The decomposition of capitalism, much more advanced today than a century ago, and the decay of the revolution, particularly in its fascist form, have corrupted, morally ruined and politically cancelled large social layers which would have been capable of revolutionary action. To be sure of this, it is enough to think of the proletarian elements who were associated, during the occupation, with trafficking with the Germans or who remain, other than as consumers, in the black market circuit. All this perhaps makes the formation of a revolutionary consciousness improbable, for the immediate future. But we must understand that, to the same extent, the restoration of culture is compromised. Because, according to Thierry Molnir himself, economic phenomena being at the heart of society, economic decomposition does not leave cultural heritage intact. It is a fact that, in the situation we are in, there is not one of the terms of the moral vocabulary that has not become equivocal, not one of the traditional values that has not been contaminated. If one day we must be able to speak favorably of work, family, or country, it is on condition that these values have first been purified by the revolution of the equivocations which they have served to maintain. So there can be no question of preserving them against proletarian violence, since this violence alone can make them honorable again. We can only save from the past what is worth saving by creating a new future. In a classless society, the negative conditions for a renewed culture will be met. On this, Thierry Molnir will ask if the positive conditions will also be positive. This is where you have to choose. If we see humanity as Maurice did, that is to say as an absolutely fortuitous success due to a few exceptional men and a few improbable circumstances, then revolution necessarily appears to be the greatest risk. But Thierry Molnir rejected this principled pessimism. What should be opposed to it is not the principled optimism of the 18th century, but rather a methodical optimism. For after all, however rare things are, beautiful and great, it is a remarkable fact that they are quite generally understood and admired. Man could define himself by this power he has to conceive or in any case to respect what he is not and what he does not have. It is enough to make a few men live together and associate them with the same task so that rudimentary rules and a beginning of law immediately emerge from their common life. Considering things this way, we have the feeling that with men the resource is immense. We should return to this widespread idea that reason is rare, and we could show in a sense that it is everywhere among men, that they are in some way entangled with it, and that this openness to the possible is precisely what which makes their instincts much less stable than those of animals, as Pascal, who was not optimistic, had clearly seen. There is something to be said for natural light. Men secrete culture in a way without wanting to. The human world, however different it may be from the natural or animal world, is in some way natural for man. In the pessimistic philosophy of Maurice, we would find many traces of the evolutionism of the 19th century, and if the difference between human existence and animal existence is radical, we could undoubtedly show a little less distrust of it. Man. Certainly the stakes are serious and the risk is great. If we could avoid running it, maybe we should avoid it. But if the alternative is that of socialism or chaos, imprudence is on the side of those who contribute to aggravating chaos under the pretext that revolution is a risk. Brought back to the essential, Marxism is not an optimistic philosophy, it is only the idea that another history is possible, that there is no destiny, that the existence of man is open. It is the resolute attempt at this future of which no one in the world or outside the world knows whether it will be or what it will be. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Is there therefore nothing founded in Thierry Molnir's hesitations regarding Marxism? On the contrary, we believe that, freed from their reactionary motives, they have a profound meaning, and it is even to bring out in its purity what we will call the Marxist problem that we have formulated the preceding critiques. We know that Marx and Lenin conceived, in a late phase of socialist society, a withering away of the state as a constraining power, because it seemed to them that constraints become superfluous in a society where there are no more oppression or exploitation, and where the class struggle is truly abolished. It was to assume that the contradictions of the individual and of society only take place in a capitalist society, and that, once this society is destroyed, man will integrate without effort and without problems into collective existence under all its forms. On this Thierry Molnir writes, there is an alienation which can be abolished because it results from a certain reformable state of society. But there is another irreducible one: man could only reconquer himself entirely by ceasing to live in contact with his fellow men. The passage would be weak if we took it as an argument against the revolution, because even if there is an alienation of the for others that no revolution will put an end to, and even if, once the revolutionary momentum has subsided, the individual still experiences the law as a constraint, this is not a reason to divert him from the revolutionary act where, for a time at least, he assumes existence with others, and which has the chance of reducing the constraints to the inevitable minimum of coexistence. But if this text cannot be used to justify a reactionary policy, it reveals to us what separates Thierry Molnir from most Marxists. This is because he considers certain contradictions of the human condition to be definitive, because he believes it to be fundamentally irrational. Thierry Molnir does not say it anywhere, but it seems to us that, beyond his prejudices, the truth of his book is that he clearly perceived in history what J. Hippolyte calls dialectical facts, without being able to adhere to the idea of a unique dialectic of history. However, this is not an external criticism of Marxism, which could be reduced by a more complete examination of the doctrine. This is really an internal difficulty, which deserves the attention of Marxists themselves. Marxism, as we know, recognizes that nothing is absolutely contingent in history, that historical facts are not born from a sum of circumstances foreign to each other, that they form an intelligible system and offer a development rational. But the characteristic of Marxism, unlike theological philosophies or even Hegelian idealism, is to admit that the return of humanity to order, the final synthesis, are not necessary and depend on an act revolutionary whose fatality is not guaranteed by any divine decree, by any metaphysical structure of the world. A Marxist believes both that the revolution of 1917 in Russia was not fatal, that for example it could have failed for lack of leaders capable of thinking about the situation and orienting the masses, and that the very presence of a remarkable revolutionary leadership, the weakness of the bourgeois political personnel in the Russia of 1917 are not a coincidence and are linked to the total situation of Russia at this moment, to the radicalism of a recent proletariat, formed by levying labor work on the countryside, and on the semi-colonial regime of Russia subjected by foreign capitalism to rapid industrialization. The characteristic of Marxism is therefore to admit that there is both a logic of history and a contingency of history, that nothing is absolutely fortuitous, but also that nothing is absolutely necessary, what we expressed earlier by saying that there are dialectical facts. But this entirely positive and experimental character of Marxism immediately poses a problem. If we admit that at any moment, whatever the probability of the event, it can always abort, as this offensive of chance can be renewed, it can ultimately happen that logic and history divorce and that empirical history never realizes what seems to us to be the logical sequence of history. Now, by losing the character of a necessary future, does the revolution not cease to be the fundamental dimension of history, and, with regard to effective history, which after all alone matters, doesn't he who judges all things from the angle of the class struggle carry out an arbitrary perspective? The notion of a logic of history contains two ideas: firstly the idea that events, of whatever order they may be, in particular economic events, have a human significance, that in all its aspects the story is one and composes a single drama, and then the idea that the phases of this drama do not follow one another without order, that they move towards a completion and a conclusion. The contingency of history means that even if the various orders of events form a single intelligible text, they are nevertheless not rigorously linked, that there is play in the system, that for example economic development can be in question. Advances on ideological development, that ideological maturity can occur when the objective conditions are not yet or are no longer favorable to the revolution, and on the other hand that the dialectic of history can get bogged down or deviate towards adventures without resolving the problems she brought to light. If we resolutely leave the theological idea of a rational basis of the world, the logic of history is only one possibility among others. Although Marxist analysis allows us better than any other to understand a very large number of events, we do not know whether, for the entire duration of our lives or even for centuries, effective history will not consist in a series of diversions of which fascism was the first, of which Americanism or the Western Bloc could be other examples. Of course, the Marxist historian can always show after the fact that these systems are so many resistances to the class struggle, but one wonders if effective policy would not consist of a given country trying to find a place for itself, as best he can, in this world of accidents as it is, rather than ordering his entire conduct in relation to the class struggle, the general principle of history. There is no longer any sense in treating the class struggle as an essential fact, if we are not sure that actual history remains faithful to its essence and that accidents do not form its framework for a long time, or forever. The story would then no longer be a sustained discourse whose completion we could confidently expect and where each sentence would have its necessary place, but, like the words of a drunken man, it would indicate an idea, which would soon fade away to reappear and disappear again, without necessarily arriving at the full expression of itself. Marxism could then only be expressed in the form of negative propositions. It is impossible that the world economy is organized and internal contradictions are overcome as long as socialist ownership of the instruments of production is not established everywhere. But we know neither if a universal socialist production would find its balance, nor if the course of things, with all the accidents which contribute to it, is moving towards this result. Marxism would remain a policy as justified as the others, it would even be the only universal and humane policy, but it could not claim a pre-established harmony with the course of things, the universal proletariat weighing on the apparatus from all sides. Capitalist and destroying it to replace it with a socialist civilization, this would be, not a fact, but a wish, not an existing force on which we can rely, but a force to be created, since, in fact, the national proletariats are seduced by the diversions of history. We will perhaps more easily admit that there is a problem for Marxism if we formulate it in the terms of everyday politics. The foundations of the proletarian revolution were laid in Russia in 1917, and nowhere else until now. This is a fact for which we can undoubtedly, in hindsight, find reasons. It is not by chance, one might say, that the most economically backward country in Europe was the first to make his revolution. Precisely because Russia had not, like Western countries, achieved its own industrialization, it offered itself to the capital of advanced countries as a semi-colonial country, and the brutal establishment of modern modes of production had to provoke a crisis which would lead it to the proletarian revolution without going through, like the countries of the West, through a long democratic and bourgeois phase. We can even speak of a law of inequality of development according to which the phases of social and economic evolution can be disrupted by the interaction of advanced and backward countries. But this law was only found after the fact, and just as the Russian phenomenon was only afterwards reintegrated into the logic of history, we cannot exclude other incidences for the future, and other counter-moves which cannot be predicted using the explanatory diagrams given. This is not only possible, but also inevitable. Because even once the unexpected event has been placed under a new law and linked to Marxist dialectics, it continues through its consequences, and in its interaction with the global constellation, to blur the patterns of Marxism. Once the foundations of socialism had been established in Russia, the policy of the new state was profoundly affected by the dual necessity of achieving industrialization which was supposedly given in the Marxist schemes of the proletarian revolution and of defending the new state against a possible coalition of capitalist powers. If the government of the USSR has involved bourgeois mobiles in his industrial equipment company, if he has established differences between wages which are comparable to or greater than those which exist under the capitalist regime, it is undoubtedly permissible to find the reason for this in this fact that the URSS could not apply socialist ideology in a country where the infrastructure of socialism was not yet acquired, and that the problem was precisely for it to first build this infrastructure. On the other hand, it is difficult to dispute that, if the USSR had not offered the capitalist powers the appearance of a calmed revolution, if it had continued abroad the policy of support for proletarian movements, either the coalition against Germany would not have been able to take place, or the Germans would have succeeded in dissociating it. Even today, if the USSR did not make an agreement with Chiang Kai-shek and openly supported the Chinese Communists, World War III would be near. But this amounts to recognizing that the policy of the USSR can no longer be a universalist policy to which Marxists of all countries are immediately attuned, that for a French communist, the paths of the revolution are now very different from those which had been foreseen by the doctrine, that he does not have moreover, to judge everything in politics and to know what to do in each case, from this very simple guiding principle that Marx had given, proletarians of all countries, unite. Whereas, for traditional Marxism, there can be no contradiction or even difference between revolution and everyday politics, between doctrine and tactics, between revolutionary energy and efficiency, between morality and political, we returned, because the URSS was alone, and that this unpredictable fact broke the rationality of history, in the politics of ruse, without being sure that it was always a ruse of reason. So that Marxist analysis, if we want to apply it to the events that fill our time, gets lost in transversal phenomena, in unexpected reactions, runs after events without joining them, in any case without ever getting ahead of them, and that a lucid Marxist, seeing how the pattern of class struggle diversifies and becomes more nuanced, comes to wonder if, from diversion to diversion, history will ultimately be the history of class struggle, and he does not dream with his eyes open. This central difficulty of Marxism is visible today as never before. Generally speaking, Marxism is weak when confronted with concrete events taken moment by moment. This should not make us forget how strong it appears when we apply it to a somewhat extended sequence of events. Perhaps we are deceived by the importance we inevitably give to the present we are experiencing. If tomorrow, as is possible or even probable after a war, the class struggle reappears and becomes more evident in all the countries of the world, the broad Marxist outlines of history will once again appear. When Lenin, exiled in Switzerland, reflected on Marxism, what was the likelihood that, even in one part of the world, it would become true a few months later? What is certain only is that, after having seen history multiply its diversions, we can no longer affirm that it will not invent others until the world falls into chaos, nor, consequently, relying on a force immanent in things which leads them towards a more probable equilibrium than chaos. We are sure that the world will not organize itself, will not stop tearing itself apart, will not emerge from precarious compromises, will not rediscover beliefs and values, if the men least committed to the particular interests of imperialism do not take back possession of the economic apparatus. We do not know whether this necessary condition will be realized, nor whether it is a sufficient condition, nor, consequently, what value we must recognize in these pauses, in these moments of peace that capitalist compromises can provide. It is up to us to observe the world during these years when it begins to breathe again, once the slab of fascism has been broken, once consciences have been demobilized. If the class struggle once again becomes the driving force of history, if, decidedly, the alternative becomes socialism or chaos, it is up to us to choose a proletarian socialism, not as the assurance of happiness. We do not know if man can never integrate into coexistence, nor if the happiness of each country is compatible with that of others, but like this other unknown future to which we must pass under penalty of death. His true conclusion, which he did not write and which he will perhaps write one day, Thierry Molnier would find in this Marxism without illusions, entirely experimental and voluntary, to which he unwittingly devoted himself when he recognized both the logic and contingency of history. We would have a strange idea of Marxism and its relationship with philosophy if we judged by the writings of certain contemporary Marxists. It is visible that for them philosophy is entirely verbal, that it has no content, no meaning, and that, like Auguste Comte in his first period, they want to replace it with science and reduce man to the condition of an object of science. P. Naveley wrote that political economy must borrow the method of the natural sciences, that it establishes the laws of social nature as the natural sciences establish those of physical nature. In a recently published discussion with Sartre, he showed bad humor toward humanism and bravely sided with naturalism. Argerati, in the Lettres Françaises, performs this tour de force of celebrating Descartes in several columns without even mentioning the cogito. Still in honor of Descartes, C. Cognate, at the great amphitheater of the Sorbonne, puts in their place the café philosophers who believe they can define man, in opposition to things as non-being, forgetting that Descartes is primarily responsible for these aberrations, as we can convince ourselves by opening the Meditations. It is the strict right of everyone to adopt the philosophy of their taste, and for example scientism and mechanism, which have long held the place of thought in radical socialist circles. But we must know and say that this type of ideology has nothing in common with Marxism. A Marxist conception of human society, and in particular of economic society, cannot subject it to permanent laws like those of classical physics, since it sees it in movement towards a new arrangement within which the laws of classical economics will no longer apply. All of Marx's effort in Capital tends precisely to show that these famous laws, often presented as the permanent features of a social nature, are in reality the attributes of a certain social structure. Capitalism, which itself is evolving towards its destruction. The notion of structure or totality, for which P. Naveley has only suspicion, is a fundamental category of Marxism. A Marxist political economy can only speak of laws within structures that are qualitatively distinct and which must be described in terms of history. A priori, scientism appears to be a conservative conception, since it would make us take as eternal what is only momentary. In fact, in the history of Marxism, the fetishism of science has always appeared on the side where revolutionary consciousness wavered. The famous Bernstein urged Marxists to return to the objectivity of the scientist. As Lukács points out, scientism is a particular case of alienation or objectification which deprives man of his human reality and causes him to merge with things. We are all the less justified in explaining human society in its totality by the combined action of permanent natural laws, since this reduction is no longer even possible with regard to physical nature. Far from being able to eliminate structure itself, modern physics only conceives its laws within the framework of a certain historical state of the universe of which nothing tells us that it is definitive, and affected by empirical coefficients which are given as is and cannot be deducted. It is therefore, Naveley will say, that there is a dialectic at the very level of nature, and that in this sense nature and society are homogeneous. Now it is very true that Engels took from Hegel the adventurous idea of a dialectic of nature. But, apart from being the most fragile of the Hegelian heritage, how would the dialectic of nature survive idealism? If nature is nature, that is to say external to us and to itself, we can find neither the relationships nor the quality which are necessary to carry out a dialectic. If it is dialectical, it is because it is that nature perceived by man and inseparable from human action of which Marx speaks in the Theses on Feuerbach and in the German ideology. This continual sentient activity, action, and work, this production is, the foundation of the whole sentient world as it currently exists. We certainly find, in Marx, texts in a positivist mood which treat certain ideologies as absurdities and count, it seems, on dissipating them on the great day of science. In short, among these Germans, says the German ideology, for example, it is always a question of resolving the existing ineptitude into some other hobby, that is to say, presupposing that all this absurdity ultimately has a meaning special that must be discovered, while it is simply a question of explaining these theoretical sentences by the real existing conditions. It would seem that Marx refuses to understand religion, to recognize any meaning in it, and therefore rejects the very principle of a phenomenology of religion. Here we are very close to a thin Marxism which reduces history to its economic skeleton. Religion literally means nothing, it is all in words, it is all false, it is only an appearance or a comedy. However, this is not Marx, it is Voltaire, and Marx also said quite the opposite. Religion is the general theory of this world, its encyclopedic compendium, its logic in a popular form, its spiritualist point of honor, its enthusiasm, its moral sanction, its solemn complement, its general reason of consolation and justification. It is the fantastic realization of the human essence, because the human essence has no true reality. Religion is the soul of a heartless world, just as it is the spirit of a time without spirit. It is therefore not a question of denying it any human meaning, but of treating it as the symbolic expression of the social and human drama. Communist thought must not give less than religion but more, namely religion brought back to its sources and its truth, which are the concrete relationships of men among themselves and with nature. It is not a question of replacing church religion with laboratory religion and putting a recording cylinder in place of the Blessed Sacrament, but of understanding religion as the fantastic effort of man to reach others, men in another world, and to replace this fantasy of communication with effective communication in this world. At a time when he still based history on interhuman life and when the spirit of the world had not yet retreated into the other side of things, the young Hegel said that reading newspapers is a prayer of the realistic morning. Men in the process of assuming the nature that they first experience, of breaking the given structures of society, and of passing through praxis to the reign of freedom, or, as Hegel says, to absolute history. This is the human core of religion and, in the Heideggerian sense, the metaphysical content of Marxism. Religion is more than an empty appearance, it is a phenomenon founded in interhuman relations. It will only disappear as a separate religion by passing into these relationships. There is a pseudo-Marxism according to which everything is false except the final phase of history. It corresponds, on the level of ideas, to this rudimentary communism, desire and desire for leveling, for which Marx is not tender. Authentic Marxism wants to assume all the acquired knowledge by going beyond it. It admits in this sense that everything is true in its place and its rank in the total system of history, everything has a meaning. This sense of history as a totality is given to us not by some law of the physico-mathematical type, but by the central phenomenon of alienation. In the movement of history, man, who has alienated himself for the benefit of his fetishes and emptied of his own substance, regains possession of himself and the world. There is no economic life, no commodity fetishism, no revolt against this fetishism in animals. These phenomena are only possible because man is not a thing or even an animal, because he has the privilege of relating to something other than himself, because he is not only, but exist. What lends credence to the legend of Marxist positivism is that Marx fought on two fronts. On the one hand, he is against all forms of mechanistic thinking. On the other hand, he fights against idealism. Hegel's world spirit, this evil genius which leads men without their knowledge and makes them accomplish its own designs, or even the spontaneous logic of ideas, these are for Marx other fantastic achievements of the human essence. But this fight against idealism has nothing to do with the positivist objectification of man. Marx would not even agree to speak, as Durkheim did, of a collective consciousness of which individuals were the instruments. Above all, we must avoid once again fixating society as an abstraction in relation to the individual. The individual is the social being. Man is a being existing for itself, therefore a generic being. For him, society is not an accident suffered, but a dimension of his being. He is not in society like an object is in a box, he assumes it through what is most internal to him. This is why we can say that man produces man himself and other man. In the same way that society itself produces man as man, it is produced by him. If it is neither a social nature given outside us, nor the spirit of the world, nor the proper movement of ideas, nor collective consciousness, what then is for Marx the bearer of history and the engine of the dialectic? It is man engaged in a certain mode of appropriation of nature in which the mode of his relationships with others is outlined. It is concrete human intersubjectivity, the successive and simultaneous community of existences in the process of being realized in a type of property that they undergo and transform, each created by and creating others. We have sometimes rightly wondered how materialism could be dialectical, how matter, if we take the word strictly, could contain the principle of productivity and novelty which is called a dialectic. This is because in Marxism matter, like consciousness, is never considered separately, it is inserted into the system of human coexistence, it establishes a common situation of contemporary individuals and successive, it ensures the generality of their projects and makes possible a line of development and a sense of history. But if this logic of the situation is set in motion, developed and accomplished, it is through human productivity without which the play of given natural conditions would produce neither an economy nor, even more so, a history of the economy. Domestic animals, says Marx, are involved in human life, but they are only its products, they do not participate in it. Man, on the contrary, produces ever new ways of working and living. There is therefore no explanation of man based on animals, nor, even more so, on matter. There is no origin of man, as, for socialist man, the whole so-called history of the world is nothing other than the production of man by human labor, therefore the becoming of nature for man, he therefore has the obvious, irrefutable proof of his birth from himself, of his origin. If socialist man can foresee a reign of freedom which does not yet exist, and, in this perspective, experience the present as a phase of capitalist alienation, it is because he has within himself the assurance that man is productivity, a relationship to something other than himself, and not an inert thing. Are we then going to define man as consciousness? This would still fantastically realize the human essence, because, once defined as consciousness, man will separate himself from all things, from his body and from his effective existence. It must therefore be defined as a relationship to instruments and objects, and as a relationship which is not simple thought, but which engages it in the world in such a way that it has an external face, an outside, that it is objective at the same time as subjective. We will achieve this by defining man as a suffering or sensitive being, that is to say, situated naturally and socially, but also open, active, and capable of establishing, on the very ground of his dependence, his autonomy. Here we see that realized naturalism or humanism differs from idealism as well as from materialism and is at the same time the truth which unites them both. It is about understanding that the good which attaches man to the world is at the same time the means of his freedom, and how man, in contact with nature, without breaking necessity, but on the contrary by using it, projects around him instruments of his liberation, constitutes a cultural world in which the natural behavior of man has become human, where the human being has become his natural being, his human nature has become his nature. This environment is not supernatural, but transnatural, where men remake their own lives every day, is history. History is the true natural history of man. Marxism is not a philosophy of the subject, nor a philosophy of the object, it is a philosophy of history. Marx often called his materialism practical materialism. He meant that matter intervenes in human life as a fulcrum and body of praxis. There is no question of a naked matter, external to man, and by which man's behavior can be explained. Marx's materialism is the idea that all the ideological formations of a given society are synonymous or complementary to a certain type of praxis, that is to say the way in which the society has established its relationship fundamental with nature. It is the idea that economics and ideology are internally linked in the totality of history like matter and form in a work of art or in a thing perceived. The meaning of a painting or a poem is not detachable from the materiality of colors and words, it is neither created nor understood from the idea. We only understand the thing perceived after having seen it, and no analysis, no verbal report can take the place of this vision. Likewise, the spirit of a society is already involved in its mode of production, because the latter is already a certain mode of coexistence of men whose scientific, philosophical, and religious conceptions are either the simple development or the fantastic counterpart. We therefore understand that it was reserved for Marx to introduce the notion of the human object, which phenomenology took up and developed. Classical philosophies dissociated this notion. The street, the field, the house were for them complexes of colors comparable in every way to objects of nature and only given human meaning by a secondary judgment. Marx, when speaking of human objects, means that this meaning adheres to the object as it presents itself in our experience. It was pushing the Hegelian conception of a spirit phenomenon or an objective spirit conveyed by the world and not withdrawn into itself to its concrete consequences. The spirit of a society is realized, transmitted, and perceived through the cultural objects that it gives itself and among which it lives. Its practical categories sediment there, and in return they suggest to men a way of being and thinking. We thus understand that logic can be the money of the mind, or that commodity fetishism can induce a whole mode of objective thought specific to bourgeois civilization. As has been rightly noted, the relationship between ideology and the economy, often celebrated, remains mystical, prelogical and unthinkable, as long as the ideology remains subjective, as long as the economy is conceived as an objective process, as long as we do not make them communicate in total historical existence, and in the human objects which express it. J. Domarque is therefore 100 times right to attribute to Marx this phenomenology of the cultural world which Hegel had outlined in his analysis of the 18th century as the century of money, and which would have to be done for each civilization and for each period. But, objects navally, for Marx, the manifestation, the phenomenological aspect of reality and especially of the ideal reality is precisely what must be explained. This is only appearance and the reality is economic. As if a phenomenology could not distinguish between grounding and founded phenomena. As if above all the relationship between ideology and economy in Marxism was that of appearance to reality. The bourgeois ideologies, which contaminate all of bourgeois society, including its proletariat, are not appearances, they mystify bourgeois society and present themselves to it as a consistent world. They are exactly as real as the structures of the capitalist economy, with which they form a single system. These ideologies and this economy together are appearances in relation to the socialist economy and life which are already taking shape within them, but, until these are realized, the bourgeois forms of production and life retain their weight, their effectiveness, and their reality. Lenin knew this well, he who said that the class struggle would last for years after the revolution. Marxist materialism would only be rigorously defined and defended against the offensive returns of the mechanism if Marx had developed his theory of praxis or social existence as a concrete environment of history, equidistant from idealism and metaphysical materialism. This being the case, what can be the situation of philosophy in the Marxist perspective? It is an ideology, in other words, an abstract aspect of total historical life, and, insofar as it wants to autonomize, it is once again a fantastic achievement of man which plays its role in the mystification of the bourgeois world. But the more the field we are examining moves away from economics and approaches pure and abstract ideology, the more we find that it presents accidental elements in its evolution, the more its curve will be traced zigzag. Any attempt to massively explain a philosophy through economic conditions is therefore insufficient. We must see its content, we must discuss its substance. It is not true that the economic situation is the cause, is the only active one, and that all other phenomena are only a passive effect. Causal thinking, here as everywhere, is insufficient. The ordinary conception of cause and effect as strictly opposite poles is abstract. A philosophy, like an art and like a poetry, is of a time, but nothing prevents it from grasping truths which are a definitive achievement, just as Greek art found the secret of an eternal charm. The economy of a time gives rise to an ideology because it is experienced by men who seek to realize themselves in it. In one sense, this economy limits their views, but in another sense it is their surface of contact with being, their experience, and it can happen to them, as it happened to Marx himself, not to submit to it. only, but to understand it and thereby virtually surpass it. Philosophy would only be false to the extent that it remained abstract, locked itself into concepts and beings of reason and masked effective interhuman relations. Even then, while masking them, it expresses them, and Marxism does not intend to turn away from it, but to decipher it, translate it, realize it. It is, rightly, that in Germany the practical political party demands the negation of philosophy. His fault consists in stopping at this claim which he does not and cannot seriously realize. He imagines himself carrying out this negation by turning his back on philosophy and devoting to it, in a low voice and looking elsewhere, a few banal sentences full of bad humor. In a word, you cannot suppress philosophy without realizing it. The cogito is not false except insofar as it separates and breaks our inherence in the world. We will only eliminate it by realizing it, that is to say by showing that it is eminently contained in interhuman relations. Hegel is not false, he is true throughout, but abstract. It is only necessary to give their historical name to the mythological battles that he describes between consciousness in itself and consciousness for itself. Hegel's logic is, as has been said, the algebra of revolution. Commodity fetishism is the historical realization of this alienation that Hegel describes in Enigma, and capital is, as has been said, a concrete phenomenology of spirit. What we must reproach the philosopher and the Hegel of recent years is for imagining that, through thought, he can alone obtain the truth of all other existences, integrate them, surpass them and obtain, from the depths of his wisdom, the revelation of the meaning of history, which other men would limit themselves to undergoing. Philosophizing is a way of existing among others, and we cannot boast of exhausting, as Marx says, religious existence, political existence in purely philosophical existence, legal existence, artistic existence, nor in general true human existence. But if the philosopher knows this, if he sets himself the task of following other experiences and other existences in their immanent logic instead of putting himself in their place, if he leaves the illusion of contemplating the totality of the completed history and feels like all the other men caught in it and facing a future to make, then philosophy realizes itself by suppressing itself as a separate philosophy. This concrete thought, which Marx calls critical to distinguish it from speculative philosophy, is what others propose under the name of existential philosophy. Existential philosophy consists, as its name indicates, of taking as its theme not only knowledge or consciousness understood as an activity which posits immanent and transparent objects in full autonomy, but existence, that is to say an activity given to itself in a natural and historical situation, and as incapable of abstracting itself from it as of reducing itself to it. Knowledge finds itself placed in the totality of human praxis and as if weighted by it. The subject is no longer only the epistemological subject, but the human subject who, through a continual dialectic, thinks according to his situation, forms his categories in contact with his experience and modifies this situation and this experience by the sense that he finds them. In particular, the subject is no longer alone, is no longer consciousness in general or pure being for itself, it is in the middle of other equally situated consciousnesses, it is for others and thereby undergoes objectification, becomes subject generic. For the first time since Hegel, militant philosophy reflects not on subjectivity, but on intersubjectivity. Transcendental subjectivity, says Husserl, is intersubjectivity. Man no longer appears as a product of the environment or as an absolute legislator, but as a product producer, as the place where necessity can turn into concrete freedom. On this, F. Alke criticizes Heidegger for being obscure, and, applying to him a process of analysis which dissociates what Heidegger wants to unite, puts on one side the matter of knowledge, considered as irrational, on the other hand, the spirit makes Heidegger an irrationalist, and is finally surprised that he wants to create a philosophy and integrate the values of reflection, science, and truth. It is because Heidegger wants to reflect on the unreflective, it is because, very consciously, he proposes to study being in the world always presupposed by reflection and prior to predicative operations, it is because Heidegger, like Hegel, makes spirit or unity a future and a problem is that he wants in any case to see them emerge from experience and not to suppose them given. In the same way, speaking of Sartre, G. Mounin finds in his philosophy a shameful materialism and a shameful idealism. Way of saying that it is an essay on integral philosophy. Of dialectical materialism, with as much or as little reason, one could say that it is a shameful materialism and a shameful dialectic. Any dialectical philosophy always hesitates to say its name since, according to Plato, it sacrifices nothing and always wants both. Thus the philosophical effort to go beyond abstractions is challenged sometimes in the name of matter and sometimes in the name of spirit. Everyone keeps their favorite thing. P. Hervé, wanting in his turn to take sides in the debate, retains from Husserl only his oldest formulas, the philosophy of essences, philosophy as strict or absolute knowledge, consciousness as transcendental and constituent activity. And it is true that Husserl maintained these formulas until the end. But he himself or his collaborator E. Fink introduced others, the starting point as a dialectical situation, philosophy as infinite meditation or dialogue. The whole point of his career is that he never ceased to question his demand for absolute rationality, and for example to question the possibility of this phenomenological reduction which made him famous. He increasingly perceived the residue that every reflective philosophy leaves behind and the fundamental fact that we exist before reflecting, so that, precisely to obtain complete clarity on our situation, he ended up assigning to the phenomenologist as his primary task the description of this lived world where the Cartesian distinctions are not yet accomplished. This is how, precisely because he initially sought absolute evidence, he came to set the program of a philosophy which would describe the subject thrown into a natural and historical world, the horizon of all his thoughts. This is how, starting from a static phenomenology, he ends up with a phenomenology of genesis and a theory of intentional history, in other words a logic of history. This is how he contributes more than anyone to describing consciousness embodied in an environment of human objects, in a linguistic tradition. This is how, after having perhaps, at the beginning of his career, blocked the Hegelian renewal, he now contributes to it. Philosophers take their time, there is no reason to blame them for that. We must see how Marx treats the young people who too quickly wanted to surpass Hegel. To demand that a philosopher immediately jump to the conclusions of his work, under the pretext that action is urgent, would be to forget that, as Marx said, the curve of ideologies is much more complicated than that of political history. This would mean sacrificing the serious to the spectacular in the name of a political romanticism which Marx carefully avoided. But, it will be said, existentialism is not only a philosophy, it is a fashion, and a fashion is not serious. Certainly. But, on this level, the answer is easy. In fact, although they initially took an opposite path, phenomenology and existentialism have awakened more students to the problems of history than they have lulled them to sleep in the quietism of transcendental consciousness. It is said that, in the last years of his life, when Husserl wanted to go to Belgrade to give the lectures that he was forbidden to give in Germany, the Gestapo was initially responsible for reading his manuscripts. Are we in turn going to look at philosophy through the glasses of the police commissioner? Philosopher Husserl, we declare you suspect of anti-Hegelianism. Consequently, we are placing you under house arrest. P. Navali and P. Hervé, for different reasons, have something other to do than to read in the text an untranslated and two-thirds unpublished Husserl. Either. But then why talk about it? Fortunately, with or without Husserl, the truth is emerging among those who love philosophy. When Hervé, leaving the phenomenologists there, defines his position on his own, he does so in very unscientific and fairly phenomenological terms. Rehabilitation of the sensitive or perceived world, the truth defined by that which we perceive or know, knowledge understood not as the formal operation of the eye on sensations, but as the envelopment of form in matter and of matter in form, Consequently, the abstract universe of science and the inevitability of the absolute logos placed in a human activity which takes knowledge of itself in the reality that it discovers in the course of its work and does not can count on a net stretched by providence to hold it back in its possible falls, condemnation, of course, of any theory of receptacle consciousness either in the crude form of physiological secretion thought, or under the more refined form of a logical and social fatum. These are the theses to which Hervé arrives through Hegelo-Marxist paths, and which others have joined from phenomenology. When G. Mounin, in the same issue of Caillas d'Action, asks that we return from consciousness to the brain and maintains that consciousness reflects the world, he believes he has reached existentialism. In reality, it is Marxism and philosophical culture that he disavows. 3. Policies. The war took place. Events made maintaining peace ever less likely. How could we have waited so long to resolve to war? We can no longer understand why some of us accepted Munich as an opportunity to test German goodwill. It's because we are not guided by the facts. We had secretly resolved to ignore violence and misfortune as elements of history, because we lived in a country too happy and too weak to contemplate them. Distrusting the facts had even become a duty for us. We were taught that wars are born from misunderstandings which can be dispelled and from chance which can be averted with patience and courage. We had around us an old school where generations of socialist teachers had been trained. They had suffered the War of 1914 and their names were inscribed in entire promotions on the war memorial. But we learned that memorials are ungodly because they transform victims into heroes. We were invited to call into question the history already made, to rediscover the moment when the Trojan War could still not take place and when freedom could still, with a single gesture, bring about external fatalities. This optimistic philosophy, which reduced human society to a sum of consciousnesses always ready for peace and happiness, was in fact the philosophy of a nation victorious with difficulty, a compensation in the imagination of the memories of 1914. We knew that concentration camps existed, that Jews were persecuted, but these certainties belonged to the universe of thought. We were not yet living in the presence of cruelty and death, we had never been given the choice of suffering them or confronting them. Beyond this very calm garden where the jet of water had always and forever rustled, we had this other garden which awaited us for the holidays of '39, the France of trips on foot and youth hostels, which was going of itself, we thought, like the earth itself. We lived in a certain place of peace, experience, and freedom, formed by a combination of exceptional circumstances, and we did not know that this was ground to defend, we thought that it was the natural lot of men. Even those of us who, better informed by our travels, made aware of Nazism by our birth or finally already equipped with a more exact philosophy, no longer separated our personal fate from European history, even those did not know how right they were. We discussed with them as we accompanied them, we raised objections, the die has not been cast, history has not been written. And they answered us in a conversational tone. Accustomed since our childhood to handling freedom and living a personal life, how would we have known that these were difficult acquisitions, how would we have learned to engage our freedom in order to preserve it? We were naked consciences in front of the world. How would we have known that this individualism and this universalism had a place on the map? What makes our landscape of 1939 inconceivable for us and puts it definitively beyond our control is precisely that we were not aware of it as a landscape. We lived in the world, as close to Plato as to Heidegger, to the Chinese as to the French. We didn't know that this was living in peace, living in France, and in a certain state of the world. By chance or design, Germany had delegated ambiguous representatives to us. Bremer, reader at the University of Paris, venerated war values, frequented Münsterland and, returning here in 1940 as cultural attaché, he was to put at the service of his government some of the relationships he had established before the war. But, in 1938, he often said, "I am an old radical." Provided he spoke loudly enough, concessions were obtained from him on the main articles of Nazism. He showed surprise and pain one day when he was talking about the Spanish governments, emphatically calling them the Reds, and when we asked him to take his propaganda elsewhere. I saw him dismayed when, in 1938, he had to leave France to go to Germany for a military period. As much as a man like him could believe anything, he undoubtedly believed in Germany's European propaganda, or at least he wanted to believe it because it allowed him to reconcile the pleasure he had in living in France and his loyalty to the government of his country. One morning in March 1939, I entered the room of another German from Paris to tell him about the occupation of Prague. He jumped up, ran to the map of Europe and said, with all the accent of sincerity, "But it's crazy, it's impossible. Naivete? Hypocrisy?" It was probably neither. These boys said what they thought, but they didn't think anything clearly and they maintained ambiguity within themselves to avoid, between their humanism and their government, a choice that would have made them lose their self-esteem. Themselves or that of their homeland. There was only one solution to their internal debates: German victory. When they returned to Paris in 40, in good standing with their country which they had followed in the war, they were, of course, willing to collaborate with France. German and Nazi policy, and to forget the military interlude. Before 1939, their weakness had made them chosen to represent Germany in Paris. It entered into the game of propaganda, their irresolution maintained our unconsciousness. After 40, their good feelings were to serve the same ends. They played this game in half-consciousness, until the day when total mobilization threw them, Bremer on the Russian front where he found his death, the other on the African front where he was, set on, seriously burned. This is how history solicits and diverts individuals, this is how, looking at things closely, we find culprits nowhere and accomplices everywhere, this is how we all have our part in the he event of 1939. Between our Germans and us, there is only this difference that they had had Nazism before their eyes, and we not yet. They could not ignore the use that was made of them, we had not yet learned this game. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. During the winter of 39 to 40, our condition as soldiers essentially changed nothing in our thoughts. We still had the leisure to consider others as separate lives, the war as a personal adventure, and this strange army thought of itself as a sum of individuals. Even when she applied herself with goodwill to her warlike tasks, she did not feel stuck, and all the criteria remained those of peacetime. Our colonel had 155 fire to disperse a German patrol around our posts. We designated a captain to collect the shoulder straps and the papers of 2 dead Germans. We were going to think with these stretchers as we would have done with a mortuary bed. This German lieutenant who had died in the barbed wire, with a bullet in his stomach, shouting, "French soldiers, come and get a dying man." Until daylight, we lingered to look with compassion at his thin chest, barely covered with a tunic in 15 degrees of cold, his ash-blonde hair, his fine hands, as his mother or his wife might have done. It was after June 40 that we really entered the war. Because from now on we were no longer allowed to treat the Germans we met in the street, in the metro, at the cinema, humanely. If we had done so, if we had wanted to distinguish between the Nazis and the Germans, to look under the lieutenant for the student, under the soldier for the peasant or the proletarian, they would have been mistaken. They would have believed that we recognized their regime and their victory, and it was then that they would have felt victorious. Magnanimity is a virtue of the rich, and it is not difficult to treat generously the prisoners whom one holds at one's mercy. But we were the prisoners. We had to relearn all the childish behavior from which our education had freed us, judge people based on their clothes, respond without politeness to their good manners of command, live for 4 years next to them without living a minute with them, we to feel French and not men under their gaze. There was now in our universe of people this compact green or grey mass. If we had looked better, we would already have found, in peacetime society, masters and slaves, and we would have been able to learn how each conscience, however free, sovereign and irreplaceable it may feel, freezes and becomes generalized under a foreign gaze, becomes a proletarian or a Frenchman. but no servitude is more visible than that of an occupied country. Even those of us who were not worried and continued to paint, write, or compose poems, felt, when returning to their work, that their former freedom was carried by that of others and that we are not free alone. If they had once been able to feel cheerful and in control of their lives, this was still a mode of coexistence. This was only possible in a certain atmosphere. They learned to know this environment between each consciousness and all the others. General where they communicate and which had no name in their former philosophy. At the same time as a subject of horror, German anti-Semitism must have been a mystery to us, and, trained as we were, we had to ask ourselves every day during these 4 years, how is anti-Semitism possible? There was undoubtedly a way to avoid the question. One could deny that anti-Semitism was really experienced by anyone. The Nazis, too, forgave certain Jews from whom they expected some service, and the chance of an affair allowed a Jewish actor to hold the stage in Paris for 4 years. Perhaps, after all, there was not a single anti-Semite. Perhaps anti-Semitism was all just a propaganda setup. Perhaps soldiers, SS, journalists were obeying instructions in which they did not believe, and perhaps the authors of this propaganda did not believe in them either. Triggered by conscious leaders and carried by confused elemental forces, anti-Semitism would have been a sinister mystification. We thought so before 1939, we can no longer believe it now, after seeing these buses full of children, placed à la Contrescarpe. Anti-Semitism is not a war machine mounted by a few Machiavelli and served by the obedience of others. No more than language or music, it was created by a few. It was conceived in the depths of history. The leaders and the elemental forces, the cynicism and the stupidity, this cunning and police conception of history is ultimately naive. It attributes too much conscience to the leaders and too little to the masses. She sees no middle ground between the voluntary action of some and the passive obedience of others, between the subject and the object of history, and what the Germans have made us understand on the contrary is that the leaders are mystified by their own myths and semi-complicit troops, that no one absolutely commands and no one absolutely obeys. An anti-Semite could not see Jews being tortured if he really saw them, if he perceived this suffering and this agony in an individual life, but precisely, he does not see the Jews who suffer, he is in the myth of the Jew. Through these concrete beings, he tortures and kills the Jew, he struggles with his dreams and the blows reach living faces. Anti-Semitic passion does not start from individuals and does not target individuals. Here we encounter the Marxist formula, which in any case has the merit of placing us in the social sphere. Anti-Semitism is the socialism of imbeciles. A decomposed society, which anticipates and fears revolution, transfers and appeases to the Jews an anxiety which is aimed at itself. This could explain the hypocritical anti-Semitism of the Mauricians, always accompanied by reservations or exceptions, and timid in the face of particular cases. But the racism of the SS, Drancy, the children separated from their mothers. Like any explanation by transference, this one fails in the face of pure passion. The transfer of passion is not a final explanation, since it is precisely a question of knowing what motivated it, and why the anguish and sadism of a society which is decomposing are fixed on the Jews. We come up against here, as in all passion, an element of chance and pure irrationality, without which the passion would be founded and would no longer be a passion. If this man loves this woman today, it is because his past history prepared him to love this character, this face, but ultimately it is also because he met, and this encounter brings to light possibilities in his life which, without it, would have languished. Once established, this love appears as destiny, but on the day of the first meeting it is absolutely contingent. A fixation may well be motivated by the individual's past, but it delivers more than it promised. Once achieved, it has its own weight, which is the raw force of the present and of what exists. Likewise, we cannot fully explain anti-Semitism, we can indicate its motivations, the social problem and the role that Jews once played in the development of a certain capitalism, but they only outline a possible history, and if, in Germany, around 1930, anxiety went back to the past and chose to satisfy itself on the Jews, because all anxiety turns away from the future. The rational explanation cannot go to the beyond that, from its motives, passion creates itself, we cannot understand it in a universe of consciences. German anti-Semitism confronts us with the truth that we ignored in 1939. We thought that there were no Jews, no Germans, but only men or even consciences. It seemed to us that at every moment each of us was choosing in an ever-new freedom to be and do what we wanted. We did not understand that, just as the actor slips into a role that goes beyond him, that modifies the meaning of each of his gestures, and walks around him this great ghost of which he is the animator, but also the captive, each of us in coexistence presents ourselves to others against a background of historicity that we have not chosen, behaves towards them as of Aryan, of Jew, of French, of German, that consciences have the strange power to alienate and absent themselves, that they are threatened from without and tempted from within by absurd and inconceivable hatreds with regard to the individual, and that, if one day men must be men for each other, and the relations of consciences become transparent, if universality must be realized, this will be in a society where the traumas of the past will have been liquidated and where first the conditions for effective freedom will have been achieved. Until then, social life will remain this dialogue and this battle of ghosts where we suddenly see real tears and real blood flowing. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. However, in this fight, we were no longer allowed to remain neutral. For the first time, we were led not only to observe, but also to take responsibility for social life. Before 39, the police did not concern us. It existed, but we would never have thought of doing it. Who among us would have lent a hand to arrest a thief, or agreed to become a magistrate and pass sentences? We wanted, for our part, to be neither criminals nor thieves, because we had decided so. But how could our freedom have the right to suppress another, even if the assassin himself had another life? We could not bear that the sanction wanted to take on a moral character, and we brought it back to police necessities, from which we carefully distinguished the moral rules. It was a low work, to which, even if we were involved, we did not want to consent. I remember my perplexity when I learned that, as a second lieutenant in the reserve, I could be required by the police to help with an arrest and even had to offer them my services. We had to change our minds. We clearly saw that it was up to us to judge. If it had been up to us to arrest and convict an informer, we could not have left this task to others. Before the war, politics seemed unthinkable to us because it is a statistical treatment of men, and there is no sense, we thought, in treating these beings as a collection of substitutable objects and by general regulations. Singular, each of which is a world for itself. From the perspective of consciousness, politics is impossible. There was a moment when we felt touched to the heart by these absurdities from outside. We have been led to assume and consider as our own not only our intentions, the meaning that our actions have for us, but also the consequences of these actions outside, the meaning that they take on in a certain historical context. 20 years ago, a historian denounced the responsibilities of the Allies in the War of 1914. During the occupation, we saw with astonishment the same historian publish, under censorship, a pamphlet in which he denounced the responsibilities of the England at the origin of the 1939 war. He did not understand that to blame England, in Paris, under the German occupation, was to take on propaganda that no pacifist would has the right to serve, since it is that of a warrior regime. In the spring of 1944, the professors all received a text that they were asked to sign and which urged Marshal Pétain to intervene to stop the war. It is too simple to assume that those who composed or signed this text had put themselves in the service of the Germans and were trying to stop the war before their defeat. It is rare, at least in the world of professors, that betrayals take place in this clarity, and it is the fate of men to never give in only to interest, but at the same time to ideas. Here is how we imagine one of the editors of this text. For him, the passions of war do not exist, they only have a semblance of force from the consent of men who are as free at each moment, There is therefore not a world at war, with democracies on one side and fascisms on the other, or established empires on one side and latecomer nations on the other. Who would like to establish an empire? There are no empires, no nations, no classes, there is nothing but men everywhere, always ready for freedom and happiness, always capable of obtaining them under whatever regime, on condition that they recover themselves and regain the only freedom there is, that of their judgment, a single evil, therefore, which is war itself, and a single duty, which is not to believe in the victories of law and civilization and to put an end to war. Thus thinks this Cartesian solitary, and he does not see behind him his shadow cast on history as on a wall, this meaning, this figure which his actions take on the outside, this objective spirit which is himself. The Cartesian politician would undoubtedly respond that, if we hold ourselves responsible for our thoughts and actions in their most distant consequences, all we have to do is refuse any transaction, as the hero does. Now, he would add, how many heroes among those who praise themselves today for having resisted? I see some who were state civil servants, and who continued to receive their salary, swearing in writing, since it was necessary, that they were neither Jews nor Freemasons. I see others who agreed to ask for authorization for their writings or for their theater from a censorship which only let anything through on purpose. Everyone drew the boundaries of permissible things in their own way. Don't publish anything, said one. Nothing for newspapers or magazines, said the other, print your books. I give my play to this theater if it is directed by a good man, I withdraw it if it is directed by a government servant, said a third. The truth is that everyone has dealt with external necessity, except a few, who gave their lives. It was necessary either to stop living, to refuse this corrupted air, this poisoned bread, or to live well, that is to say, to carve out a space for private freedom in the common misfortune, and that is what most did. Only putting their conscience at rest through measured sacrifices. This does not acquit the traitors, who called this regime, helped it beyond what was essential, and designated themselves to the sanctions of the new law. But this prevents us from judging them in the name of a morality that no one has followed to the end, and from founding a new philosophy on the experience of these 4 years, since we lived according to the old one. Only the heroes have truly been outside what they wanted to be inside, alone, they joined and confused with history, at the moment when it took their lives, but those who survived even the greatest risks do not have not consummated this cruel marriage, no one can speak of this silence or recommend it to others. Heroism is not preached, it is accomplished, and any preaching here would be presumption, since he who can still speak does not know what he is talking about. This reasoning is strong. But it is going in our direction. It is true that we are not innocent, and that in the situation we were in, there was no irreproachable conduct. By staying here, we all made ourselves accomplices to some degree, and we must say of resistance what combatants have often said of war, we only come back from it on the condition of having at some point limited the risks, and, in this sense, chose to save his life. Those who left France to pursue the war elsewhere by arms or by propaganda cannot claim their purity, because if they escaped any direct compromise, it was by ceding the ground for a time, and, in this sense, like us, they took their part in the ravages of the occupation. Several of our comrades asked themselves the question and chose for the best, but nothing can make their decision a real solution. By staying we compromised ourselves, by leaving we compromised ourselves, no one has clean hands. We have unlearned pure morality and learned a kind of popular immoralism, which is healthy. The moral man does not want to get his hands dirty. This is because he usually has enough leisure, talent, or fortune to stay away from companies he disapproves of and to prepare a good conscience for himself. The people do not have this freedom. The mechanic in a garage, if he wanted to live, was obliged to repair German cars. One of our comrades went to the Rive Gauche bookstore to get the German philosophy books he needed. When the day came, he took part in the insurrection and the Germans shot him. We are in the world, mixed with it, compromised with it. This is no reason to cede everything external to it and to confine ourselves to our thoughts, always free, even in the slave. This division of inside and outside is abstract. We give the world both more and less. We give him less, because we weigh on him when the time comes, and the state is nothing without our consent. We give him more, because he arouses our interest, it is in him that we live, and, in wanting to be free on the margins of the world, we are not free at all. A judgment without words is not accomplished, a word without a possible response makes nonsense. My freedom and that of others are tied to each other throughout the world. Certainly, those of us who were neither Jews nor declared communists could, during these 4 years, spare themselves some meditation. They were not denied Plato, nor Descartes, nor conservatory rehearsals on Saturday mornings. We could start our adolescence again, return to our gods and our great writers as vices. However, we did not return to ourselves and to the spirit. However, we were not leaving the story behind. Our best thoughts, seen from London, New York or Moscow, were located in the world and had a name. They were the reveries of captives, and they were modified even in their value as thoughts. We cannot go beyond history and time, we can only create a private eternity, fictitious like that of the madman who believes himself to be God. The spirit is not in these morose dreams, it only appears in the broad daylight of the dialogue. Meditating on our great men, we were no more free and no more conscious than the Jew or the deportee who had become a single blind pain without choice. There is no effective freedom without some power. Freedom is not on this side of the world, but in contact with it. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Here we found a Marxist truth. But even Marxism had to be taken up again, because it risked confirming us in our pre-war prejudices. Under the pretext that history is the history of class struggle and that ideological conflicts are only its superstructure, a certain Marxism detaches us from all situations where the fate of classes is not immediately engaged. The War of 1939, classified as an imperialist war at least until the intervention of the USSR, did not interest this type of Marxist. The real story had to start again for them the day when the social struggle could manifest itself again. Fascism being, after all, only a poor relation of capitalism, the Marxist did not have to take sides in this family quarrel, and the success of one side or the other did not matter much to him. In times of crisis, some of us thought, capitalism can no longer afford to be liberal, it will have to toughen up everywhere and the same necessities that brought fascism into existence will stifle freedoms in so-called democracies. The World War is only an appearance, and what remains true under this appearance is the common fate of the proletarians of all countries and the deep solidarity of all capitalisms through the internal contradictions of the regime. There can therefore be no question, for the national proletariats, of taking responsibility in any way for the events in which they find themselves involved. Each proletarian under the uniform cannot feel that proletarian. Thus some of us, when they learned of some failure of the Germans, sulk at their own pleasure and pretend not to join in the general satisfaction. When we presented to them the situation of an occupied country as the very type of inhumane situations, they tried to dissolve this phenomenon into the more general phenomenon of capitalist exploitation and oppression. Always placed in the secret of history, they understood the patriotic revolt better than it understood itself, they gave it absolution in the name of the class struggle. And yet, when liberation came, they called it by its name, like everyone else. To do so, they did not need to renounce Marxism. The experience of these 4 years has, in fact, taught us to better understand the concrete relationships between class struggle and ideology. The class struggle is not truer than ideological conflicts, they do not reduce not like appearance to reality. Marx himself teaches it, ideologies, once constituted, have their own weight, they drive history like the steering wheel drives the engine. Consequently, a Marxist analysis of Hitlerism cannot consist of summarily classifying it as an episode of capitalism. It undoubtedly lays bare the economic situation without which it would not have existed, but this situation is singular, and, To define it entirely, to reach actual history, it is necessary to take into account local particularities, and not only the economic function of Nazism, but also its human function. The Marxist must not mechanically apply the capital-labor schema, but think anew each event that presents itself to determine each time where the sinuous line of the proletarian future passes. He is not obliged to consider oppression in occupied countries as a surface phenomenon, beneath which the truth of history should be sought. There are not two stories, the true story and the empirical story. There is only one, and everything that happens is part of it, provided we know how to decipher it. The German occupation, for a Marxist in a French environment, was not an accident of history, but an event of the first magnitude. The victory of Germany and that of the Anglo-Saxons are not equivalent from the point of view of the class struggle, because the Anglo-Saxon governments, however reactionary they may be and want to be, will find themselves hampered in their own country by their liberal ideology, and that the social struggle, immediately becoming manifest again, gains in interest for men who do not have 100 years to live and who would have spent perhaps 50 under fascist oppression. Marxism does not remove subjective factors from history in favor of objective factors, it ties them together. The national ideology cannot be qualified once and for all as bourgeois. At each moment it is a question of appreciating its function in the historical context, where it can be sometimes progressive and sometimes reactionary. In the France of 1940 and now, the national feeling is revolutionary. This does not only mean that it is in fact opposed to the immediate interests of French capitalism and that Marxists can use it for the benefit of their own struggle and through a pious ruse. This means that the historical situation frees national reality from the reactionary mortgages with which it was burdened and authorizes proletarian consciousness to integrate it. We will perhaps respond that, in a Marxist policy, the nation can never be an end but only a means, that Marxist patriotism can only be a tactic, and that, for example, for a Marxist, purification serves to the revolution, while for a patriot, it is, on the contrary, a question of integrating the movement of the masses into the nation. But this very language is not Marxist. The characteristic of Marxism is that it does not distinguish the end and the means, and there is in principle no policy less hypocritical and less Machiavellian. It is not a question of surprising the good faith of patriots and leading them where they do not want to go. It is not the Marxist, it is history which transforms national sentiment into revolutionary will. It is a question of making the patriots see, and events are doing this at the same time as the Marxists, that, in a weakened country like France and which, through the movement of history, has become the second rank of the great powers, a certain political and economic independence is only possible through a seesaw game full of perils or within the framework of a socialist United States which has no chance of being achieved without revolution. To be a Marxist is not to renounce differences, to be French, Touraine or Parisian, it is not to renounce the individual to merge with the world proletariat. It's about joining the universal, but without leaving what we are. Even from a Marxist perspective, the world proletariat, as long as it only exists objectively and in the analysis of the economist, is not a revolutionary factor. It becomes so if it grasps itself as a world proletariat, and this will only happen by the concordant weighing or by the meeting at the same crossroads of the de facto proletariats, such as they exist in the different countries, not by an ascetic internationalism where each of them would lose their strongest reasons for being Marxist. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. In short, we have learned history and we claim that it should not be forgotten. But are we not fooled by our emotions here? If, in 10 years, we reread these pages and so many others, what will we think? We do not want this year 1945 to become for us a year between years. Anyone who has lost a son or a beloved wife does not want to live beyond. He leaves the house in the state it was in. Familiar objects on the table, clothes in the wardrobe mark an empty place in the world. He converses with the absent, he changes nothing in his life, and, every day, his behavior resurrects this ever less dense shadow as if by a sort of incantation. However, a day comes when these books, these clothes change their meaning. They were new books, they are now yellowed. They were clothes that we wore, they are now out of fashion and wrinkled. To preserve them more would not mean making the person who died survive, but on the contrary more cruelly dating their death. There will also come a time when we will want to keep of our tortured and shot friends, not the last images, those of these 4 years, and of this feverish summer, but an eternal memory in which the things they did and those they could have done, gone as they were for life. Of course, we are not there, but since this is about writing and not recounting our sorrows, should we not go beyond our feelings to find the lasting truth? The war was not over when everything was already changing, and not only through the thoughtfulness of men, but through an inner necessity. In the resistance, union was easy because relationships were almost always man-to-man. Facing the German army and the Vichy government, where, as in all state apparatuses, the social generality dominated, the resistance offered this very rare phenomenon of a historical action which did not cease to be personal. The psychological and moral elements of politics appeared almost alone here, and this is why we could see in the resistance the intellectuals least inclined to politics. The experience of resistance was a unique experience for them, and they wanted to keep the spirit of it in the new French policy, because it finally escaped the famous dilemma of being and doing, which is that of all intellectuals. In front of the action. Hence this happiness through danger, where we saw some of our comrades, usually tormented. It is too clear that this balance of personal life and action was precisely linked to the conditions of clandestine action and could not survive it. In this sense, it must be said that the experience of resistance, by making people believe that politics is a relationship between man and man or between conscience and conscience, favors our illusions of 1939 and masks the truths that the occupation taught us. Moreover, that is to say the incredible power of history. We are back in the days of institutions, the distance reappears between the laws and those to whom they apply. Once again we legislate, for once again, we must worry about the consequences of what we say, weigh each word according to its objective meaning, without hope of convincing by the sole force of truth. We did it during the occupation, there was no need for a public gesture that could play into the hands of the occupier. But among friends we had a freedom of criticism that we have already lost. Are we now going to submit our words and our gestures to this entirely external rule, which outraged Piguet, of not playing the game of reaction, the game of communism or the game of government? We saw personal life cancelled for 4 years. There is nothing to learn there, and if politics is definitely hell, all you have to do is leave it. This is why, in the aftermath of another war, the founders of the NRF invited authors and audiences to abandon the values and attitudes of war. They wanted to demobilize consciences, return to problems of pure aesthetics, free themselves from history. Certainly, and this is what we wanted to come to, these 5 years have not taught us to find bad what we judged good. It remains absurd in the face of conscience to hide a truth because it harms the country, to kill a man because he lives beyond the river, to treat others as a means. We were not wrong, in 1939, to want freedom, truth, happiness, transparent relationships between men, and we are not renouncing humanism. The war and the occupation have only taught us that values remain nominal, and do not even have value, without an economic and political infrastructure that brings them into existence. More, that values are nothing, in history concrete, as another way of designating the relationships between men as they are established according to the mode of their work, their loves, their hopes, and, in a word, their coexistence. It is not a question of renouncing our values of 1939, but of fulfilling them. It is not a question of imitating tyrants, and, to the extent that it had to be done, we are rightly angry with them for having forced us to do so. Will we ever be able to eliminate tyranny from political life? Is it true that the state can wither away and the political or social relations of men ever be absorbed into their human relations? That is a question. But if we do not have the assurance of this completion, we at least see very precisely the absurdity of an anachronistic tyranny like anti-Semitism and of a reactionary expedient like fascism. This is enough to want to destroy them down to their roots and to push things in the direction of effective freedom. However, this political task is not incompatible with any cultural value and any literary task, if culture and literature are defined, not as techniques outside the world, but as the progressive awareness of our multiple relationships with others and with the world. We will not have to hide any truth if we say all the others. In the coexistence of men, to which these years have awakened us, morals, doctrines, thoughts and customs, laws, works, words express each other, everything means everything. There is nothing apart from this unique flash of existence. For the truth, Stendhal's Republicans madly wanted sincerity against the rogues and rogues who populated the courts and antechambers. The Dreyfusist professors of 1900 wanted justice at all costs. They said, even if the review of the Dreyfus trial must compromise the army staff and national defense, we must obtain the review, since an unjust France would no longer be France and would no longer deserve to be saved. Maurice opposed them that a policy must not be based on the just and the unjust as we feel them in ourselves, but first of all on the conditions of existence and the interest of the nation, without which there is no civilization and ultimately no justice, that we have sometimes seen courts without justice, but never justice without courts, that it was therefore necessary to save the authority of the courts and leave Dreyfus to the devil's island in the name even justice, neither Piguy nor the Kantians accepted that France should lose its reasons for existing in order to preserve its existence. In its own way, the Surrealist movement took over the same function of judgment and scandal, and the Central Surrealist set itself the task of pointing out all the absurdities of real life without any regard for the consequences. In the interwar period, most French intellectuals treated political questions from a moral perspective. For Gide, for Alain, for Andrea Violus, for the First Aragon, for Breton, for Bernanos, the truth was always good to say, if necessary against the government, against the nation, against the party. When Merleau rediscovered that in politics efficiency is the first rule, his two most beautiful books clearly show that he did not accept this idea without debate. No doubt he never even completely accepted it, since his realism did not stand up to the test of the German-Russian Pact. Like their intellectuals, the French judged and spoke frankly. To the astonishment of foreigners, they treated Daladier or Reynaud sometimes with indulgence, sometimes with contempt, but in any case without caution or respect. We have changed a lot. We have seen, as they say, where this leads. Rightly or wrongly, we attribute France's misfortunes to French cynicism and independence. We are all repentants. We won't be caught again. Each of us feels responsible for our country or party as we are responsible for our family. Before telling a truth, we first look at the consequences. We have gained in decorum and seriousness, but by dint of measuring our words and hearing only measured responses, we are getting into the rather base habit of interpretations, allusions, and barbs. If an intellectual recommends the spirit of synthesis, this means, in the lexicon of our time, that he wants to ingratiate himself with the communists, and, on the socialist side, we observe him with a frown. There reigns almost everywhere a cockroach and insinuating tone which is that of La Sapinière in Balzac and of the congregation in Stendhal. The game is played by the band. The swords are speckled. The conservatives are socialists, the revolutionaries are governmental, everyone responds side by side, so that the discussions are dialogues of the deaf. Everyone is a realist, opportunist, tactician, except Bernanos, whose overly expected anger, like that of Rameau, no longer impresses anyone. Maurice is in prison, but Mauraisism is everywhere. We are all rascals in Stendhal's sense. Do we therefore have no choice but to be either cynics or rascals? Before resigning ourselves to this dilemma, we should be sure that it is inevitable. Perhaps commitment only suppresses freedom of mind when it is confused and in the absence of a political thought that is capable of both accepting all truths and taking a position in reality. No party in France thinks through its action, says openly what it is and what it does. Each of them has its double game. As for the ideas, they are not formed in contact with the present, and to understand it, they are ideological shreds inherited from the 19th century and which cover the facts very poorly. No wonder if, having to choose only between ambiguities, we feel uncomfortable everywhere, and if loyalty to one party becomes painful. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Two major Marxist parties alone have a majority in France. This should bring some proletarian frankness into our politics. Let's see what happens. The communists invented oppositional support. Last winter, they criticized the government, but how could they have pushed the criticism to the fullest, since they were part of it? They were protesting against the electoral law, but they began by declaring that under no circumstances would their ministers resign. They recommended yes-no, but their ministers remained members of a government whose leader, on the radio, recommended yes-yes. They were protesting against the arrest of the Indochinese in Paris, but, like all members of the government, they were jointly responsible. And the trusts, said their election leaflets. As if the trusts were pretty much dead, as if it was just a matter of finishing them off. In a sense, all the themes of old communism appear in the politics of the PC: class struggle, anti-colonialism, anti-militarism. That is why Action almost always manages to wrap it in a Marxist counterpoint. But, if they are still there, their function is no longer director, as we see when Action approves without reservations the politics of the Big Three. The function of Marxist ideas is no longer so much to determine a policy as to comment on it and provide it with will have it Marxist. For an ingenuous witness, the two things can be confused. For a Marxist of the old school, they are as distinct as the dog, a barking animal, and the dog, a celestial constellation. Even if, regarding the Syrian affair, the USSR takes a stand against colonialism, as we do not see that it has established Soviets in the countries it occupies, it must be admitted that the liberation of colonized peoples has ceased to be, in the policy of the USSR, an unconditional principle. This does not mean, as is lightly repeated, that the USSR has become an imperialist power. Imperialism results in the exploitation of backward countries for the benefit of advanced countries which seek inexpensive labor, raw materials, a market for their manufactured products, investment opportunities, and which, consequently, usually have an interest in maintaining the colonized country in the backward state in which they find it. However, it is certain that, in order to integrate into its own economy that of the countries which are under its influence, the USSR will be led to establish there, openly or not, a socialist mode of production, so that the Russian occupation will in fact be progressive. But what also seems certain is that the USSR no longer professes the ideology of its economy, or more precisely that the revolutionary themes are in the USSR of today have become an ideology in the literal sense of the word, that is to say a set of a posteriori justifications. Since 1917, Marxism has had a homeland, it has been embodied in a certain part of the world. From that moment on, the communists had to defend him both in body and in his spirit, as the Catholics of Spain had to defend both the visible church, its tabernacles, its clergy, and the invisible church which is built in all the hearts and in the relationships of men. The two things don't always go together. Action defends Marxism in her body when she supports the policies of the Big Three. We certainly cannot say that at the same time she defends him in her mind, since he has always been hostile to secret diplomacy and the grand politics of chancelleries. We will see later that in our opinion it would have been crazy, from a Marxist point of view, to sacrifice the existence of the USSR to the abstract principles of a Marxist policy, and that the new course of Soviet policy is amply explained by the revolutionary stagnation in the world and by the mortal danger where the USSR found herself placed as a result. But let us begin by recognizing the changes that have taken place in communist politics before explaining them and perhaps justifying them as inevitable. There is a double game of the PC, which consists in the fact that, being effectively proletarian and pursuing, on classic proletarian themes, daily agitation, it does not wish a break with the established governments and, at the decisive moment, does this necessary to avoid it. There is a double game of the Socialist Party which consists in the fact that, living under the gaze of the bourgeoisie, it continues to call itself Marxist. Perhaps it is better to reason about events that are already old, already closed, and whose meaning is therefore less contestable. We remember the stages of Leon Blum, the neo-socialist theses favorable to ministerial participation and the exercise of power in a bourgeois regime left him horrified. He took them back on his own a few years later. Leader of a party which, at each annual Congress, reaffirms itself as Marxist, he agrees to lead a popular front experiment which should improve the condition of workers within the framework of capitalism. We have, in the course of all our propaganda, he said in May 36, drawn from the analysis of the economic crisis the condemnation of the current social regime. We concluded that for this society, our effort should tend to replace another society, fundamentally different, which would establish order and reason where we see only contradiction and chaos. But, I want to say it with the same frankness and with the same clarity, the present task of the Popular Front government, this task is different, it is different in any case over time. There is no socialist majority, there is no proletarian majority, there is the Popular Front majority. It follows that we are acting within the current regime, the same regime whose contradictions and inequity we demonstrated during our electoral campaign. In short, it is a question of knowing whether it is possible, within the framework of the current regime, to ensure sufficient relief for the miseries of those who suffer. But if capitalism is capable of amendments, there is no reason to create a new society, and if it is incapable of doing so, there is no reason to institute in good faith an experiment of Front Popular within the frameworks of capitalism. Between the Marxist premises and the reformist conclusion, the contradiction is obvious. Leon Blum tried to attenuate it by presenting the Popular Front as a phase of transition. It is a question, he continued, of knowing whether, by an action accomplished within the current regime, it is possible to prepare in minds and in things, the inevitable advent of the regime which remains our fact and our goal. The question that our experience poses before the nation even more than before the party is to know how the change will come about, if there is a possibility that it will take place, I repeat, peacefully and amicably. Thus the Popular Front was a two-way street. On the one hand, it was a fair attempt to extract from capitalism all that it could still contain in terms of order and justice, and as such it demanded the assistance of all the good wishes. On the other hand, and, as a socialist, Leon Blum could not see it otherwise, it was the beginning of socialism. From there in Leon Blum two languages, he said in essence to business leaders and the Senate, strikes and factory occupations are illegal, but they are. You choose, either you will make the necessary concessions and we will return to legality, or you will not make them, then it is you who will have wanted the revolution. To the proletarian voters, on the other hand, he said, no one can maintain that we are saving bourgeois society, because the ruin of bourgeois society is in reality an accomplished thing. The reforms of 1936 were ambiguous, they were presented to business leaders as insurance against revolution, to the masses as the beginning of revolution. This double game was not honest towards either party. The business leaders were not mistaken, they were offered an insecure shield against the revolution. They used it in the shooting of June 36, they even had some esteem for such a distinguished statesman who so naturally played the legal game, but they did not forget his veiled threats, which were derisory, coming from a man so determined not to do so himself. The revolution, and when the temperature of the country had dropped, he was sent back without ceremony. With regard to the proletariat, Leon Blum's policy was no more loyal. From a Marxist perspective, a composite transitional government was conceivable, but which would have given itself the task of demonstrating in fact the impossibility of reformism, who, at each obstacle encountered, would have relied on the masses, if necessary against Parliament, and who would have only played the game of bourgeois legality to show its ineffectiveness. In a period of acute class struggle, a proletarian party cannot be sincere with everyone, either he is sincere towards the proletariat, and then he must deceive capitalism, or else he conforms to the commitments made, to the formal and universal rules of morality, then he deceives the proletariat as a class. We praise the objectivity, the intellectual probity of Leon Blum. We do not see that this objective way, this habit of treating the revolution as a fact already accomplished or still to come, and never as a present with which we are burdened, are deceptions when it is a question, not of contemplating the world, but of transforming it, that the postulate of a truth and a morality common to all is an improbity in a Marxist politician, since Marxism is a theory of revolution, which opposes two worlds, the capitalist world and the proletarian world, and forces us to choose between them. On May 31, 1936, Blum told the SFIO party, "If it turns out that insurmountable resistance forces us to realize that it is impossible to amend current society from within, I would then be the first to come and tell you." On December 31 of the same year, noting the persistence of panic rumors, hoarding and flight of capital, it was not to his voters that he addressed, as he had promised, it was once again to others. Need I repeat once again that we are not a socialist government, that we seek neither directly nor insidiously to apply the socialist program to power, that we work with complete loyalty within the framework of current institutions, of current society, of the current property regime. No more words on the inevitable death of capitalism, on the march towards socialism through the Popular Front. Whether it concerns non-intervention or social questions, the speeches of 1936 are remarkable in that we always find a effort to justify oneself to the adversary. It is in front of Mussolini and Hitler, never in front of the Spanish Republicans, that Blum wants to prove the loyalty of France. Internally, he is loyal in the parliamentary world that he chose as a member of a bourgeois parliament, but not in the proletarian world that he chose as a Marxist. If now a smart guy comes and says that Leon Blum no longer believes in Marxism, then let's no longer talk about loyalty. After that, it is hardly necessary to reread the debates at this summer's Socialist Congress. Class action respectful of the national interest, itself understood in the manner of the conservatives, it is in this spirit that Blum governed from 1936. Nothing is taken away from Marxism, we only add, interest national. From this innocent alteration, it results that socialism is no longer an unknown future, he is already there, he is everywhere in power, we touch it, there is nothing to be afraid of. With regard to the PC, the position initially appears clear, if the PC, says the Popular, had made reservations about those decisions of the Big Three which demeaned France, we would have immediately proposed unity. We fear that the socialists will be very happy to have this argument. After all, worker unity could bring about a transformation of the Communist Party itself, it would be open to socialists to bring their habits of criticism and discussion. Their general policy clearly shows that what they fear in the PC is not only too blind a devotion to the USSR, it is the proletarian spirit that the PC, despite its tactical turns, continues to represent. French politics sometimes offers the spectacle of a comedic misunderstanding. It happens that the PC, which, by its social composition and by its propaganda, was originally and largely remains a class party, reaches out to the SFIO and even to certain bourgeois parties, while the SFIO which, since 36, have moved towards a policy of public interest, and the bourgeois parties which deny in principle the class struggle pretend not to see the hand that is extended to them and refuse the opportunity which offers to ensure the neutrality of the proletariat. In a society where the proletarian movement was for a moment called the National Front and where the conservative spirit gives itself the label socialist, political thought and the analysis of events can only be very confused, there are only mutilated ideas. The political position of each person is defined less by a certain number of theses than by their adherence to one of the two blocks present. To be a communist or to be a socialist. In the order of ideas, it no longer means anything determinate. We have reached a state of political nominalism of which French history offers perhaps no other example. Soon, in this country which prided itself, According to Thibaudet, on putting into its politics a whole conception of life, the notions of socialist and communist, to say nothing of the MRP, will be as little definable and communicable as those of Republican and Democrat in the United States. Last winter, a waiter explained the insurrectional brawls in Brussels using the fifth column. He continued by regretting the slowness of the purification. The big guys always get away with it, he said in conclusion. Thus the patriotic motive and the Marxist motive intertwine in people's minds. In a recent conversation, the author of these lines told a radical interlocutor that the Communist Party was not really looking for a break and that more prudent industrialists would have been able to seize this chance. A communist man of letters, and not without wealth, who attended the interview, warmly approved, adding that unfortunately there was no question for the moment of resuming Lenin's policies. We might be tempted to explain the decadence of our political thought by that of our country. We are a second-rate power. Our politics and our thinking are no longer autonomous, we no longer produce them on our own, our decisions are limited to choosing between two spheres of attraction, that of Russia and that of the Anglo-Saxons. France is now comparable to those states of Central and South America where the parties represent so many foreign influences and where ideology only serves to cover these influences. But this explanation does not go far. The confusion is no less among the big three than among us. We see everywhere the same wear and tear and the same decomposition of ideas. There is no longer any doctrinal Marxism or doctrinal liberalism. Marxist ideas or liberal ideas may well be used in the speeches of heads of state, but they are no more than instruments of diplomatic offensive and defense. The Atlantic Charter was well forgotten when it suddenly reappeared in an otherwise threatening speech by Truman. We still use the political vocabulary of the 19th century, liberalism, proletariat, and this vocabulary poorly expresses the political forces actually present. The class struggle is hidden. The moment in history we are in is equivocal, neither capitalism nor the proletarian revolution are fighting openly anymore, because capitalism is uncertain of its own future and incapable of projecting itself into a positive theory, and because capitalism Marxism, in the country where it triumphed, if it remains inscribed in the mode of production and in the economic structure, has ceased to animate a proletarian policy. Pierre Hervé once addressed in action the problem of communist double-dealing. The difference, he said, between the communist double game and the double game of the new socialists is that the first can, the second cannot admit itself for what it is. A communist will easily recognize that the recovery of France, the reconstruction, the purification, the renovation of the army and the judiciary are impossible without revolution, because this is true. The PC wants both the revolution and the homeland without any equivocation, because, at the turning point in history we are at, the homeland cannot revive without revolution. The communist therefore has nothing to hide, his double game is based on things. On the contrary, socialism is a mystification because it pays lip service to the opposite of what it actually wants and prepares. Hervé only forgot one thing, which was that the PC was not able to push for the national insurrection, the purge, and the incorporation of the FFI in the army until their revolutionary consequences, that the communist ministers remained in office when the government sabotaged the purge and the amalgam, and that in total the patriotic revolutionary policy, including the article sincere by Hervé on the double game, served the homeland rather than the revolution. It is perfectly true that Marxism, in certain circumstances of time and place, can integrate patriotism. To remain himself, he still needs to show its revolutionary implications at every step. Thérèse, returning from Moscow last winter, declared on the contrary that purification has its limits. The surprise was visible in the audience at the VLDHIV. It remains to find the causes which explain the ambiguity of our policy, and the means to dissipate it. It's very simple, the Trotskyist will say, the confusion in which we live comes from the ever greater gap between the objective situation and the subjective situation, between the class struggle which continues in fact, which is even experienced in relation to each concrete question, and the ideas put into circulation by the parties, which do not allow us to think about it. So isn't the remedy very close to us? Is it not enough to make manifest what is latent, and to apply the classic schemes of Marxism to the present so that parties can be reclassified, political life becomes transparent again, political choice and loyalty become easy again? Is the conflict of morality and political realism, of sincerity and commitment from which we started, not overcome in a true Marxist politics, since this politics, prolonging the effective movement of history, is both open to all truths and capable of maximum efficiency? Marxism does not like to talk about morality, and it is wary of values to the extent that they are abstract, where they contribute to mystifying men by distracting them from their lives, their conflicts, and the necessary choices. But ultimately the main idea of Marxism is not to sacrifice values to facts, morality to realism. It is to substitute an effective morality for the verbal morality which precedes the revolution. It is to create a society where moral be moral, and to destroy morality as a dream outside of things by realizing it in the actual relationships of men. In the Marxist view of history, a moral is also given. Is it not enough to rediscover the Marxist inspiration which originally animated the PS, like the PC, for all Machiavellianism to disappear, and with them the embarrassments of the scrupulous intellectual? This abstract and naive solution forgets that compromise and double-dealing are not arbitrary creations of the parties, that they express on the political level the vital situation of the world, that after years of equivocation they have shaped minds, that they have acquired a certain weight of their own, and that no merely mental conversion, no effort of knowledge, explanation, and propaganda will be enough to reabsorb them. To a large extent, men are mystified by their own compromises, that is, they stop feeling them as compromises. The class struggle, we said, is hidden today. This does not mean that it remains without change as defined by classic Marxist texts, and veiled only by words. Marx believed that the class struggle, as long as it is not conscious of itself, cannot achieve revolutionary outcome. He also thought that no fatality makes awareness inevitable, and that the world, for lack of understanding its own history, could rot and dissolve into barbarism. Perhaps this is precisely where we are. The proletariat as a class is too weakened to now remain an autonomous factor in history. Today there are not the proletarians of all countries against the capitalism of all countries. There is a capitalism torn by increasingly violent contradictions, proletariats divided among themselves and more or less won over to class collaboration, and moreover a state with socialized production which regulates its relations with other states according to the procedures of traditional diplomacy and strategy, and does not openly seek to unite the dispersed proletariats against capitalism. The national, geographical, psychological factors which intersect with the class struggle and blur the broad Marxist lines of history, in a word, to speak like Engels, the historical chances have not been absorbed by the factors considered as essential. We do not say that this fact refutes Marxism, since Marx himself indicated chaos and the absurd as one of the possible outcomes of history. But it accentuates the role of contingency in history. It forbids us from hoping that Marxist action can keep the beautiful rectitude that it had at certain privileged moments, and that it would still have if it could rely on a movement fatality of history. Neither in practice nor in theory, the most rigorous Marxism has ever been able to exclude compromise, and with it the sort of derailment of history that we are witnessing. From its first steps, the Soviet government of 1917 was obliged to come to terms with factual situations in which it was impossible for it to absolutely avoid equivocation and to keep the history it was creating on its behalf absolutely in character rational. It found itself, as soon as it was constituted, faced with the problem of peace. The Russian army, exhausted and bleeding by the operations of 1914 to 1917, could no longer continue the war. The Soviet government had to request an armistice. Should peace be signed? If the war continued with an exhausted army, the October Revolution risked perishing. If we signed peace with German imperialism, we risked giving credence to the legend, spread by the bourgeois governments, of collusion between Berlin and the Russian Revolution, and of disappointing the proletariats of the West and Germany. From a Marxist perspective, it was necessary to refuse to choose between Germany and the Allies and to offer a democratic peace to the workers of all countries. We had done it, but this proposal had, understandably, remained a dead letter in the face of bourgeois governments which had their national proletariats well in hand. We therefore could not exceed the given situation, the ongoing world conflict. It was necessary to take a position. The party was divided. Lenin was of the opinion to drag out the Brest-Litovsk talks, and, in the event of a German ultimatum, to sign peace. If we had to die for the victory of the German Revolution, he said, we would be obliged to do so. The German Revolution would be infinitely more important than ours. But when will she come? We do not know anything. For now there is nothing more important in the world than our revolution. It must be saved at all costs. Bukharin and the majority of the party refused any agreement with an imperialist power and were for revolutionary war. Trotsky wanted, in the event of a German ultimatum, to break off the talks, to declare peace established de facto, without a treaty, and, in the event of a German offensive, to sign under the threat of bayonets a peace which, under these conditions, would not be equivocal. It was this solution that prevailed. The German offensive took place and the Soviet delegates had to sign the peace without reading it, on conditions much harsher than those they would have obtained by capitulating earlier. The solution was not good. The Baltic countries were lost for the Soviet government. The world proletariat perhaps did not understand. The conduct of the Soviet government could only have been completely rational if the October 1917 strikes in Germany and Austria had paralyzed the German army and heralded a second revolution. Lenin had offered historical reason its chance, but history had not responded to this request. In fact, it was therefore necessary to make a pact with German imperialism and release German troops who could, on the Western Front, carry the decision. The deepest conviction concerning the meaning of history has never exempted the greatest Marxists from recognizing that the paths of history are unfathomable. When the Red Army was formed, the soldiers' committees of the imperial regiments shattered the old discipline. There were to be only volunteers, military authority was to be decentralized, reactionary officers were to be driven out. A fraction of the party wanted to develop this spontaneous movement into a new theory of war. No more specialists, elected leaders. The centralized army, they thought, is the army of the imperialist states. Trench warfare is imperialist war. The revolution brings with it movement, maneuver, war by small detachments of all weapons supported by the sympathies of the population, finally the partisanship. These ideas seemed well deduced. How, in a Marxist philosophy of history, could the revolution not bring essential changes in the organization of the army and in military art, as everywhere? Trotsky, then responsible for inspecting the army, however, wrote, all this was extremely abstract, and, fundamentally, it was an idealization of our weakness. The serious experience of the Civil War soon destroyed these prejudices. Even if we think that the class struggle is the essential part of history and if we are, consequently, favorable in each particular problem to proletarian solutions, it remains to be seen whether, for a particular episode of history, the process which will ultimately guide its broad outlines will be immediately decisive. We could compromise the revolution and the global future of the proletariat by wanting to give the army a revolutionary and proletarian structure too soon. The problem is to recognize the proletarian spirit in its current form. The chaos of partisan enterprises, Trotsky continues, was the very expression of the rural underbelly of the revolution. The struggle against partisanship was therefore a battle for the proletarian political spirit against the petty bourgeois anarchist element which tended to ruin it. A formally proletarian policy can in fact be reactionary. Marxist action presupposes a concrete view of particular circumstances, of their meaning likely, a certain reading of history which is done according to plausibility, with risks of error, and can in no case be mechanically deduced from the theory. It should not always and simply go to the left. Compromise can be more Marxist than leftism. It has often been said through which exhausting discussions the party line was developed in the first years of the revolution. Thus the most conscious fraction of the proletariat, which was the revolution in progress, questioned itself, what it could be and want at the precise moment in history in which it found itself. Since there was a problem with the line, there was a perpetual ambiguity in the story. Lenin, in the famous infantile disease of communism, sought the theory of this difficult path and the principles of a fair line, between leftism and opportunism. But wasn't it contradictory to seek objective criteria that would allow us to distinguish the Marxist compromise from the opportunist compromise? If such criteria had existed, there would have been no need for discussion in the party, the decisions could have been demonstrated in each case, there would no longer have been a problem of the line. I have the right, said Lenin, to hand over my money to a thief, if it is under threat of death, and even if it means having him arrested as soon as I can. I have no right to associate with a gang of thieves and profit from their thefts. It is very clear that this criterion only allows us to decide in borderline cases and that we go through insensitive transitions from the valid compromise to the rotten compromise. This is why, as Lenin said, you have to put your own brain to work to find yourself in each particular case. In other words, there are compromises which are in the true line, which represent true Marxist intransigence. There are abstract and petty bourgeois intransigences which are in fact counter-revolutionary, and to decide, apart from borderline cases, there is only a set of probabilities. They are appreciated by a certain Marxist flair or by a Marxist perception of the local and global situation which is of the order of talent or genius. But where will we stop if this talent is lacking, and this just appreciation, prudent enough and daring enough, of what is possible at each moment? From Marxist or dialectical contradictions to opportunist compromises, the difference not being of a logical order, the shift is possible. This is why, in the problem of peace, Lenin did not want to impose his opportunist solution against that of Trotsky, although it had to cost the USSR the Baltic provinces. The most brilliant Marxist recognizes in his own decisions a possibility of error, of deviation, of chaos. The decisive moment is that when man resumes and extends the course of things as he believes he reads it in objective history. And at this moment, in the final analysis, he only has his own view of events to guide him. The equivocation that it encountered in action, Marxism never excluded on the theoretical level. The spontaneous development of objective history only provides a certain convergence of facts, and it is only the history thought and willed by man which, from this given arrangement, brings forth a univocal meaning. Trotsky once again wrote, "The entire historical process is the prism of the just rule seen through chance." If we use the language of biology, we can say that the rational rule of history is achieved by a natural selection of accidental facts. It is on this basis that conscious human activity develops, which subjects the accidental to artificial selection. Accidental facts, that is to say isolated facts, those which are not required by the total situation, eliminate themselves from history, failing to find support, concordances in the historical context. And complicities, such as monstrous congenital variations, according to Darwin, eliminate themselves for lack of being compatible with the general life of the organism. But this selection only guarantees the destruction of non-viable systems, of irrational societies. It does not guarantee the appearance of a new viable form, which presupposes a selection oriented this time by the idea. It is therefore consciousness which puts definitely of reason in history, by connecting the constellation of facts in a determined sense. Every historical enterprise has something of an adventure, never being guaranteed by some absolutely rational structure of things. It always involves a use of chance. One must always trick things since one must bring out an order that was not given with them. The possibility remains of an immense compromise, of a rotting of history where the class struggle, powerful enough to destroy, would not be powerful enough to build, and where the main lines of history such as had traced them. Communist Manifesto. Now, to all appearances, is this not where we are? When the Russian Revolution, instead of continuing in Europe with a series of revolutions, remained alone in the presence of a bourgeois world, and even more clearly when the USSR was threatened in its existence by the war. It had to deal with bourgeois governments, and it could no longer openly remain the leader of the class struggle throughout the world. Before being a theory, socialism in a single country was a factual situation in which the USSR had to accommodate. It does not matter that the government of the USSR may or may not have, at a given moment, influenced history differently, and whether the theory was imposed by the facts or, on the contrary, precipitated its course. By leading the world proletariat differently, the Third International would perhaps have weakened bourgeois governments from within. More likely she would have led the USSR to its loss by leaving it alone in the face of German aggression. In any case, the revolutionary stagnation in the world and the tactics of the popular fronts have too profoundly modified the proletariats, the recruitment and the theoretical formation of the communist parties, for us to be able to expect a revival in the short term of class struggle openly, or even proposing revolutionary slogans to militants that they would not understand. Instead of two clearly circumscribed factors, the history of our time therefore includes mixed ones: a Soviet Union obliged to come to terms with bourgeois states, communist parties rallied to the politics of the popular fronts or, as in Italy, arrested in their development proletarian by the incidences of Soviet grand politics, bourgeois parties incapable of defining a coherent economic policy, but, in weakened countries, conscious of their impotence and vaguely committed to it. Revolutionaryism which can lead them to momentary agreements with the left. Even if Marxism remains true in the sense that the problem of forms of production clearly laid out would separate the regressive forces from the progressive forces, as both are very little conscious, the old Marxist perspective does not show in what is particular the physiognomy of our time. It passes over the detail of the facts, and we can to this extent grant the skeptical historian that it offers an abstract and optional interpretation. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. If Marxism, after having taken power in Russia and having been accepted by a third of the French people, seems incapable today of explaining in detail the history we are experiencing, if the essential factors of history that he had identified are today mixed in the fabric of events with national or psychological factors that he considered secondary, and covered by them, is this not proof that nothing is essential in history, that everything counts equally, that no perspective is privileged, and is it not to skepticism that we are led? Shouldn't politics renounce basing itself on a philosophy of history, and, taking the world as it is, whatever our wishes, our judgments, or our dreams, define its ends and its means according to this that the facts allow? But we do not do without perspective. We are, whether we like it or not, condemned to wishes, to value judgments, and even to the philosophy of history. We do not notice enough that, after having demonstrated the irrationality of history, the skeptic abruptly abandons his methodological scruples when he comes to practical conclusions. To regulate the action, it is necessary to consider certain facts as dominant and others as secondary. However realistic it may be and however strictly based on the facts, a skeptical policy is obliged to at least implicitly treat certain facts as more important than others and, to this extent, it contains a shameful philosophy of history, lived rather than thought, but no less effective. For example, she will reason about the future of France in terms of the English Empire, the United States or the USSR defined once and for all by geographical conditions, natural resources, immutable psychological traits. In fact, historical skepticism is always conservative, although, strictly speaking, it cannot exclude anything from its predictions, and not even a revolutionary phase of history. Under the pretext of objectivity, it freezes the future, it removes change and the wishes of men from history. When he believes he recognizes as facts the necessity of elites in any society or even the omnipotence of natural resources and geographical conditions, it is in reality a bet that he is making, a preference and a wish that he expresses, a responsibility that he takes. If we want to be truly docile to the facts and fully realistic, we must reject all postulates, all philosophy a priori of history, but in particular this postulate of skepticism that men always behave foolishly, dominated by the past and by external causes, or led by a few clever people, who know them, for ends unknown to them. There would be no history if everything had a meaning and if the development of the world was only the visible realization of a rational plan, but there would be no more history, nor action, nor humanity, if everything was absurd, or if the course of things was dominated by a few massive and immutable facts, like the English Empire, the psychology of the leader or the crowd, which are after all only products of the past and do not necessarily affect our future. Let's recap. We can no longer have a Kantian policy, because it does not care about consequences, and because, when we act, it is to produce external consequences and not to make a gesture and relieve our conscience. We cannot have a skeptical policy, because, despite appearances, it chooses its ends and operates, according to unacknowledged values, a selection in the facts which it offers us to recognize and on which it suggests guiding us to define possible. We can no longer have a proletarian Marxist policy in the classic way, because it no longer bites on the facts. Our only recourse is in a reading of the present as complete and as faithful as possible, which does not prejudge its meaning, which even recognizes chaos and nonsense where they are found, but which does not refuse to discern in him a direction and an idea, where they manifest themselves. Either the result of the French elections and in particular the progress of the Communist Party since 1936. It would be absurd to believe that this is simply of a progress of the proletariat towards class consciousness and towards revolution. But it is also impossible to declare the fact insignificant. We see what the skeptic would say here: the PS has succeeded in its maneuver, he fooled his voters, his patriotic tactics won over formerly socialist voters, and he threw illusory nationalizations at his proletarian voters. During this time, the socialists, rallying to the Yes Yes and the Western Bloc, occupied the positions formerly held by the radicals. In short, nothing has changed, except the names. Nothing has happened in the country, the shift to the left, or, as Thibaudet said, the imminent sinisterism of French politics is only an appearance, because, while the country is sliding to the left, the parties are sliding to the right. It is a big mistake to believe that the change of names can happen without a change in things. Something still happens the day a French peasant votes communist for the first time in his life, something happens in the party, which is modified by his new recruitment, but something also happens in the party. Peasant. And that's what we would like to know. What is a French communist today? What does he think of small property, of religion, of morality, of the homeland, of society? In short, what does he want, not only of a deliberate will, but of this tacit will which is seen in his family relationships, in his way of working or playing? Can we pretend to ignore these 5 million French people, probably the most resolute and lively, who have just voted for the PC? And likewise, what is a Soviet today? How does he see life, death, the West, Germany, family, morality, love? The Russian armies occupy part of Europe and a few journalists have nevertheless penetrated their zone, but when they describe to us the Russian officers in Prague, the fine manners and the kissing of hands, it was with the wrong joy of conservatives or with the zeal of converts, both too happy to prove that after all the Soviets are like everyone else. The fact is that, for at least 6 years, we have known nothing about the USSR, and the way in which it conducted and won its war proves that our information from 1939 was worthless. We see the development in Europe, under the influence of the USSR, of a state socialism which has just succeeded in Czechoslovakia or Yugoslavia, and will perhaps culminate tomorrow in France. We know almost nothing about nationalizations, their methods, their probable effects on production, their yield. Nothing about the real situation in the United States or Great Britain either. What is an English Labour Party? What was the Truman administration? What are the trends in capitalist circles in the United States? How do they see their future? What prospects can the possible American crisis offer? What help the United States and the USSR will they be able to contribute to European reconstruction tomorrow? We are asked to choose between the United States and the USSR, and we choose according to whether our preferences go to freedom or to the dictatorship of the proletariat, whether we think first of Reconstruction or of class struggle, without ask ourselves if the United States, which only emerged from the crisis through war and finds itself threatened with a crisis perhaps more serious than that of 1929, will be able to guarantee real freedom for a long time to its citizens, and as if the USSR, profoundly transformed over the past 20 years, could be simply defined as the dictatorship of the proletariat, without asking ourselves whether the United States would want to undertake European reconstruction, and as if the USSR must be forever absorbed in the tasks of its own reconstruction and incapable of intervening in ours. French intellectuals are not responsible for maintaining the devout and panicky atmosphere, the fervors and vague terrors which give French politics a mythical and almost childish character, but for taking inventory of the century and the form's ambiguities that he offers us. If, through information and facts, equivocation is no longer endured, but understood, then perhaps our political life will cease to be haunted by ghosts, perhaps it will resume some reality. This is the task for the years to come. But what to do now? Here we must conclude precise conventions with the reader. Over the past 15 years, there have been enough authors who falsely go beyond Marxism for us to take care to distinguish ourselves from them. To overcome a doctrine, you must first have reached its level and explain what it explains better than it. If, in front of Marxism, we put question marks, it is not to prefer some conservative philosophy of history which would be even more abstract. We are not saying that class struggle will never again play an essential role in world history. We don't know anything about it. Events, for example the American crisis, can quickly bring it back to the forefront. We only say that, for the moment, it is masked and latent, and that a proletarian revolution in France, if it occurred, would provoke the intervention of the Anglo-Saxons. But we must be careful that nothing in our action contributes to slowing down the proletarian movement if it re-emerges throughout the world. If there is a strike, be for the strikers. If there is civil war, be for the proletariat. Do what depends on us to avoid a conflict between the United States and the USSR. In short, the effective policy of the PC. Rebuild with the proletariat. There is, for the moment, nothing else to do. We will simply pursue this policy of waiting without illusions about the results that we can hope for and without honoring it with the name of dialectic. Do we know if there is still a dialectic and if history will ultimately be rational? If Marxism always remains true, we will find it on the path to current truth and in the analysis of our time. Faith and good faith. In the response he recently addressed to R.P. Danilou, Pierre Hervé was right. It is not difficult to cite, to honor Catholicism, from Christian and pontifical texts individual acts which are in favor of freedom and go against the interests of established regimes. But it is even easier to find texts hostile to freedom in the Catholic tradition. And above all, Catholicism, in history, is not only a certain number of texts nor a sum of individuals, it is an apparatus, an institution, or a movement, which has its overall logic and which functions, without a doubt, in a reactionary sense, despite certain texts and despite the feelings of individuals, or even thanks to the ambiguity that they create. Once upon a time there was a young Catholic whose demands of his faith led him to the left. This was at the time when Dollfuss inaugurated the first Christian social government in Europe by bombing the workers' housing estates of Vienna. A Christian-inspired magazine had sent a protest to President Miklas. The most advanced of our great orders, it was said, supported the protest. The young man was received at the table of some religious of this order. In the middle of lunch, he was surprised to hear that after all the Dollfuss government was the established power, that, as a regular government, it had the right to police, and that, free to blame it as citizens, the Catholics, like Catholics, had nothing to reproach him with. As he grew older, the young man never forgot this moment. He turned to the father who had just spoken this language, a generous and bold man, as we saw later, and simply told him that this justified the opinion of the workers on the Catholics. In the social question, we can never count on them until the end. However, Hervé's criticism is incomplete. It places the feelings of Catholics in the context of Catholicism as an institution and of papal diplomacy. It moves the discussion from the plane of ideas to that of facts. But, precisely for this reason, she cannot convince Father Danilou. We guess it, reading Hervé's very demonstrative text, and yet incredulous. How would he separate Catholicism from what he himself thinks, from what he wants? For himself, the Catholic is advanced; for others, he is reactionary. R.P. Danilou feels, in politics, free, fair, daring, and indeed he is. But we only see it through the social body that it inhabits, just as we only see a foreign consciousness through this physical body, always the same, this frozen past, which weighs so little for it. Father Danilou will agree that the past proves him wrong. But he will add that it is a question of constantly reminding Christianity of itself, of reawakening the hunger and thirst for justice. He will plead guilty for the past and innocent for the future. He will appeal from the outside to the inside, from historical Catholicism to his conscience, from a history that today's Catholics have not made to the one they now want to make. He will always have the right to think that, if the Catholic religion has been reactionary, it is by an unfortunate coincidence, and that all this can change. The question would only be resolved if we shed light on the relationship between religion itself and the conservative spirit and the revolutionary spirit. We must understand why in history it has taken on this face, why the Christian is not for others what he is for himself. Ultimately our body bears witness to what we are, the body and the mind express each other, we cannot separate them. We cannot criticize the social conduct of the Catholic without touching on his interior life. We cannot simply question the political and social infrastructure of Catholicism. Parallel to the criticism of infrastructures, we need a criticism which grasps Catholicism in its entirety and defines it globally as a certain position taken with regard to the world and men, from which result both generous feelings and a conservative behavior. The equivocation of Catholicism as a social phenomenon must correspond to an equivocation of Catholicism as a spiritual life. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Catholicism believes in both an interior God and an exterior God, such is the religious formula of its contradictions. Return to yourself, says Saint Augustine, it is in the inner man that the truth dwells. We discover God by turning away from things. Whether he is the model after which my spirit was made, or whether, in becoming aware of myself as spirit, I have the experience of God and, so to speak, touch him, in everything. In this case, God is on my side, not on the side of the world. He is in me more myself than me, intimor intimo meo, as Saint Augustine still says. It is absolutely this clarity, this light that I am in my best moments. What is obvious to me cannot fail to be so to him, since it is precisely on my interior experience of truth that I base the affirmation of an absolute truth and of an absolute spirit who thinks it. On the sole condition that I have done everything to make my ideas clear, I will always serve God by saying what I think, since God is the truth. To be faithful is to be sincere. Faith is good faith. Obeying God therefore does not mean bowing to a foreign and obscure will, it is doing what I really want, since he is more ourselves than us. Confessing God in words is nothing, the letter kills and the spirit gives life. Only the testimony that in us the spirit bears to itself has value. It is found among men who do not know God by his name, but who recognize him in spirit and in truth. As for the others, force can do nothing to save them. Force can impose actions, but not an inner conviction. No one can be forced by force to embrace the Catholic faith, says canon law. Religion cannot be attacked or defended by weapons. He who smites with the sword shall perish by the sword. She is here placed in a dimension of eternity where she is invulnerable. God is not like a thing, which needs time and space, he is everywhere and nowhere in particular. he is not less when men turn away from him. In this sense, sin is unreal. If I act against my conscience, I cease to be spirit, I cease to be myself, I do nothing positive, evil is only the absence of good. Doing good, the expression no longer has much meaning, since good resides in the spirit alone, and ultimately in God, who is eternal. There is always, in the idea of God, a Stoic component. If God exists, perfection is already achieved on this side of the world, it cannot be increased, there is, literally, nothing to be done. My kingdom is not of this world. Works also result from religion. They do not increase the sum of good, just as a unit added to infinity does not increase it. Our fate in the afterlife does not matter since, in any case, God is adorable. Let us rest in Him. Quietism. In any case, our fate here on earth is indifferent, we just have to take it as it is, happy or unhappy. We are not invested in this life anyway. Your will be done. Man dispossesses himself of his life. As the child lives in the will of his parents, he lives in the will of God. It is the reign of the Father, says Hegel. The incarnation changes everything. After the incarnation, God was outside. We saw him at a certain time, in a certain place, he left behind memories, words that are passed down. From now on the path from man to God is no longer reflection, but the commentary and interpretation of this ambiguous message whose energy is never exhausted. Christianity is in this sense the antithesis of spiritualism. It questions the distinction between body and mind, inside and outside. Catholicism does not like reflexive proofs of God, it only makes room for them reluctantly. We can prove God from the human spirit, but by taking it as a part of creation, in the same way as the earth and the heavens which tell the glory of God. The human soul can mark the place of God at the origin of the world, it cannot see him or understand him, it cannot therefore settle in him. The world ceases to be like a flaw in the great eternal diamond. It is no longer a question of rediscovering, on this side of the world, the transparency of God, it is a question of entering body and soul into an enigmatic life whose obscurities cannot be dissipated, but only concentrated in a few mysteries, where the man contemplates the enlarged image of his own condition. The dogmas of the incarnation, of original sin are not clear, but they are valid, said Pascal and said Jacques Rivière, because they reflect the contradictions of man, spirit, and body, noble and miserable. The parables of the gospel are not a pictorial way of presenting pure ideas, but the only language capable of conveying the relationships of religious life, paradoxical like those of the sensible world. Sacramental words and gestures are not simple signs of some thought. Like sensitive things, they themselves carry their meaning, inseparable from the material formula. They do not evoke the idea of God, they convey the presence and action of God. Finally, the soul is so inseparable from the body that it will carry into eternity a radiant double of its temporal body. Hegel says that the incarnation is the hinge of universal history and that all subsequent history has only developed its consequences. And in fact the God-man and the death of God transform the mind and religion. As if the infinite God was no longer sufficient, as if something was moving within him, as if the world and man, instead of being a useless decline of original perfection, were becoming the necessary moments of a greater perfection. God can no longer be fully God and creation can only be completed if man freely recognizes it and returns it to him in faith. Something is happening, the world is not in vain, there is something to be done. But man cannot return to God if he has not separated himself from him. Happy fault which deserved to have such a Redeemer. Paradise lost is not to be regretted. Man lived there like an animal under the natural law of God. It is through sin that he acquires the knowledge of good and evil, that he becomes conscious and that he becomes man. Omnia cooperantur in bonum, entium peccata. Sin is real. He serves the glory of God. There is no longer any question for man of withdrawing from the world in the Stoic way, or of reconquering purity and sincerity in the Socratic way through the exercise of intelligence. His relationship with God is ambiguous, since it is not without separation. Kierkegaard thinks that we cannot say I am a Christian, as we say I am big or I am small, since to be a Christian is to live the contradiction of good and evil, it is therefore also not to be Christian. Never being either absolutely good or absolutely bad, man cannot be sincere, since sincerity presupposes a defined nature on which we can make an unambiguous assessment. He does not have to contemplate himself, but to build himself or surpass himself. Faith is things not seen. It is an adhesion which goes beyond the guarantees given, it therefore excludes sincerity at all times. The Christian must not deny in darkness what he has seen in the light. He will not challenge his God and his Church, even if he does not first understand their decrees. He will not doubt the sacraments, even if he derives no happiness from them. The paradox of Christianity and Catholicism is that they never stick to either the inner God or the outer God, and that they are always between one and the other. It's about surpassing yourself. You have to lose your life, but, by losing it, you save it. Faith is trust, but the Christian knows in whom he confides, co cui crediti. Catholicism does not want to give everything to the Christian faith. We are not Catholic, after the syllabus, if we doubt that God can be proven by reason, and the modernists were condemned when they wanted to replace the God of philosophers and scientists by the God sensitive to the heart. Catholicism is repugnant to a philosophy which is only a copy of Christian experience. The reason for this is undoubtedly that ultimately this philosophy would be a philosophy of man rather than a theology. You are vir Deus absconditus. Of this hidden God, inaccessible to speculation, affirmed in the obscurity of faith, we could say nothing, and he would finally appear as a postulate of human life rather than as the most certain of beings. We do not contest, of course, the Christian experience and the description given by Pascal, we only maintain it on the confused terrain of existence, of which the essences, speculative philosophy and Thomism remain judges. The incarnation is not followed in all its consequences. The first Christians, after the death of Christ, felt abandoned, they looked everywhere for his traces. Many centuries later, the Crusaders set out in search of an empty tomb. This is because they adored the Son in the spirit of the religion of the Father. They had not yet understood that God was with them forever. Pentecost means that the religion of the Father and the religion of the Son must be fulfilled in the religion of the Spirit, that God is no longer in heaven, that he is in society and in the communication of men, wherever men gather together in his name. Christ's passage on earth is only the beginning of his presence in the world, it continues through the Church. Christians do not have to remain fixed on a historical episode, however decisive it may have been. They have to live the marriage of the Spirit and human history which began with the Incarnation. Catholicism stops and freezes this development of religion. The Trinity is not a dialectical movement, the three persons are co-eternal. The Father is not overtaken by the Spirit, the religion of the Father remains in the religion of the Spirit, the fear of God, the law, is not eliminated by love. God is not whole with us. Behind the incarnate Spirit remains this infinite gaze before which we are without secrets, but also without freedom, without desire, without future, reduced to the condition of visible things. Likewise, the Church does not blend into human society, it crystallizes on the margins of the state. The Spirit is everywhere, but it is incarnated in it in a privileged way. A second time, men are alienated by this second gaze which weighs on them, and which has more than once found a secular arm at his service. How can we be surprised? It is not only tempting, it is urgent to constrain men, when we know that they waste their time searching, while, on the other side of things, an infinite science has already disposed of everything. Thus love changes into cruelty, thus the reconciliation of men with themselves and with the world will be missed, thus the Incarnation turns into suffering because it is not complete, and Christianity becomes a new form of the unhappy conscience. The political ambiguity of Christianity is understandable. In line with the Incarnation, it can be revolutionary. But the Father's religion is conservative. We can say afterwards that sin cooperates with good, that man's fault is a happy fault. But we cannot say this at the moment of the decision. At that moment sin remains forbidden. Adam would therefore have done better not to sin. Perfection is behind us, not in front of us. The Christian always has the right to accept existing evil, and never the right to buy progress with a crime. He will be able to rally behind a revolution already made, he will be able to absolve its crimes, he will do not. A revolution, even if it uses power justly, remains seditious until it succeeds. The Catholic, as a Catholic, has no sense of the future, he must wait until this future has passed to rally around it. Fortunately the will of God is not always clear, and, as Fontaine says in Hostage, the only way to know it is to try to go against it. Fortunately again, the Catholic, as a citizen, always remains free to join a revolution. But he will not put the best of himself into it, and, as a Catholic, he is indifferent to it. Claudel and Jacques Rivière rightly said that the Christian bothers the established powers, because he is always elsewhere and they are not sure of him. But for the same reason, it worries revolutionaries, they never quite feel it with them. He is a bad conservative and an insecure revolutionary. In only one case does the Church itself prescribe insurrection, this is the case of a legal power which violates divine law. But in fact we have never seen the Church itself take sides against a legal government for the sole reason that it was unjust, or take a position in favor of a revolution for the sole reason that it was just. And, on the other hand, we saw him favoring rebels because they protected his tabernacles, his ministers, and his property. God will only have completely come to earth when the Church does not feel more duty towards its ministers than towards other men, towards its temples than towards the houses of Guernica. There is a Christian revolt, but it is localized, it only appears when the Church is threatened. To the extent that it demands for itself the audacity and heroism of its faithful and that it brings them to life on two levels, the Church is conservative. This is, in short, what the Hegelian and Marxist theory of alienation said. This is what Christianity itself says very consciously: one cannot serve two masters, one does not love well what one does not love more than anything. But as at the same time Christians believe in the Incarnation, as it must animate their entire life, they can, at least for a time, come as close as we want to the revolutionaries, as we have seen by the example of Bergamin and several others. They then have, without a doubt, this secondary sincerity which consists of saying what we think. We do not see how they could have this primary sincerity which consists of chasing away ambiguity. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Are we then going to take up Gide's words, faith tout court dispenses with goodness? Gide himself said what was necessary to comment on this word: man's happiness is not in freedom, but in the acceptance of a duty. However, if we put sincerity above all else, we will not be able to get involved anywhere, neither in a church, nor in a party, nor in a love or in a friendship, nor even in any task whatsoever. Because commitment always supposes that we affirm beyond what we know, that we believe through hearsay, that we abandon the rule of sincerity for the rule of responsibility. The intellectual who rejects his own under the pretext that his function is to say everything is in fact creating a pleasant life for himself, under the guise of obeying a vocation. His party is to be without a party and to provide good reasons for the lukewarm. He who is not with me is against me. Extra-communism is anti-communism. Sincerity itself is a liar and turns into propaganda. As soon as we do something, we turn towards the world, we stop questioning ourselves, we surpass ourselves in what we do. Faith, in the sense of an unreserved adhesion which is never absolutely motivated, intervenes as soon as we leave the domain of pure geometric ideas and we deal with the existing world. Each of our perceptions is faith, in the sense that it affirms more than we strictly know, the object being inexhaustible and our knowledge limited. Descartes even said that it takes a movement of will to believe that 2 and 2 make 4. How can we blame the Catholic for living in ambiguity if everyone lives there and if bad faith is the very essence of conscience? In reality, there is no dilemma, faith or good faith. There can be no question of sacrifice good faith to faith. Such a sacrifice is only requested by a dead or sectarian faith. Out of all sincerity, faith becomes naked obedience or madness. No models in the party. Let mouths open. Said Therese one day. Neophytes who are too docile are the renegades of tomorrow. Sincerity is not enough in a being like man, who is at every moment thrown outside himself by knowledge as well as by action, and who therefore cannot provide an exact accounting of his motives at every moment. When we are sincere, we don't think about it, we don't flaunt it. To say oneself sincere already implies a splitting, a reflection which vitiates the sincerity on which one prides itself and turns it into an attitude. Making sincerity a value is precisely the characteristic of an insincere society, which withdraws into itself instead of acting on the world. Sincerity is not a goal. But, for exactly the same reason, insincerity must never be a system, a rule, or a habit. Membership, if it goes beyond reasons, must never be against all reason. The value of man lies neither in an explosive and maniacal sincerity, nor in an unquestioning faith, but in the higher consciousness which allows him to appreciate the moment when it is reasonable to trust and the moment when it is necessary question, to combine faith and good faith within himself, assuming his party or his group as they are, with open eyes. Lenin implied something of the sort with the formula of democratic centralism. There must be discussion in the party, and yet there must be discipline. Decisions must express the will of activists and activists must consider themselves committed to the party's decisions, even if they are contrary to their personal views. The revolution is at a time a reality which is prepared in the spontaneous course of things, and an idea which is developed in the minds of the most conscious individuals. If, after having defended before the party what he believes to be true, the communist is not followed, it is because the solutions he proposes are premature or historically false, since the party and the masses, who are the revolution in action, do not recognize their wish. No asceticism or fideism here, no bias against the individual, but rather this idea that political action is not only an exercise of intelligence and presupposes effective contact with history in the making, that membership in the party is not an assent of intelligence alone, but commitment to effective history, the counterweight and regulator of theory. Lenin knows perfectly well that there is sometimes tension between the individual and the party, between judgment and loyalty. He thinks that this conflict, which it is impossible and which it would be unhealthy to ignore, is exceeds by the life of the individual in the party which is her left. If the individual gives credit to the party against his own opinion, it is because the party has given proof of its value, because it carries a historical mission, because it represents the proletariat. Membership is never without reasons. What differentiates the Marxist notion of the party from all others, what makes it a new cultural phenomenon and explains its place in modern literature and thought, is precisely this conception of an exchange and vital communication between individual judgment and the reality of history through the party. In any political formation, there is necessarily an element of trust placed in leaders, or even if we do not want to admit it, an element of orthodoxy. This orthodoxy is undoubtedly relative, reasoned, subject to permanent examination. However, it is not within the power of any citizen to analyze everything, to dissect everything, to judge everything for oneself in the complexity of world politics. We must therefore place our trust in facts that we are able to judge by direct and personal examination, and for the rest to rally, which in no way means rallying with our eyes closed and does not exclude the effort of understanding. Let's admit it, this is a bias, but a bias which is much closer to the spirit of free examination and honest objectivity than is the false objectivity of intellectuals outside the common law. Once again, it is therefore an exchange between one's own judgment and the decisions of the party, a back and forth, a life with the party, and not passive obedience. A bias which does not exclude examination, a subjectivity which is objectivity, a confidence which is vigilance, a faith which is good faith, a freedom which is commitment, Here is Hervé describing this communication of opposites that an absent-minded author recently attributed it to a reactionary philosophy. It must be believed that the balance between these opposites is not easy to maintain, since in the communist critiques of existentialism, numerous in recent times, we certainly noticed more ardor than enlightenment and more faith. Only in good faith. The hero, the man. There are, at least in literary life, several signs of a return to peace. Already the hero is moving away and, against heroic morals, protests are rising which are discreet today, which tomorrow will be public. A man of letters, a fighter in the other war and silent since this one, writes to a friend. Already scandalized to hear Gide humming in the Entretiens Imaginaires, to music by Offenbach, we need heroes, were there none left in the world, I for my part would prefer a grain of wisdom, of intelligence and reason. I am wary of women's heroes like Madame Cardinal, having been one myself, with or without necessity, in my younger days. A Catholic like Gabriel Marcel, having to judge a novel or a play with a heroic conclusion, implies that there is heroism, and wants us to go beyond nature, but within the rules and by certain means only. Artistic writers claim a separate domain for literature, sheltered from politics and history. These kinds of debates are embarrassing. How can you praise heroism if you are a hero? And how can you do it if you're not one? It would be better to know exactly what is behind this big word. The worship of heroes has always existed. But, as long as a civilization believes, beyond this world, in another eternal world where good prevails over evil, the great man is not alone, he is the minister of a providence. The cult of the hero only takes on its tragic accent with the end of transcendent beliefs, in any case with the idea of a world in movement. We see in Hegel the passage. For him the individuals of world history are those who, born like everyone else on a certain date, under certain laws, in certain morals, are the first to understand that the system has no future, and, renouncing happiness, create through their action and their example a law and a morality in which their time will then recognize its truth. They are at first alone, since they are against customs, they have a presentiment, but naturally they do not have the knowledge of the future, they feel it in their tastes, in their passions and in their being rather than seeing it clearly before them. What is heroic about them is that, without absolute proof and in the solitude of subjectivity, they accomplish and conquer for others what will then appear as the only possible future and the very meaning of life. History, it is the unexpected junction of unreason and reason. We must call them heroes insofar as they drew their ends and their vocation not only from the calm, ordered course of events, consecrated by the system in force, but from a source whose content is hidden and is not yet arrived at the present existence, in the interior spirit, still underground, which strikes against the external world like a nucleus and breaks it because it is not the almond which suits this nucleus. It were people who thought and knew what is necessary and whose time has come, namely the truth of their time and their world, so to speak the new race which already existed internally. This is why the heroes of an era must be recognized as the wise. If we stop believing, not only in a beneficent master of this world, but also in a reasonable course of things, then the action of the hero is without any external support, it is not based on a divine law, nor even on a visible sense of history. This heroism without rules or content is that of the Nietzschean master. If the Hegelian hero sacrificed his own happiness and first brought chaos to his life, it was to save history, and if he called the established order into question, it was to give birth to another. The Nietzschean master is beyond all things done or to be done, he only wants mastery itself, and since he refuses to devote it to any particular task, it can only be asserted against something or someone. Pure mastery can only consist of defeating other masters, and the most powerful of all, death. Hegel had already described this enterprise and this impasse, because every power overcome, by the very fact that it is overcome, ceases to have value. The death that the hero went through was not really death, since it did not take him, the others whom he reduced to slavery are not sufficient witnesses of his power, since he was able to defeat them. Unless he grows old and becomes an honorary hero, he will always look for other dangers to run, other men to submit, sure in advance of not getting what he expects from them, because he expects the impossible, a life which truly accepts death and which definitively ensures the free recognition of others. For Hegel, the real hero was not the master, it was the slave who preferred life, who worked and transformed the world in such a way that finally there was no longer any room for the master. The hero of contemporaries is neither that of Hegel nor that of Nietzsche. He is not, as Hegel said, the businessman of the genius of the universe. He does not believe in a genius of the universe who prepares all things for his success and clearly shows him his path. In For Whom Does the Bell Toll? Robert Jordan, when risking his life, honestly wonders if he is doing it for the materialistic society of the future. Half of him then said, "Since when have you had such a conception? You have never had it? And you could never have it. You are not a true Marxist and you know it. You believe in liberty, equality, and fraternity. You believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Don't stuff your head with excess dialectics. It's good for others, not for you. It is not a question, at the time of risk, of looking for excuses and pretexts. The mission is accepted and will be accomplished. It's just the motives." However, whatever he does, Robert Jordan fails to place the future society as the sole reason for his sacrifice. He only wants it as the probable guarantee, for himself and for others, of this freedom which he exercises at this very moment. A Marxist like Kyo, in The Human Condition, encountered the question at the very heart of Marxism. There is, he said, in Marxism, both a will and a fatality. When should we follow the course of things and when should we force them? Sticking to the facts, the Chinese communists are probably doomed and it is the Kuomintang who will win. But the facts are only acquired when we have given up trying to change them. Is this not the time to provide the communists with decisive aid and to force the hand of history? No philosophy of history removes this hesitation. Because can't life, in its essence, in what is fundamentally distressing about it, be defined as the freedom to choose? But the communist only renounces, to a certain extent, freedom of choice, and submits to discipline because it is necessary for the effectiveness of action. In another conception of the world, the hero of War Pilot asks himself the same questions. The bourgeoisie, in the generations that preceded us, had its absolutes. It was understood that one carried out orders, that one died for one's homeland. But perhaps she had never found herself face to face with chaos. What sense is there, in June 40, in carrying out a mission on Arras at a time when we can no longer do anything against the German tanks gathering there and when intelligence can no longer even be transmitted? It is easier to serve in a strong army, at a time when history is clearly moving towards an end. But how could man not think of himself and his death when the very world in front of him is falling apart and tottering? How to serve if the service is useless? The motto of the contemporary hero, however, is not that of Bars or that of Montherlant. He does not serve to make music, nor to prove his mastery in the face of death, in useless service. Saint-Exupéry throws himself into his mission because it is himself, the result of what he thought, wanted, and decided, because he would be nothing if he shied away. As he enters into danger, he regains his being. Above Arras, in the fire of the DCA, when each second of survival is as miraculous as a birth, he feels invulnerable because he is finally in things, he has left his inner nothingness, and that, if he dies, it will be in the open. But perhaps he will only be injured, perhaps he will have to die for long hours on the ground. The same cruel help would still be offered to him, as long as he lives, be and think like a living person, remain striving towards the ends he has chosen. Robert Jordan, wounded inside the fascist lines, after having just blown up a bridge, must separate from his comrades and even from Maria whom he loves. "No, Guapa, don't cry," he said. "Look, we're not going to Madrid now, but I'll go with you wherever you go. Do you understand? You're leaving now, kid, but I'm staying with you." As long as there is one of us, there will be both of us. Do you understand? What I do now, I do it alone. I couldn't do it right with you. Don't you see that's how it is? Whoever is left is both. And, once alone, there's no point in thinking about Maria. Try to believe what you told him. It's the best. And who says it's not true? Not you. For the man still alive, there is no other resource, but this sovereign one, than to maintain his conduct as a living man. We die alone, but we live with others, we are the image they have of us, where they are we are too. Once again and until the end, Robert Jordan allows this movement to take place which binds him to them, which binds him to things, and which is beyond judgment, since it was the condition of all misfortune as of all happiness. Left alone, he will not kill himself. If you wait and hold them back even for a little while, or if you shoot the officer, it can change everything, a thing well done can. What allows the hero to sacrifice himself is not, as with Nietzsche, the fascination with death, nor, as with Hegel, the certainty of accomplishing what history wants, it is fidelity to the movement natural which throws us towards things and others. What I love, said Saint-Exupéry, is not death, it's life. The contemporary hero is not a skeptic, a dilettante, nor a decadent. Simply, he has the experience of chance, disorder, and failure, of 36, of the Spanish War, of June 40. He is in a time when duties and tasks are obscure. He experiences the contingency of the future and the freedom of man better than ever before. All things considered, nothing is certain, neither victory, still so distant, nor the others, who have often betrayed. Never have men better verified that the course of things is winding, that much is required of boldness, that they are alone in the world and alone in front of each other. But sometimes, in love, in action, they agree with each other and events respond to their will. Sometimes there is this conflagration, this lightning, this moment of victory, or, as Hemingway's Maria says, this gloria which erases everything. Outside of times of faith, where man believes he finds in things the outline of a ready-made destiny, who can avoid these questions and who can give another answer? Or rather, is not faith, stripped of its illusions, that very thing, that movement by which, joining ourselves to others and joining our present to our past, we ensure that everything has meaning, we end up in a word clarifies the confused discourse of the world? The saints of Christianity, the heroes of past revolutions, have never done anything else. They simply tried to believe that their fight was already won in heaven or in history. Men today do not have this resource. The hero of contemporaries is not Lucifer, it is not even Prometheus, it is man.